For some reason, everyone's gonna love Israel now. Yeah, and instead of having Charlie Kirk, the most pro-Israel person at Turning Point USA, continue to be the person leading Turning Point USA, kill him in public because Israel is Israel and they do Israel things because it makes Israel sense or whatever the fuck.
Well, one thing I was going to mention is the same organization Mossad who planted explosives inside of pagers and infiltrated Iran like 5 months earlier and set up drones and Mossad soldiers, agents, and shit like that. They're in Iran and planned the attack in Iran. That same group couldn't get to Charlie Kirk with some type of poison that doesn't register on like a test. They couldn't come in and like put something in his water bottle and let him just like fucking drop dead and nobody able to figure it out. It's definitely somebody that's set 200 yards away with a bolt action rifle and fucking shot him because that was their only fucking chance. That was their only opportunity to get at Charlie Kirk, the evil Nazi piece of shit that they hate. But the complex fucking Mossad who orchestrates global events, definitely couldn't fucking kill him in another fucking less obvious way.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not buying the Mossad or Israel's. I'm not buying it, man. I think
Sick. You remember the KGB when they did
They're
the
just a
umbrella shit?
crazy
Remember
motherfucker,
when they
Mike.
did the umbrella and they walked up and like touched the back of his fucking calf and a fucking piece of fucking metal went into a ball, went into his fucking skin and he was dead in like an hour. Like, you don't think Mossad has that capability to just go in and like
Say
put
that again,
something inject with the
lover. Say it again.
Oh, yeah. So the KGB, there was a guy back in like the 70s or 80s. They had a fake umbrella, and the guy was walking with the umbrella, and in front of him was somebody they wanted to kill, and he just reached forward and
When they
barely,
stuck him in the back of his leg.
yeah, stuck him in the back of
Yeah,
his leg, and it injected this little ball that had like uranium or some shit like that, and he
yeah,
was dead
yeah.
within like an hour. Like Mossad doesn't have that capability to come in with a hypodermic needle and stick it into one of Charlie Kirk's water bottles. I mean, they implanted fucking explosives into fucking pagers. You don't think they could go to fucking Walmart and just fucking or anything? Like wait till the Walmart delivery goes to this fucking house and inject fucking some type of shit into his water and kill him. Like, they have that ability. But no, they had to sit with a fucking bolt action rifle, probably from fucking Cabela's, to fucking shoot him from 200 yards out.
No, that's if you look at the rifle, that was probably from the 70s. It looks like a Win Mag or a 30-06 Remington.
Yeah, it's a 30-06 for sure.
Okay.
Which one are you
Yeah.
guys talking about? The wood grain one?
Yes, and
Uh,
I have a couple of them, and I'm trying to find the patterns on it.
so the wood grain one was a different guy. That was in Provo, Utah, where they had the one that they
Yeah,
found
that's what we're
was
talking
found
about,
in the
Charlie
woods.
Kirk.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. The one in Provo, Utah, was a guy who was being taken into custody that had like a 30-06 with a suppressor on the end. That was a different gun.
Wait a
That's
minute.
that's
So there's two different people?
No. So they haven't caught the guy. They have images of the guy who they think is the shooter. Hold on just a second. Let me see.
Yeah, but they said that they
Because the
found a
first
gun
image
that
I
was
saw
close to
was
it,
like
though,
an
that was
older
wrapped
guy
in
with
some sort
bald.
of towel or some shit, right? So they
So there
found a
was an
30.
old bald guy. They
Yeah.
released that guy,
No.
and
We're not
then
talking about the guy. We're talking about the gun, right? They said that they found 30-06 that was wrapped in some sort of a cloth right near the shoot site. And they
yeah, in
said
the
that
woods, right?
where the bullets matched it, then those are
Okay.
bullets
I
that had
haven't
the
seen
X's
the
on it.
I haven't seen the image of that rifle. There's a video circulating of a person being arrested and put in handcuffs, which is like a 30-year-old guy with like curly hair and a ball cap on, and then the police officer is picking up the 30-06 by the suppressor and walking it around and sticking it in the back of the car. So I that video was clearly not the video that of the person, because they don't have him in
Because
custody yet.
the first video I saw yesterday, or,
The
I
old
was
man.
sitting here, that was the old man they took in custody, and he was released. In the second video, I saw or heard the gunshot, and it sounded like a subsonic round. And then Sig put up earlier today a different clip. It was a loud ass shot. So I don't know what's going on. So no, that
Hold
was just a
on, just a second.
regular round or a subsonic.
I'm trying to get the image of the guy.
It's crazy.
They have an image of the guy. He's in like the stairwell, and he's wearing a black T-shirt and blue jeans and a ball cap and glasses. But he's got a very distinct American flag T-shirt with an image on it, which they should be able to trace back once they figure out what that image is. It's an American flag. It looks like a bald eagle or some shit like that, but it's got like a very distinct image. Like they're definitely going to be able to run it through some like image search shit and figure out what the image is on his shirt. And then once they do that, then they can reverse search and find out who sells that shirt, who bought a shirt in the last like
Correct.
year or
It's
two
Correct.
in
it's in
Provo.
Your ass is
it's in
cooked.
my PTR
Your
if you're
ass is
looking for the
cooked.
if you're looking for the
Yeah, I
photo.
got it
It's my
too.
PTR. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because when
Pull to
I saw
refresh.
that shot, I said, he's dead.
Oh yeah, my wife said the same thing. She said, before he hit the ground, he was dead. My wife is the
Because
Really?
the way
secretary
he
of the.
clenched up and everything, all that Kool-Aid was coming out. I said,
Mm-hmm.
he's done.
Really? Okay.
But they had to
John in here with two
wait
accounts.
to, talk to family and all that stuff before it's released
Oh,
to the
okay.
press. And
Yeah.
you
Hello,
talk about they'll
point.
release it.
The boy noise, Shanoy Lord.
Good morning. Good
Come on,
morning.
John.
It's not me. You're just jealous that I'm on TV, you big stupid dummy.
John, we're having a conversation. Please
I'm
don't do
sorry.
that,
At
please.
that point was
Okay,
interrupting me.
thank you. So when the Utah governor said it, then 15 minutes later, the president came out and said he's gone. Like, shit, we already knew he was gone.
Yeah, I mean, seeing this person left the rifle in the woods, and there's an image of him. There's footprints. There's also palm prints, all this kind of shit. I mean, he's definitely gonna get fucking caught. It wasn't some fucking secret fucking pro Mossad agent because they would have disappeared and we would have never heard anything about it, and it would have just went away.
Yeah, you're gonna be cooked. You got footprints. Of course, they're gonna find your shoes. You got fingerprints on the rifle. You're done.
Yeah,
Now
DNA,
we
all
just
that
need
shit.
to know the why. That's it. Why?
You wanna guess on why?
I thought
Because
they said that
Charlie Kirk is a Nazi and a piece of
I thought
shit.
they said that there was engravings on the or messages about LGBTQ on the brass that they found with the gun.
Yeah, I don't know
It was
about
on
that.
the casings. It was
I
on the
just told
casings
him
of
that.
That's
the.
definitely what
Let's
they
start
said.
over that. There were political messages on the round, and they found out with a 30-06 that was wrapped in cloth.
I heard anti-fascism and trans. That's what the messages, whatever it was.
That's exactly on the bullets. That's right.
Yeah, Crowder released that this morning. I guess a bunch of other influencers, conservative influencers as well, got the same email from the FBI with that information. So yeah, there was transgender and anti-fascist scribings on the casings, and they found the casings still in the rifle, the one that was used to assassinate Charlie Kirk. So they found that and found 3 rounds inside of the magazine. It was an old Mauser 30-06, and for those of you who don't know, 30-06 is a big fucking round.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
big fucking
it's like a
round.
white-tailed duck, white-tailed doe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yep, yeah. That's a big fucking
To
round.
be
So
to be that accurate with that round and that specific rifle at 130 meters is pretty impressive. I'll be honest. Like if you've ever played Call of Duty, it's like it's similar to like a Car 98. It's a World War II rifle, and most of the time they're just shooting with iron sights. I don't know if this one was modified where it has a scope, but
Ugh,
either way, that's
I love your
oh yeah.
generation.
Yeah.
You're like if you've ever
Right,
played it in Call
right.
of Duty, and
Now that's who I've been
I'm like, we
trained
used
on
we
all
used to
my
hunt in
life.
the woods with 30-06 with a
Yes,
30-30. Like
that's
he's
what
like,
we've
if you
had
ever play Call
growing
of
up.
Duty,
No, bro, I killed
Wouldn't that
most of my
technically
deer
be a
with a
miss
30
though?
six,
If
but
you're
this is
gonna
a
do
World War
hit his
II
neck.
version of the 30 six. It's just an old ass sniper rifle.
He technically missed though, because he barely hit his neck.
well,
No,
no, he
so
didn't actually hit the
yeah, it hit his chest.
Spalding. The Spalding hit the Kevlar vest,
Yeah,
and then
it hit the
If
chest,
you're
it went
ricochet.
up and it's sprayed up. It went up into his neck from the Kevlar.
if you're trying to kill somebody and you aim, like say you're aiming for the neck and you hit the neck. If you miss high, you hit the head. If you miss
This is
low,
why
center mass.
no, he hit him in the Kevlar vest, and this is why you buy plate carriers. You buy it with the anti Spalding, so you don't have
So it was a
the
bounce up.
splatter. Yeah, it's splattered
Yeah,
from
Oh
the
shit.
vest.
Okay.
So you
yeah,
see it
it
hit his
ricocheted.
chest, the Kevlar jumps, and then the Spalding goes up into his neck.
Yeah, it ricocheted off his chest, KP, and went up and left into his neck. Yeah.
Oh shit, man.
Looked like he had a level 3A vest on. So which I'm surprised it even the 30-06 ricocheted off of it. Because I don't think, yeah, level 3A is not designed to stop
No, it's not.
30-06. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Sig.
It's only usually only up to like 7.6 or 30.
I
Yeah,
I heard the
7.62, I
media
think.
I heard the media refer to the weapon as an automatic rifle. Am I ignorant of the
No,
fact that you
No, it's
can't
bolt
modify that
action.
weapon to be
it's a
automatic?
bolt action with a
It's a bolt
magazine.
action rifle, so I don't know why they said that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a bolt. It's the old ass Mauser, long ass
It's a
wooden
cheap
rifle.
ass gun, bro.
Yeah, Mausers are cheap as shit.
You get it
But
for a couple
Yeah,
hundred,
but
two, three
Mausers
hundred.
will you can fucking plink with them all day. I mean, you just
well,
look
yeah,
pretty good person.
full is 30-06 and for to learn that it ricocheted off his chest like 130 yards with a long ass Mauser. And that's what the farther away your sights
130
are.
meters.
Or 130, did I say miles?
No, you said feet or
Oh, I'm sorry, meters. Yeah,
yeah.
130 meters. So if you're thinking about guns, rifles are way easier to shoot 'cause first of all, you have way more points of contact. So you got to think part of the gun is sitting in your shoulder stock. Your cheek is sitting on top of the stock of stabilization, and then you have two hands. So you have essentially 4 points of contact on a rifle, whereas a handgun you only have 2 points of contact. And then the rule of thumb is the farther away your sights are, so that front sight on the front tip of the gun, the more distance you have to that rear sight that you look through when you're aiming, the more accurate the gun is going to be. So, and 30-06 is a powerful round. It's not because it has so much velocity behind it. It's not going to drop as quickly as maybe say a 5.56 or 7.62 or something that's got a weaker charge behind it. Gravity is going to be less effective on a 30-06 just because it's flying so fast and so powerful going through the air. So it's 30-06 with the Mauser, a shot from 130 meters. 130 meters, 130 yards, 200 yards, whatever. It's not that difficult. Like a novice person with a couple range sessions would be able to knock that out.
And I can tell you right now, that's not a Mauser because of the wood print on it. That's
Did
a
you just
Remington 30
Sig?
out 6.
I'm gonna have to
You have
disagree with
two
you.
options.
So,
You
okay,
can
Yeah,
go
get
but
ahead.
bumped in the
guys,
chest
we're talking about a guy that looks to
and
be
you're
in
going to
his
have a
early
heart
20s
attack.
up in Utah, just plinking all the
You
time,
will have
hunting
a
all the
heart
time.
attack over
Yeah, but
the
Sig,
way it ricocheted.
400 yards is not easily trained. And I mean,
No,
to
200
shoot,
yards. 200 yards is
two,
that?
200.
Yeah,
200. Oh
200
yeah,
yards. Yeah,
Yeah,
200
yeah, I
200
yards or
agree with
yards,
that.
less.
two football fields, 600 feet.
Yeah,
It
I
was
agree with that.
With iron
430
sights.
feet though. I saw a link saying it was 430 feet. So that's closer to like 120 yards.
Yeah, that's what Brock said. Yeah,
So much
130
different data
meters
out
yards.
there. Yeah, they said 130 meters on like one of the major
Yeah, that
news
ain't shit.
replays.
Yeah, that's not shit for a long gun for a rifle.
Grouping at 100 yards.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
iron sights, yes, it is. 400 yards is long for iron sights. We're not
400 is
talking.
yeah,
It's
400
very,
is, but
that's very
200, yeah,
difficult.
200 is
Yeah.
is like standard, man. It's new recruits are training at 200 yards with a rifle in the military.
Because I only been training at 100 yards.
Yeah, and that's KP. That's most people because that's what I thought initially. was when he got hit in the neck. Before I found out it had ricocheted, I thought maybe he was going for a headshot, and something like a 308 at 200 yards. Most people, I'd probably say 85% of rifle owners zero their rifles in at 100 yards. So if you're trying to
100.
take yeah, if you're trying to take a 200-yard shot, I figured he didn't compensate for bullet drop at 200 yards because he's zeroed in at
Right.
100 yards, therefore would have hit the neck. Or
And that's
like
probably for the bullet drop.
I
right,
zero
that's
in all
that's
my
what I was thinking at
rifles
first, yeah.
at 100,
Shit.
unless if I'm hunting deer in the field and I know I may have a 300-400 yard shot, I'll zero it at 200. So at most, I'm probably either an inch or two low or an inch high. You see what I'm saying?
But even for a bounce to come up like that, damn.
Oh man, dude, I'm telling you, dude, bullet ricochets are no fucking joke, man. Like there are people who've been at the range shooting, and a bullet hits the perfect spot on the
The
The back
catch,
steals.
wall.
the trap, yeah, or it ricochets off the ceiling or a sidewall and will come back and kill somebody. It happens. It happens quite a bit in the range world, man.
Fucking A, man. Did he have a plate in or something?
Nah, it looked like
Did it bounce like that?
it was 3A.
Was
It
that
looked like
just straight Kevlar?
no, it looked like yeah, it was some type of polycarbonate Kevlar. It looked like it was 3A. 3A is the flimsy one you can fold in half, and that's only rated I think up to like
30,
very very low 30
6. Yeah.
caliber. Yeah, which is like 7.62 would probably be the heaviest that thing, and probably on. And then two, they're rated at how many shots of a certain caliber they can take.
Hmm.
So the higher the caliber, it's taking less shots. It's going to say after that first shot, then other impacts are less likely to be stopped because that first shot compromised the integrity of the vest. Whereas smaller calibers can take more shots. So,
Well, here's
but
the thing. Like, with his situation, there was no reason that they didn't fucking have, some type of bulletproof fucking, glass in front of them and stuff. I mean, Trump has
And
it. Everybody else
yes.
has it. When you got tens of millions of people as followers and you get thousands of death threats probably a month, you need to fucking like. That's what I'm saying. Like anybody that does this in the future is going to have to do it indoors, or they're going to have to come out with like fucking bulletproof, glass and stuff like that in front of them.
And I thought about that, love. It's like, yo, you already a hot topic guy. You should have glass up around you.
Yep.
So if it would have penetrated glass, it would have slowed the bullet down. It's like, yo, that was crazy.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that's in the room, that
No,
yesterday.
Carmen ain't scared.
Oh, I was just saying, I just want to
Brother.
remind everybody in the room that yesterday in Patty's room, they were all celebrating and talking about they're going to do cookouts and shit. I'm not saying Patty or the moderators are saying that, but they were allowing everybody to come up on stage and saying, "I'm so happy right now. I'm gonna have a party. Oh my
But
god,
Rich,
we're gonna
right
do
now,
barbecue
isn't
and
it 9/11, Rich, today? We have people in the chat with Bin Laden photo right now in this room
they're scumbags."
saying, I love him. And he's like, he was misunderstood. And
Yeah, yeah.
like,
You're
we have
high.
these people right
She's
now
so
on
high.
nine
It's funny.
eleven, on nine
There is a
eleven.
guy named Incel in the chat.
No, there are
That's
horribles doing it too. Read his comments. He said he was
It wasn't
misunderstood.
him. It was not him. First of all, it wasn't Bin Laden.
It's both of them. Go read it.
It
I
was
have
not
screenshots.
Bin Laden.
I have
And Carmen, I'm
screenshots.
never scared. Trust me. I've been out here forever. When I was a young fella, I get what I get. But it's just sad to see a young man that's maybe a month older than my daughter that has children. I don't want to see anyone get killed. I'm tired of this bullshit because of difference of opinions. I don't like to see that.
To be honest, Bin Laden, in his letter, he states that he apologized to the American people. He said he didn't want to strike. New York. He wanted to strike Tel Aviv, but unfortunately, America acts as its spear and shield. So they had to deal the blow to America. And he said he's sorry. He pities the American people as their government is occupied by Jewish groups and shit and forces them in wars like this. And that's what he said in his letter.
I
So in a
advise
way,
all
maybe
you guys to
the
watch his letter. Um, it opens up a lot of light.
so it's not like so the people dragging on Islam, calling it radical and terrorist religion and shit. Like you can say that. That's all. That's what you've been hearing for the past 30 years. That's all that's been said. But you have to see our perspective. Our countries have been bombed by your country. So
I don't know
they're gonna
if you're
change their
talking to
fucking.
me. I'm a born and raised
She,
Muslim from a very religious
she's
family.
Persian.
I'm a born
She's
and raised
Iranian.
I'm a
Hold on,
She's
born and
Iranian.
raised
hold on.
Muslim.
Look,
Islam is
she
the
has a
religion of
like.
terrorism.
You're
The
not a
book,
born and raised. You're a
the
fucking
Hold
Jew,
on,
bitch. Shut
Reinhardt.
up.
She has
No,
a mic. She was
she
the
is.
I'm
speaking.
a
book,
born and raised
Hey,
Muslim.
horrible, don't do that.
the
She
book is
has a
pretty
mic.
radical. Thank you,
Reinhardt's on
Kirk.
the phone
No, he's not. The book is very
because he's on the
radical.
phone.
Some
Okay, lover.
Muslims,
She has a phone.
like my own mother, my mom isn't Muslim, right? My entire family is Muslim. My mom, my aunts, my uncles,
MashaAllah.
my family, none of them are radical.
Sarah's
What it
still a
is
Muslim.
they don't. I'm Muslim. I'm not leaving Islam because Islam is such a religion of peace that if I leave it, then they're gonna come and kill me. Yeah. And then remember, like when you're Muslim, you can criticize as much as you want. So I'm not leaving the religion. I know Muslims want me to leave it. I ain't leaving it. This is my card of winning card. I'm staying Muslim till the day I die. But my mom is Muslim. She just doesn't believe the part of Quran that says go kill everyone and woman as
Well, she's
sex
not a real
slaves.
Muslim
The
And
then.
Quran doesn't say that.
so Islam,
It
listen,
doesn't
Islam
say
is
kill everyone at all.
It
radical
literally
book.
does in
Killing
Surah
one
995,
person
Doesn't
Surah
is
it never
equivalent
nine,
says
and
kill
Surah
to
everyone.
9930.
killing
It
the
What are
doesn't
you
say
talking
entire
kill
about?
If
world.
you
everyone.
want,
Hold on, hold
Essentially,
on.
Let her finish,
what a
guys.
what a
420,
what
Let
a
her
what a
finish.
65, Surah
terrorist
65,
religion.
ayah
It
4,
says
in the
don't
Quran.
harm those that
Surah
don't harm you.
995, Surah 9929, Surah 9930. What the fuck are you talking
Lover,
about,
be
Reinhardt?
quiet.
Dig how when you see pictures
Oh, what
of
is that? You
Hitler.
just said numbers. You
Yo,
just said
lover,
Hold
numbers
on,
yo,
and
yo,
letters.
hold
yo,
You
It's
yo,
didn't
called
on,
your
say
yo.
shit.
Quran.
guys.
You
Let
didn't
her
say shit.
finish.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't
Hey,
say
real
that.
quick, man.
It
Yo,
does. It
The
yo,
lists
Quran
his
says
laid
don't
Reinhardt,
to
lover.
harm.
siege and
What
kill
is
the
up with
The
the
disbelievers.
Quran
gay
says
ass
don't
men
harm those
Let
who
me
don't
talk.
harm
talking
you.
over each
Let
other?
me
What a
talk.
I'm not doing this
jumble
shit.
fuck
I'm
of
not doing this
bullshit.
shit. I'm not
Let
doing this
Sarah
shit.
talk. Thank you,
I'm
thank
not
you,
doing this
KP.
shit.
Thank you, Sick.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, in
thanks, Santi.
Islam they
Hold
don't
on, real
let
quick,
women
Sarah.
talk.
Hold on,
So
Sarah. Hold on, Sarah. Real quick. I'll let you go, sweetheart. Yo, lover, Reinhardt, I suggest you click that link at the top and read the rules of my house. Y'all heard KP coming off the fucking mic to moderate. That means shut the fuck up. You're not gonna overtalk a mod. When you guys are all talking at the same time, nobody can hear the conversation, and a mod steps in to try to bring some order to the stage. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's simple. Go ahead, KP. You got it, bro.
yeah, so I was saying Islam, the book
Nah,
Quran.
hold on, Sarah. I said KP's got it. He was trying to mod. KP, I want to hand it back to him and then hand it back to you. Go ahead. KP, you got it.
I'm after KP.
Here's after KP, but KP, I'm gonna let KP finish. KP, you there? Okay, he's not there. Sarah, you got the mic, and then horrible, you can go after Sarah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
what
sorry.
I
I was on
was.
mute.
Oh, go ahead, King.
I was saying, as moderators, we can have disagreements. We just heard a disagreement with Sig. Free, we disagreed last night. But yo, we're going to have standards in here. This is Sig's room, Sig house. Read the rules, guys, women. We're not going to do this clutterfuck shit. No, because it's a good conversation.
Go ahead, Sharmuta.
So what I was saying is, whether people like what I'm saying or not, Islam, Quran, it's a radical religion. Now, most Muslims may not be. My mom is definitely not. My family's not. I don't have anybody in my family who wants to blow up America or Israel. But the religion itself is. Now, people choose not to practice part of it or modify it or not agree with all of it. But that does not change Islam. That's the part that I have issue with people saying, oh no, those extremists. No, no, no. Don't mix it up. The religion is extreme. Now, some people they want to be modernized and consider it less extreme. That's fine. That's what I was gonna say. But horrible for you to say Iran government whooped Sarah. That's why she's mad and put 50 laugh emoji. That just shows how low you are. That just shows how low you are. Okay. I'm not mad at anyone. I'm the lucky one. I'm a survivor. I'm not a victim. I was a victim, but I'm a survivor. But there's unfortunately 40, 50 million women in Iran, 40, 50 million women in Afghanistan, and another half a million or a billion women all around the world under these Sharia Islamic laws with no human rights. They don't even have the right to divorce. They're in Afghanistan. Women, girls,
They do
little
have the
girls, they
right.
can't go to sixth grade school. They're not allowing them. So if you think it's funny when you hear a woman, and I didn't even say it here, you heard me say it in another room, that I was whooped by IRGC 33 times for not having a hair scarf inside of a home in a private property. If you think that's something funny, you need to check with your doctor. There's something seriously wrong with you. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Horrible. You want to respond, and
Horrible,
then
you have the
Sean
mic.
Yeah,
B.
can I respond? I'm the Muslim.
Well, no, horrible. Yeah,
No,
horrible. She was
horrible has the
responding
mic.
to horrible, but horrible's
Wait,
got
you're
it. And
talking
Sean B.
about Islam. What is horrible a
We're
Muslim?
talking about you being on mute because two people
Alhamdulillah.
told you
Yeah,
to
of
shut the
course.
fuck up and who's going next, and you just need to fucking respect it, man, and you'll get a shot. Trust me, you will. Horrible, you got it.
Yeah, so what she says obviously goes back to her hatred of order. And I would say this, she has some sort of want to, a lot of these females, if you leave them on their own, they want to explore. They want to do sinful things, right? They want to sleep around. And because a framework was put in place to prevent her from doing this sort of stuff, she's mad at that. She wants to retaliate.
I
That's why she's
literally
so
said I wasn't
angry
wearing a
all the
Sarah,
scarf.
time.
Sarah,
And
shut
I
I'm gonna
up.
said
let my
I
brother
wasn't
finish.
wearing a
Sarah,
scarf.
I'm
Sarah,
gonna let
shut
my
the
Wait a
fuck
minute,
brother.
up.
hold on, Sarah. You had to hold space,
Right.
and we gave you grace to say whatever you want to say. Now, horrible is speaking. Please allow him to do the same thing. Let him speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna let my brother. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Reinhardt. I'm gonna let him talk
But I
about
have a
this.
question for you before you go.
Yeah, of course.
What shotgun is that?
Hey, she
This is
said.
an old one.
Hey, she said.
Hey,
Hey,
how
notice.
are you?
What is it? Is that a Winchester? Horrible. Are you there?
Looks like a Browning.
It might be a
He said.
Browning.
He said he wanted me to take it away.
He said he'll be back in a second. All right, Sean
Oh,
B's
okay.
He
got
said he
it,
wanted
and
me to
then
go.
yeah,
He
Sean
said he wanted.
B's yeah, no, but Sean B asked to go. He's been waiting patiently, so we're gonna honor that. Sean B, you got it, and Reinhardt, you go next.
Hey,
Sean, then we can go
appreciate
around
you guys.
to Reinhardt after Sean. Sean, you got the mic.
Hey, Sig, KP, and everyone. Appreciate
What's going
everyone
on,
here
What's
on
Sean
up,
B?
my
What's
stage.
up,
brother?
bro?
Brad, what's up?
What's up,
Hey,
my
man. Hey,
dog?
everyone. Yeah. Hey, I don't know. I just got here, so I know there's a conversation, but I'm gonna derail it a bit because I give a flying fuck about your Islamic, Muslimic fucking bullshit right now. Because this is September 11th, and you need to all fucking recognize. And yesterday was fucking an assassination that we could possibly compare in its own way to an MLK event, and we'll call it the CJK. And there's a K at the end. Yeah, Charlie James Kirk. That's his full name. CJK. CJK. And my big thing about what's going on is that a lot of shit's happened. Uh, Tensions are high. I was up at 3:45 a.m. yesterday morning to go to work. I have not slept. Shit's been hitting hard here in my realms. And I would love to share that. I had 3 clients cancel yesterday, and I ended up having way too much time sitting in this and dealing with this and knowing I'm going to have to go home to my girlfriend who literally has serious PTSD about today because her dad was supposed to be on flight 92. He worked in World Trade Center 1. He was late to his plane flight. He missed the flight. Thank God. He's alive. It took 3 days for her and her mom to actually get any kind of correspondence from their dad, from dad. I consider him my dad. Yeah, I don't know what the laughing's about, Reinhardt, because I'll kick you in the fucking Muslim ball sack, you stupid
You
fuck.
said what?
Yeah, don't you fucking say shit. I'm talking right now. And you need to respect what the fuck's going on. Anyway, I haven't slept. I'm going to sound a little sloppy on here, but I just wanted to say respect and what appreciate what we're going through right now. And
Yo,
if you
KP,
don't,
can I go
I'm gonna
next?
fucking take you out. And I'm done. Thank you all.
All right,
All right.
cool.
So,
All right.
I'm just gonna read this.
hold on, Lover,
Uh,
Lover. No. Reinhardt was next.
It's
You go
my
after
turn.
Reinhardt. Yeah, go ahead, Reinhardt. You got it.
Go ahead, you
All
fucking
right.
piece of shit Nazi.
Who I'm okay. I'm not a Nazi. But anyways, whatchamacallit, the Iranian girl, she said that Muslims, she said Islam is a radical religion, and there's moderate Muslims and shit, and those ones are the peaceful ones because they don't follow their religion. And that's false. Most Muslims, they follow their religion. They believe in Sharia law, and they don't commit terrorism. We believe fully in our religion. We don't leave parts out like Christianity. We're not like that. We don't have a bunch of different denominations. We're just Orthodox. That's like, and we take it all seriously,
So
just like a
the
Mormon did. So like that's just wrong. So billions of people that's taking the book seriously, they're not committing terrorism. That just proves we're not a terrorist religion. And Sean B, I think yeah, I'm mourning 9/11 with you, but you need to mourn them while going against who actually did 9/11 instead of just blaming the Muslims. You got indoctrinated for 30 years. They took out they took like $10 trillion from you going to war against Islam. They made you do that to secure Israel. Israel did 9/11.
Did Israel also do the 1993 bombing?
Which one is that? They most
Wait,
likely
wait,
did.
wait, wait. You said Israel
Most
did?
likely they did. Most likely they did.
Most likely. Okay, most likely they did. Why would they do that exactly?
Yeah,
The
False flag
1993
attack.
bombing.
False
What do you
flag.
know
Hold
about
on.
the
What do you
Just on
got?
a welcome,
1993 bombing?
First of
hold
all,
on.
the
I'm
1993
Yo,
confused.
was I
hold
bombing.
on,
going
What is
next
that?
or no?
hold on, hold
Was
on a
the
second.
93
I
bombing?
just
What
want to
was that?
welcome
Who was
I
it
thought there was a
perpetrated
queue.
by?
new voices to the stage. Brad came in being quiet. Denominator being quiet. Shipwreck, welcome to the stage. Just want to welcome you guys. Beth, welcome you guys to the stage. And the people in the audience, we love you guys. Punch those tickets in. This
I
is the
just want to
Masculine Mansion. We have good conversations.
I'm just
So am I
confused about
next in
one
the
thing,
queue, KP, or
KP.
no?
Hold on. I'm confused. Someone said 9/11 was caused by Israel, and then there was a couple other things, and I think Dope was in there asking a couple questions too that didn't get answered. And then you said that, and then you said possibly they were, or probably they were.
He said the 93 bombing. Yeah, I said most. What is the 93 bombing? Was it perpetrated by
So you
Muslims?
wait, stop there, stop. You just didn't even know what the 93 bombing was, but you said most likely it was the Jews
Yeah,
without any fucking
exactly.
knowledge of it. I'm not going to
Exactly.
take you seriously anymore. Like this is done. We don't need
False
to
flag
engage this.
attacks. Well, Israel, they've done a lot of false flag attacks. That's why.
Move them
Like
to
their
the goo.
history is known. They've done like.
All right.
Do you know what the U.S. Liberty is?
So Reinhardt, you had your
The
chance to speak.
Lavon
Lover,
affair. The
Lover, you got
Lavon
the
affair.
mic. Lover's got the
So
mic.
yeah,
Lover's
Okay,
most
got the
cool.
mic.
likely, if there's
Shut
Lover's got the
Reinhardt.
anything like
mic.
Shut the
that,
fuck up, you Nazi
Reinhardt,
scumbag.
Reinhardt, be quiet, mute up, let
Okay,
Lover
cool.
go, and then
Uh,
Augustus and Shepwreck are on stage. We'll give them a chance.
I'm literally just gonna read this and then I'll be done. Sir, chapter 9, verse 29 in the Quran. fight those who do not believe in Allah in the last days, nor comply with Allah and His Messenger, have forbidden nor embraced the religion of truth from among those who were given the scriptures, until they pay the tax, willingly submitting, fully humbled.
The jizya is system it's a tax that's first of all cheaper than normal tax.
No,
Second
it's
of
not.
all,
Oh my
Zakat
first of
god.
is a
all, it
lot. Zakat is
allows
a
it
lot.
allow. By the way, I have
Zakat
to
is a
protect
lot
you.
less than
I
fucking
have
jizya.
to protect you. Zakat is different than jizya. Jizya is for the
No,
non-Muslim.
zakat is for the Muslim and jizya is for the non-Muslim. And there's no limit.
Exactly.
There's
I
no limit.
protect non-Muslims. I protect
There
you.
is no limit on how much you can tax for jizya. You fucking idiot. The Ottomans fucking taxed between fucking 50 and 70% to the disbelievers. You fucking idiot.
That's a lie. They tax like 10%.
Right on.
I
Hey, I want to
I
That's
push
a
have
back
to
lie.
on Reinhardt real
protect
That's
quick.
a lie.
Reinhardt,
non-Muslims.
That's
is it
I
bullshit.
isn't your
have
God?
to.
On
Is it
jizya, you
I
isn't your
fucking
have
God?
scumbags.
to
Hold
I
on.
hope you
protect them with
exterminate
my
all the
life.
fucking Muslims. Hitler killed the
I have
wrong
a
people.
question for
He should
Reinhardt. I
have
want to
killed
Fuck
all
push
the
back on
you,
fucking
you
Reinhardt real
Muslims.
stupid
quick.
fucking bitch.
Reinhardt, isn't it true that your God
It's you bunch of
Mohammed is a
fucking
fucking
revert
rat?
piece of
Isn't
shits.
he the one who fucked
He
6-year-old?
definitely killed the
Isn't that
right
what your
people.
The
God did?
fuck
To
up,
fuck a
Reinhardt, you
6-year-old?
fucking revert.
Your fucking God's a
That's
goddamn
why he
man.
Okay,
killed them.
hold
He
on,
knew what he was
guys,
talking about.
guys. Let's have a civil conversation. We don't need to sit here and bitch at each other. Have a
You know,
conversation
Kay,
because there's
Kay,
other people. Hold on a second. Because there's other people in the room that don't know about Islam, and we want to learn
my
about these topics.
my
So I'm just
father,
You
my
asking
want
you
to hear about
father,
questions.
Muhammad raping
my
kids or
father
Allah
is an
saying it's okay to rape
apostate.
babies?
My father is an apostate, and he
Yeah, the
talks
Talmud.
exactly
We'll
like
talk
they
about the
do.
guy's rape kit.
And Sarah, he's like Sarah. He basically
You know the
hates
Jewish.
Islam so much. He's an apostate. My own father, right?
Good for him.
Okay. Well, he talks the same way that Sarah does. Okay.
Can I
So
go
if
after Shepard?
Okay,
I get the
what I'm trying to
hatred
get
you
to,
have.
Shut the fuck
what
up,
I'm trying
horrible.
to get,
It's not
what I'm trying to get
hating,
to,
it's waking up, bitch.
what I'm trying to get to. I'm a Christian, and I don't like to shout
MashaAllah.
over people that try to learn Christianity or hear about Christianity. So I don't want you guys to be just bulldogging and five people talking shit at one time because that argument could be a good argument. So please slow down, guys. One mic.
KP, can
Okay.
I ask you something about
Lover, lover,
Christianity?
Yes, ma'am.
lover, are you Sunni?
What?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me
What
ask
do you want
KP
to
a
ask?
question. I want to ask you a
Yes,
question
ma'am.
about Christianity. I think this will give you guys a little bit of understanding of difference between Christianity and Islam. So in Christianity, what is the promise? If you're a good Christian, when you die in afterlife, who are you going to be reunited with? If you had a family, you had a wife, you had kids, who are
What's
they
my
going
God and
to
Savior? Well, my God and Savior and family.
and your family, right? In
Correct.
Islam, if you're a good Muslim, they'll give you 75 underage
No, they don't. Not
virgins.
Hey, dude,
underage.
this is not.
They're
It's in
not underage.
fucking
They're
Quran.
not
Shut
underage.
the fuck up, you
They're not
retard.
underage. It
They
never
get
says
they
underage. Yeah,
promise
I'm getting
you.
my virgins.
They
Yeah,
say they say
I'm
if you
definitely
want, you
getting
can
my
have your
virgins,
wife
but they're
back.
not underage.
Hey,
They say
Reinhardt,
you
shut
I
the
can
don't
fuck
have
up.
have
my
your
wife.
wife
Shut the fuck
back.
up,
We do
Reinhardt.
get our
We
Shut the
wife.
can
fuck up.
make your wife young and you can have her back, but you also have the
We can
option to
have our
give up
wife.
on your wife and
Reinhardt,
pick
shut
up
the fuck up.
72 versions. That's the difference between Christianity and Islam.
You
I'm
said
not
75, now it's
anti-religion.
72. Make up your mind.
72, 72. You know that. What are you gonna deny it? It's not in Islam. Just say we don't practice that part of it. That was old days. That's what my mom says.
If you
What you
want, of
gonna try?
course.
You're gonna
And
deny what's in the fucking book now?
Islam says the
no.
people in heaven are ages 33. That's what age we're gonna be at, and your wife is gonna be 33, and you're gonna be 33. Your
That's not
virgins are
in
most likely
Quran.
gonna be.
That's
It
probably a
is.
hadith
Yeah, it's
from
in the hadith.
from somewhere you pulled out.
Okay,
No,
and the
no, no, no,
virgins
no.
aren't in the
They
Quran
talk
either.
about versions, and if
Yes,
they were fucking
there are
girls
no
at
70
9,
virgins in the Quran.
listen. If at
There are no
Muhammad
70
time there were
virgins in the
fucking
Quran. Yes,
girls
there is.
at 9 and 10,
That's not
if
in
they
the
were
Quran.
fucking girls at 9 and
That's
10,
not in the
then
Quran.
their versions are not 32
That's
because
not in the Quran. That's
In
not in Quran.
Islam, a woman who's 30, they call her retired.
All right, bitch.
All right, so
Whatever.
let's
Reinhardt,
Whoa, whoa.
Damn.
The reward
Hey,
basically
hey, 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 hold
is
on. This is
not
Sig's
in.
room.
Hey, if I
Hey,
can't cook
hold
and
on.
everybody
If
can
you guys
cook and
talk,
I
I'm just
can't,
gonna mute you or move you down so you won't be part of it. This is Sig's room. So like I know he must be away from his phone or KP, both of them must be away. He doesn't like how this shit going on. He wanted one speaker, one topic. So you need to respect his room, his house. You're in his fucking house. So just remind yourselves of that on all sides. I frankly don't give a shit about like this particular discussion, but I'm going to make sure that his room is respected in his house. You guys can have it one speaker at a time and do it in the order in which he said it. Otherwise, don't get in your feelings. It's not about your fifis. And if you're letting a woman fucking get you all off air square because you're sad because your sky daddy doesn't have a big enough dick or set of balls, I can't help you. And I frankly don't give a shit what religion you're in. So I'm definitely not the guy you want to have an argument with. So keep it civil and just follow
And
Sig's rooms.
I don't know who the fuck called Sarah a bitch. Don't do that shit
That
ever
was
fucking
Reinhardt.
again.
KP, that
Reinhardt
was
did it. Kick
Reinhardt
him to the
once
Don't
again.
do
audience.
that shit.
Kick
all right.
Reinhardt to
Because
the
So
you
can
audience.
already been
people
in the
cuss at
audience
me?
already. Don't do that shit.
Can people cuss
Thank you,
at me or
Kippy.
This
anybody
is
else?
Stig's fucking house, his room. We're not gonna do that shit. We can have a civil debate.
All right.
We're
What
not
about
gonna
when they called me a
disrespect each other.
Nazi? What about when they
See,
called me
now
a
you're
Nazi?
talking. I didn't actually say anything. I'm telling you the rules. If you read up the fucking rules, because guess what? I'm about to go pour a drink in a minute, and it's gonna be some sloppy ass shit. Now I'm telling you the fucking rules.
Reinhardt, what he's saying is you're the demi in this room, so shut the fuck
Apply
up.
the rules to all.
Hey,
That's what I'm
no.
saying.
I
No,
was
you're a
trying to
third
get a
class
debate
citizen.
though.
You're the
Everyone
fucking
has the
you are the
rules.
demi in the room. You're the third
Apply the
class
rules to
citizen.
all.
No, we're not. We're applying it as if you're a fucking demi. You're a third class citizen. You
No.
don't
But
have the
You're
same
the
rules
only
as
person that
you
we
don't
had
have
to
the same
talk
rules
to.
as Christians.
that's a tad bit
Oh,
unfair. Yeah,
okay.
he shouldn't have called her the B word, but I was trying to follow the debate, and it was not an interjection. You feel me? Every time the dude was trying to get something out. I mean, come on now. I mean, it does happen. Some people do get frustrated. Don't call her the B word, but still allow him to get his point out. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that is real.
Yeah, what Sharmuta
Yeah,
said
it's
was
no problem
basically
with a debate at all. We can have a debate. We're adults, so stop it.
Sharmuta is
Yeah, but a debate
essentially
requires
someone who
one
got
person
touched
to
by
get
a
Sharmuta
their
Catholic
means
thought
son
priest.
of
out.
a whore. It means son of
Then
a whore.
listen. No. A debate requires one person to get their thought out completely, then they silence the mic and yield it. Then the other person gets their point out completely, then they yield the mic. It's not like I'm halfway
Yeah, but
through my point, you
Charleston, we're not
cut in
giving equal
constantly.
rules
Like,
and
come
like
on, let's be
rights to
real.
fucking Muslims in here because they will
Look
not
what
give
you
it to
just did
us.
right now to me, though. You feel me, right? You couldn't help yourself
No,
because you
we
have no
will.
self
We
control.
will. No, I don't care you Muslim or Christian or gay or whatever the hell you is. You have a right to have a fucking argument. It's cool. We're
Oh,
not
so
going to
that's an
over
argument.
talk
Go ahead.
each other.
Well, fuck it. Let's argue at each other. Now, argument, people gonna call each other bitches and hoes and
We
faggots and
can
everything
have
else, right? That's
a
what arguments
ruckus,
come to.
ruckus, ruckus. No, you can have a debate. No problem. Stop being uncivilized. Pick your fucking knuckles up off the ground and have a debate. And I'm trying to be nice right now. It's early in the day. I'm trying my best to be civilized with you guys.
I'll make
Yeah. So
dua for the Sharmuta here because essentially she is like a Catholic who
Call
grew
her.
up in the church.
Call her a son of a whore one more fucking time and see what happens. You piece of shit.
What's
So
her name?
KP,
Sarah?
when he
Sarah.
calls her a sharmuta, he's calling her a son of a whore. That's what he's calling Sarah.
What? I thought that was
So
her name.
he's
I
calling her a
apologize. Was it
bitch,
Sarah?
actually.
He's calling
No.
Sarah in
Let
Arabic
me
a
see
son of a whore.
Sarah.
Sharmuta in my
Sarah.
name. But listen,
so
I'm okay
here's
with
the
them
deal. Let's
acting
move
like
on. Let
this.
yeah.
She's a.
Let hold on. Yo, real quick,
Say
guys. Real quick.
sharmuta one more time. Horrible.
So here's the deal. If someone called you a name out in the real world,
But you
you're
can
gonna
call
have to
names
suck.
against Islam, though.
Here's the thing,
I'm okay,
bro.
Sig. Let them do it.
Bro,
They're
But why
showing what
wouldn't he call
Islam is
names
like.
against
yo,
her if
why
he
the
calls
fuck am
names
I getting
against Islam?
interrupted? Why the fuck am I getting interrupted? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I've been nothing but respectful. I even yielded my mic at times to let you guys speak. So again, we're all big boys and girls. If someone called you a bitch or a retard or whatever name out in the real world, you're gonna have to suck it up, man. It just is what the fuck it is, man. Learn to get over it and learn to fucking just jab back and stick on topic, man.
Well, I was just going off of what KP said. not to call her to
Yeah,
be
I
with
mean,
you.
here's the thing though. I mean, and if you're constantly cutting people off, like yeah, you're being a bitch. It just is what it is. People typically are going to call your name based on how you act, man. It just is what it is. So again, stop cutting people off. Let people fucking finish. She's a big girl. She called him a retard back, so she's got it. She's good. She ain't hurt. She ain't got no bruises, scars, cuts, scratches, nothing. She's all right. She's a big girl. She's good. Um, so I think I know Gus is on the phone. I know Shepwrecked, Ali, MOG, you guys are on deck. What's going on? You guys want to chime in?
Yeah, drop something in there if I was next.
Go right, yeah,
The
go right
only
ahead,
reason
man.
I
Yo,
jumped
Sig,
in
go ahead,
Sig
man.
is because so many people is over talking each other. You can't hear shit.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, but I mean, people are gonna call each other retards and assholes, and I mean, it just is a suck it up and punch jab back, but just stay on topic, man. You know, it is what it ain't a big deal. We're all big boys and girls here, but Shepwreck, yeah, go ahead, brother. You got it.
Gotcha,
Welcome, man.
brother.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. I
Master
think
Shepard.
I think we could all agree that the world would be a much better place if Christians followed their religion more closely and Muslims didn't. I mean, that's kind of what it
I
is. I
agree.
mean, spent a lot of time in the Middle East, about 4 years of my life. Met a lot of nice Muslims. I met a lot who tried to take me off the planet. So I just, from my talks with those people, the moderates were the people who would have you in their house. They would want to drink chai with you. They'd feed you. You know what I mean? It's the people who are following more closely, unfortunately, were the ones who gave us the most trouble.
Well,
But that's
shipwreck,
just my thoughts on it.
shipwreck. I say that all the time.
Weren't you invading their country?
If people were to actually act like Christians, and like the whole world was Christians, we'd have a utopia. If everybody was, if people acted more like Muhammad, then we would have more ISIS.
So
But
I
you're
would
invading
highly,
their country. So
yeah, I
like,
would highly
who you?
argue that because again, I think it's Christians and Muslims are in the same boat. Is that if
Yep.
either two closely followed what their book told them to do, they both be horrendous fucking
The
religions. They'd be have a
teachings
lot
of
of horrible.
Jesus or the teachings of Muhammad.
No, the teachings of the Bible. If you've read the Bible cover to cover, there's some.
But
I don't care about the new. You can't throw out the baby with the bathwater just because you don't like. So again, if you
And
read
we
both the
love
old and
Isa, sallallahu wasallam.
if
We
you
love Isa. We
Isa
love
means
Isa
semen of a
more than
stallion.
Christians. More than Christians.
so again, I don't understand why the fuck
You
I'm being
can
cut off.
take the Old Testament and throw it out. Stop it.
Yo, Sig,
Yeah,
what's up, man? It's been a
I'm with
while.
what's up? So again, the point is that there's horrible things in the Christian Bible. There's horrible, horrendous things in the Muslim Quran. My
Sig, have you
experience
read
is that.
Quran?
So, short answer is no, I have not read the entire thing, but I've read enough excerpts to say that there's some horrible shit in that book as well. And there's some horrible shit in the Bible as well. So again, let's give both religions the benefit of the doubt. You're throwing your thumbs down. I'm sorry, but I had a room probably about 2 months ago where we went over the verse that said if you get caught raping a woman, you must buy her for 50 shekels and she becomes your property. And that woman has
That's
no
not
say so
in
after
Well,
that.
in
being
That's not
Islam,
in
they
our book.
killed that
after
woman
being
because it was the woman's
well,
right.
fault to get raped.
Right. So again, like I said, my point is there's horrendous shit in both books. But the majority of Christians I've ran into don't subscribe to the horrible shit, and they're good people. The vast majority of Muslims I've ran into don't subscribe to the horrible shit in their book, and they're very, very great people, both Christians and fucking Muslims together. So I think we need to be honest and say that the majority of these people aren't following the horrendous shit and don't subscribe to the horrendous shit, let alone most of them don't even know about the horrendous shit in either of these fucking books. So again, to paint the majority of both subscribers of both religions as horrible people, I think that's inherently false, man. It's inherently false.
Sig,
when
does
it talks about the
Christianity
people
say
having
take over the world? Hold on. Does Christianity say take over the world and kill everyone? That's the
USG
Render
purpose
Yes,
to
of
spread
Islam.
the
yes, it
seed.
USG.
Yeah.
does.
It
Where do
does
you
That's
think
say
the
they
It
got
does.
the
purpose
where do you
of
think they
Islam.
got the motivation from the for the fucking crusades? Yes. Christians have in large numbers brutally slaughtered fucking people in the name of their religion. They don't do that anymore, so I give them credit, just like the Muslims. They don't do that
Muslims
anymore,
are
the vast
doing it. What do you
majority.
mean
they
they're
don't
not
do it
doing it?
in Syria,
They're not doing it
No,
in Iran.
the
They're
vast
not doing
majority,
it in
Iran.
Afghanistan.
dude, there's
Okay,
tens
Sarah.
Name
Who
of
a
blew up
millions.
the
country.
Druids? It was Israel. Israel blew
So,
up the Druids in Syria.
so again, the vast overwhelming majority of Muslims don't practice that heinous shit. Are there entities that do? Just like you got the Westboro Baptist Church and Christians, but I don't link the vast overwhelming majority of Christians to that type of ideology. You have your extremists in both fucking religions. and they follow
You
shit
know, I
to the
love
T on that
you.
book.
Hey,
I look at you like a
can I
brother.
say
I
something,
really
please?
love you. But let me tell you something. This type of
And I was speaking after
comment is the same as is as dangerous as those woke lefties that they make
How
those
is it dangerous? How is what I'm saying
him.
dangerous
dangerous?
Hold on,
because
let her
Islam
speak.
has one purpose, and that's to take over the world. There has not been any changes to Islam as far as that. There has been none. That's why every morning in Iran, in Syria, in all these countries, they march death to America, death to Israel, death to the West. Their problem with the West and Israel and all of that is because they're not Muslim.
No, that's
That's their
not why.
problem.
Okay.
Can
Sarah,
I go, Sig,
let
please?
me
Can
tell
I
you
go, Sig?
something. No, you
Sig,
can
can
go
I
after
go?
Reinhardt,
me.
shut the fuck up.
You can
Sig,
go
can I
after
go?
me. Excuse me, sir.
I was supposed to go
Sig,
after
can you
You,
make an
Shipwreck.
order? What's the order?
is my mic on mute or something here? What's going on
We
here?
can hear you, KP. Reinhardt's just
Oh,
being
okay. Thank you.
disrespectful.
I'm not being
Sarah,
disrespectful. I'm asking for a turn.
Sit in your cuck chair and shut the fuck up
when,
while KP talks. KP.
All right,
thank you, sir.
faggot.
No, we're not going to do that. When Moses went up to go get the tablets, we killed women and children when he came back down. We did some horrendous shit, slaughtering babies, if you read the scripture of Christianity.
The Jews
So
did that.
Sig is correct. We did some heinous shit. Killing babies, killing women. Yeah, we did some fucked up shit. There you go. Go read your scripture.
I agree with that. I look,
Sig,
KP,
can
I
I
have a
go?
minor in religion of history, and I know about the wars. The two religion that has killed more people under the name of religion is Islam and
Mhm.
Christianity. I know that. I've
So
studied this.
you're
However,
indoctrinated.
however, in modern
You're
day,
indoctrinated
Christianity
slave.
and Islam, they're not the same anymore.
Yeah, the West is attacking Islamic countries unprovoked for Israel. Actually, they're
Who
doing
built
it
the
for
first
Israel.
temple?
So
Can
can I
I?
make
I
my
was supposed to
point?
go after Shipwreck.
So
Are we
so
doing
that
the
one
queue or
guy
are we just
shipwreck, he
doing
said that one
popcorn?
guy shipwreck said, "Oh yeah, the moderate Muslims they invite me
We
to
can
their
do.
home, and the crazy ones they try to kill
When
me."
this guy get
This guy
done
was
talking,
invading
yeah, we're
their
gonna go
country.
popcorn because
This
he
guy
gonna.
was.
Okay.
Can I make my point? This guy was invading
No,
Absolutely
you
not.
their
already gave your
country.
tiny little point. It's a millimeter long.
They were
Shut the fuck up. I'm
they
so
invaded
bored with
their
you,
country, so
Reinhardt. Go
obviously
away.
they're gonna fight back.
I
And
told you he's
you
not
guys
gonna
want to
stop
talk
talking.
about scripture? You guys want to talk about scripture? How about the Jewish scripture that says Jesus is burning in shit and hell, and his mother is a whore? What do you
That's a
guys? Do you
Talmud.
guys
That's
look
not a
at Jesus?
scripture. That's
That's the
not a
Talmud.
scripture.
That's their highest.
That is
That's
in the
that's
Talmud.
their
It's not in the
scripture. The
scriptures, you
Talmud is
fucking
their
retard.
scripture. The
No, it's
Talmud is
not.
like their gospel. It's like their gospel.
No, it's not.
It is. It is.
It's
Yeah, when
scholarly
David.
interpretations
It's
and
their
writings, you
rabbis.
fucking
It's
idiot.
their highest.
It's
It's
no
like
different than
Mahavir.
tafsir, you fucking idiot.
It's how they. Yeah, exactly. It's how they interpret the
I
Torah.
would
The
tell
Jews
you.
don't
I
It's
have
would
how
tell
they
you
tafsir.
this,
interpret the
sir.
Torah. They use the Talmud to. It's the basis of their religion. It's how they interpret the Torah. They can't use it
I'm
without
gonna
it.
tell you how some fucked up shit is.
The Torah is what they learn in
If
Jewish. The
my
Talmud is
name is
what they learn in
David,
Jewish
I
Reinhardt, why
school.
are
built
you
this
talking?
whole temple. Watch this. And Sig is my closest. Honestly, Sig is my closest friend ever I had on this fucking planet. And I sent him on the fucking lines so I can fuck his wife. That's how dirty shit is in the Bible. When David did that shit, send his best friend out there to go die so he can fuck his wife. We all have dirt in our shit, but no one wants to talk about it. Oh, everybody's quiet now.
Dirt and shit. I love it. Well, they better be quiet because you're the mod talking. No one better be interrupting you, KP. You
I
know.
don't think
So do
Uriah
you
was
guys
his
like the
best friend
Talmud?
though. It was one of his soldiers. But I understand your sentiment.
That was his best friend.
It doesn't imply that in the Bible.
It does.
Can you show me scripture? I know
He
what scripture
talks
you're talking
about
about.
him constantly.
I know
Also,
exactly
we
what you're talking about though, where he sent the guy to the front lines to die because he fell in love with the old dude's wife. I get it, and God punished him afterwards. I get it. I know the story, but it wasn't his best friend though.
We
It was one of his.
affirm
Okay,
the
It was one of his
Injil.
soldiers.
We
okay. You
affirm
know what?
the.
I'm not gonna do this shit with you. I'm not gonna do it. No, that
It's
was
the
his
truth,
best
dog.
friend. It's been
I'm
said
gonna
in
fact check you. I got
several
you.
scriptures.
I'm
Hey,
pretty
KP,
sure David's best
I had a
friend
question.
was Saul's son, but I'm not here to do biblical theology. The whole point of this discussion, the only reason we're talking about religion was because and Reinhardt just left. What the fuck?
It was
I'm
Reinhardt
glad he's
Saul.
gone.
talking in the
Saul didn't come
comments.
around. Saul didn't come
Reinhardt
along.
was talking in the comments about basically, well, it wasn't him, but along with some other people, were talking about Islam. There was some dude who said Bin Laden was a good person or some bullshit like
I
that,
said it was
and I don't know if he
misunderstood.
still misunderstood. That puts it all in context. The guy who fucking helped kill 3,000 people in our country 24 years ago was just misunderstood. And if you don't believe that, you're just gonna blame it on the Jews. Yeah, fuck off. So yeah, these people are trying to essentially justify radical Islamists by saying they weren't that bad, and if they did bad things, it was the Jews' fault. Just like some people are trying to blame the Jews for Charlie Kirk getting killed. So that's just, isn't it amazing, guys? I love
I
this
mean, to
app.
Now,
the
I just want to
yeah.
argue this one because Ruckus said that was not his best friend.
Well, it's not though. And I put it in the chat for you though. It wasn't his best friend.
Okay.
It was one of his
Find the
most trusted
scripture that they
soldiers.
were not close brothers.
It was one of his. It was one of his most trusted soldiers, bro. It was, that was it.
You know what that means? Most trusted soldier.
One of them. One of like 32 of them. I put it in the chat for you, dog.
Okay. What scripture? Chapter, verse.
It's in the chat for you though. But it's 2 Samuel 11 and First
Okay,
Chronicles
let's
11.
look it up. Let's look it up. You can go ahead and read it.
All right.
Yeah,
No,
I
go
put it.
ahead.
I
Yeah,
put it in
let's
They
let's
grew up
move.
like
No,
brothers.
just click
Wait,
the link.
How did you
Yeah,
get to
let's
this
move
point?
on.
Wait,
Yeah,
how did
let's
you
move
get
on,
It's
to?
not even a
guys.
big deal though.
So
Just
yeah, why are we
all
even
Yeah, it's
talking
not a
about
big
this
deal.
right
Brad,
but you
now?
want to
Yeah,
double
it's not
down
a
Brad,
on
big
Wait,
Brad,
deal.
Hold
hold on.
on,
One
holy
mic's
shit,
Brad.
dude, chill. Sig, how did your room go
shut
from
up.
Charlie Kirk to 72 virgins and the Jews are responsible for global warming?
Yeah,
Because he's
it's
a Nazi
I love
atheist.
Sarah.
Yeah, fuck.
I love Sarah more than she hates me. Okay,
but
that's
here,
all
here,
I
Buy
need
here,
to
Marty,
say.
yourself a
here.
long,
dog
are
and a
you in
blow up
East
doll.
Coast or
Get a
West
box of
Coast?
tissues and a
Yeah, it's
jar
been
of
all
Be
kind
fucking.
of
y'all
fucked
be
KP,
up.
weird
hold
as
on a
fuck today,
moment, man.
man.
Tip that glass a minute. Dude, I can't help you if Sarah's not returning your favor. Get yourself a jar of Vaseline, some Kleenex, a fucking dog that'll be excited when you get home, and watch some porn and have a good fucking time. Sig, what direction do you want your room going fucking in? Because I'm postponing mine because you helped me out such a great deal. I'm here to support you in any way you can, but it seems like you're going through biblical approaches and back and forth on Muslims and Jews. Again, what direction do you want your room going in, bud?
Yeah, I get it. Some people think that Israel's behind Charlie Kirk's death. There's just no evidence of that. You believe what you want to believe, put your tinfoil hat on, but I don't know. There's just, to me, there's no evidence pointing that Israel has anything to do with this. I think
Correct.
it's asinine. But hey, believe what you want to believe, man. But yeah. So what's going on, Doc? MOG, welcome to the stage. Beth, what's going on? I want to give those three a chance to speak. So, but yeah, the room is Charlie Kirk, a true American hero. I think Charlie Kirk was a hero. Charlie Kirk was the spearhead of First Amendment rights and freedom of speech, no matter how controversial the topic was. And I think Charlie Kirk did a great job over the past over decade of reminding Americans how important freedom of speech is. And to the point, the man sacrificed his life to send that message out. So, in my opinion, Charlie Kirk is a true American hero, spearhead warrior for First Amendment rights and freedom of speech, and just having the conversation and also promoting civility. That hey, we can have these conversations without being violent. We have a common goal. There's multiple ways to get there, multiple ways to skin the cat, multiple paths to take. But we're all Americans, and we should all celebrate that, and that's what our common goal should be. So, salute to Charlie Kirk. To salute to his family, and yeah, just a hell of a fucking American, man. We should be reminded every day.
And everyone, please pray for the family. That's
I would,
horrible.
I would ask you, like, Sig, did you listen to like Donald Trump give his like speech for 9/11 from the Pentagon today?
No, not yet. I haven't had a chance. Had a chance to even click on it yet.
Oh, bro, it's a tear fucking jerker.
Oh boy.
And shout out
You have
to
a link for it?
Hey guys, can you hear me okay? I got breaking
yeah, loud and
news.
clear. Yep, loud and clear, Sean B. Loud and clear.
Going
We
through the
have
chat. Gotcha.
I just got a notification on Scanner Radio. It's a police scanner. Over tens of thousands currently it was tens of thousands. It's about 7,500 listeners right now in Boulder City Police. The report is a Fairview High School, Southern Hills Middle School, in Boulder on lockdown due to armed men in area. That's a current report that
Oh man,
is now
Jesus
gaining
Christ.
multiple listeners. So we got another fucking shit going on in fucking good old Colorado. Because yesterday there was three people critically injured. I forget if it's one of them was the shooter. Beth is here. She might have more information because I know she was bringing that
Well,
attention.
the answer is the shooter actually killed themselves. One of the children that was like injured had been released, and one is still in critical.
Yeah, so that was
The
something that
fuck?
happened yesterday as well. That was
What?
barely reported on.
There
And
was
now
a
we have a
school
new one.
shooting yesterday?
Now we
Yeah,
have
Yes.
one
about 30.
now,
It's
right
about
now.
30 minutes after
Jesus.
Charlie Kirk got shot.
Yep.
Because I was in Brad's room and he was talking about the girl that was on the subway that got stabbed. And then it was like instantly
Oh,
a trick over
it,
that
yeah,
Charlie
you,
got shot. I was like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm sorry,
you,
Brad. I
you,
had to leave. It
you,
was just too much.
Ukraine. Yeah, her name was Ukraine or something of that nature.
So I'm sorry, brother. I had to leave.
So yeah, now we got one in Boulder City, possibly another incident. School's on lockdown, but nothing else reported yet. But a ton of people are listening right now.
Because, when I left out of your room, Brad, I called Sid. He didn't answer. And I called Keegan. It's like, this is a fucked up ass day.
I don't know why you're calling Keegan. What were you gonna
Well,
do?
he's
Like,
always cool with me. He cool.
oh,
That's my guy.
what, was his
And
wife
then
telling
we
you?
had our backroom chat. Yo, what the fuck is going on
Excuse
with
me.
people?
Why was Charlie Clark an American hero? If you don't mind me asking.
Charlie Kirk, not Charlie Clark.
Be-
It's not Clark Kent.
because all he ever did was speak the
Cap,
First Amendment,
Captain,
and he never
Captain Kirk,
threatened
Captain Kirk,
anybody,
Charlie.
and he got killed for it, for his freedom of speech.
He got killed from being someone who had a lot of bad ideologies, and he was a racist, and he was a bigot, and he
Okay,
did a
how
lot of
was
hate
he a
speech.
racist?
All
How
right,
was he a
So
try to
racist?
someone there was a lot.
rationalize what you're saying right now. I'd like to hear
All
your
right,
How
side
was
the
of
he a
it.
reason how he was
racist?
I'll tell
I'm
you
gonna
right
go
now.
on
Yeah.
mute.
Be quiet.
Okay. Cool.
He was racist because
No, we're
he
gonna
was
have a
going
talk.
around the country.
We're gonna,
He was going once again. You asking me a question. Why can't I say my response?
Well,
you had the
fucking
Thank
say
floor.
it
you.
and stop bitching, you dummy.
The only
Well,
one
there was
bitching is
other
your
people
mother.
talking, so I
Then
didn't know
fucking get the
you
fuck off
can
the
hear
stage
me.
if you're gonna
Hey,
All
get
right,
guys,
aggressive.
yo,
guys,
yo,
guys, stop,
all
stop,
Sean,
right,
shut
stop,
the
everybody,
stop.
fuck up,
let
you
let
white
him
piece
talk,
of
man.
shit.
Yo,
Yo,
everybody
I
mute
have
Hold
up.
on,
patience
Everybody
because
mute up. Hold
guys,
on, hold
it's
on,
guys.
hold
September
on,
11th,
hold
No,
on, man.
motherfucker.
Yo, KP,
Yeah,
stop,
because we're
stop,
tired of you
stop,
white fucking
stop.
supremacists. You're gonna get a bullet in
Fuck
your
Okay,
head, you
you,
white
resistance,
bro.
bitch.
I'm
resistance.
not a
Yo, yo,
supremacist.
yo, yo, Sean B, chill, chill. Yo, the more we stay on this petty bullshit, the longer the conversation takes. Resistance. Why do you think Charlie Kirk is a racist? Why do you have your
I don't
views?
think Charlie Kirk was a racist. Charlie Kirk was a racist. And once again, he was going around the country and abroad spilling Israeli and American propaganda about Muslims. He clearly stated on thousands of occasions how Islam has no place in American society, that we don't have values. He said that Muslims, majority, raise their children as terrorists. This is things that came out of his mouth. He's a
okay.
fucking racist.
Let me ask you this question. Where on this planet Earth is there a country, a Muslim, that's a religion? Judaism is a religion. So how is he racist? I rest my case, Your Honor.
Your case is fucking derailed. Stupid prosecutor, and he lost the case.
Hey, KP,
What does a
stop
religious
laughing
faith
and
have nothing to
reload.
do? Have to do with, once again, that he's saying people who identify in that faith cannot adapt to American culture. We don't have a place here.
And what he's
That is
no,
racist.
it's not
That's not
racist.
racism,
That's not
sir. That's not
racist.
racism. I'm sorry. No, it's
Dislikes
not.
he dislikes
Fuck.
he dislikes a people because of their religion.
Then it's
That's
not
not
racist. Then it's
racism.
Yes,
not
it
racist, you
is.
fucking
Oh
dummy.
God.
Resistance. Someone
That's
could be
not
a white Muslim
racism.
and it would still apply to them, sir. Or
Exactly.
atheist.
He's not basing
So
it
it's
on
not
race. He's
race
basing
then.
it on religion.
Okay, so you're using
Again,
the
that's
wrong
not
word then.
racism, sir. Respectfully, you're wrong.
Yeah, definitionally you're wrong, resistance.
I hate
Oh,
Muslims
I'm right.
too. Does that make me racist?
Who care if you hate Muslims? You're a whore.
So again,
Or is a single
resistance,
mother
Wow.
that barely raised you?
resistance. So again, resistance. What we're trying to say is that you're trying to accuse a man of you're trying to
No.
accuse a man of racism, yet your argument is that he didn't like Muslims. By definition, by default, that does not make him a racist. It might make him anti-Muslim.
It makes him a racist.
This
Okay,
is the, yeah, it's not. It's
this is retarded. Go ahead, Tom.
yeah, it's the that's the thing. That's the problem. And I say this respectfully. When it
Once
comes to
again, I win this
individuals,
argument all the time.
when we come to these type of individuals who, even when like their reality or the world is letting them know they're mistaken, because they have they're stuck in their own ideology, their own reality. In order for like that would be in a sense for them to kind of rebuking what they actually perceive to be true. And to do that, they would have to admit that they're wrong. And they don't want to have to admit that they're wrong because that would destroy their whole ideology.
Facts.
Well,
So
your
again, if
ideology already crumbled because this ain't the whole world. This is a bunch of groups simping for a white supremacist.
simping for a white supremacy, you know what? Okay, what is
Yes,
simp? What is? Let's see. What does simping mean?
what you're
I'm,
doing. The
I
No, no,
definition
no,
is
wasn't
no.
you.
moving,
What
but
is what?
Thomas,
You're
I
wrong,
wanted
but
to
what
know
is
what he
simping?
meant by white supremacist because I want to know
That's
where
what I'm
Charlie
saying. That's
Kirk.
what I say. The man doesn't even understand definitions. He's just
Four
Yeah,
words.
emotionally going on a tirade about nothing. You can have
100%, Thomas.
Let
Hey,
me try
you can
resistance.
have a
100%.
you cannot like
Hey,
Charlie Kirk. You can say I don't like
let's
him. I
give
don't like what he
resistance
said.
a test of definitions, shall we?
Yeah, it's the sad part about it is that again.
Stop
Come
simping
on, make
for
me
him.
some food.
Uh, go ahead, bro.
So resistance. What makes him a white supremacist? Like, give me anything. If you can't, I'm just gonna move you down because clearly you're just up here
I
just to
don't care
say.
if you move it down, white boy. You're a
Okay, I'm
coward.
gonna
Let me engage with him. Let me engage with him if you got some
go ahead,
resistance.
freeze.
Right,
Been
Don't worry.
kicked
right,
out of
Don't
right
do
better
it,
here.
Brad.
places. What do I
Brad,
care
don't
if you
do it.
kick me
Don't
I
out,
do it.
doubt
white
I'm
boy?
I'm doubt I'm the coward
Yeah.
because
Brad, don't do it.
I created you. I'm your daddy. So I
No, you're a
mean,
white bitch, and you probably sucked a
you know
Jewish
what?
dick.
You really don't know who I am because I'll
Dude,
tell you what.
A
Brad,
I'm
white,
I
you're a
Brad,
white coward that sucked a Jewish dick, and you're simping for a white supremacist. That's who the fuck you are.
dude. I would knock
And
the
if you
salt
was
This
out
in
of
New
guy
you,
is
York,
and I
and
would
if
hilarious.
you
make you
was in New
skin this
York, I'll
video
knock
after I
your
got
fucking
done.
head off your block,
You ain't gonna do
pussy.
shit
You wouldn't
because
do
You're a
shit.
you
You
ain't
bitch.
wouldn't
doing
do shit.
nothing.
You're a
You're gonna eat
You
bitch.
hot
wouldn't do shit.
Cheetos
I'll
like
beat the
you
shit
like
out of
you
you,
you
especially you,
like.
Tom,
So
Uncle Tom. You're a
You
white
wouldn't do
boy.
shit.
let's raise the IQ level back to the conversation. Free. You got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what it is, and it's sad too because that's really what it boils down to. I don't think he's going to be intellectually there. He doesn't understand the words. He's basically saying we're coping for white spirits, basically trying to mourn over that. The logic you should start with resistance. Anybody else is see what we believe and why we believe what we believe and why we disagree with you. Charlie Kirk was not a white supremacist. He was a guy that had adamant traditional American values and beliefs that pretty much made our country strong. The reason why you're able to say the shit you're saying without really much retaliation resistance is because of people like him. Okay. Now, people like him will let you sit in their space, say what you want to say to the extremity you do, and you can leave that space without being harmed. To the contrary, people like you won't allow people in those spaces, and if they do get into your spaces, they'll likely be harmed in some way, doxxed, fired, harassed. And of course, at this point, up until being killed. This is the difference of the mentalities, but you'll understand that because you prefer this outcome over civility, where people can actually have discussions and disagree and leave and respect each other. Okay? That's a core American value that got us this far. And it's very important because it will take us further. Okay? I don't want people who will believe what you believe and agree with you to die. Okay? Because that actual diversity in thought allow us to actually prosper. It lets me think differently. It challenges me to sharpen my tools. Do I stand by what I really believe in, or am I just coping and following narratives? Do I really give critical thought to my own position? Do I challenge myself? That's kind of the space that people like Charlie Kirk created. And I wish you guys value that because we will continue to have a better society with that type of mentality. You guys, you want to destroy things. If it doesn't favor what you like, you'll destroy it. And what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up destroying yourselves. And I don't mean that hypothetically or symbolically. I mean that literally. It's just a matter of time before your opinion becomes the minority opinion, and then you're facing the same destiny. I'll land on that, but I wish you really take some consideration.
He's gone, bro. He ran out the room.
You know, you know damn well that he's not somebody who's going to change his mind, no matter what you say. Free, he's not going to come to the table and be, "Hey, I want to intellectually engage with you, Thomas, and everybody else on it." He's not going to say, "Hey, I want to sit down. What can be the possibility? How do we protect young girls on a subway car from fucking mental health attackers? How are we going to protect?" Like at least have people be able to go to a college and have a conversation with people who are supposed to be adults. This is your shooter, his mindset. I'm not saying he is the fucking assassin or whatever it is you want to, but that's the mindset that creates those weird attacks. You're
Well,
not
the
going to
thing
convert.
about it is, again, here's the thing. It's two things. He's unhinged, but he's either a coward or he's deluded, which is why he goes onto a social media app ranting and raving. I am pretty sure there are tons of people, if he's really in New York City, that harbor the same opinions that we may harbor. He's not running in their faces. He decides to get on the app so he can speak his mind. And you know what? More power to him. God bless him. If that's what he wants to do. But the reality is that I, to Free's point and to your point, Brad, these are the type of individuals that, and I don't want to judge what his ethnicity was because I didn't get a chance to ask him. But it makes certain groups. Let's say he is
You
Muslim,
know
right?
that's a nigga. Stop it. That's a nigga.
I was trying not to judge, but it
Nah, he's
makes people
like a
look
Puerto
at
Rican.
that type of group and look
He's
at
Puerto
us
Rican.
crazy. And I'm like, bro, come on, my guy. If you don't like him, let's have the conversation. When he's
Thomas,
sick, and we all.
so as a white guy, I'm not
That you know,
looking
though,
at
he's a Puerto
him
Rican
as
Muslim. His name used to be
dude, chill,
Resistance
chill,
Ivy.
chill.
He was iced out before that. He's always been a disruptor. Then now he's just a Muslim converted disruptor. And
Oh,
he been doing that since day one on the app.
Oh, see, like Thomas, I don't equate him to just because he's black or he's olive or I don't care if he's pink and polka dot. I'm not looking at him like that. I don't equate him to like you or anybody else. That's black. Like I don't let like that shit doesn't like even the guy who killed the girl on the subway. That's not the black men I know. No, if I was gonna go by race, fuck no. They would have beat that fucking piece of shit's ass. They would have held him out of the doors and let his face rub off on the subway walls while going 90 miles an hour down the tunnel. So like no, I mean I we would have went and fucking did it to his mother just for giving birth to that thing and not swallowing or taking anal. That's how fucking sick they would have been
Ooh.
pissed off at that shit. So like the men I know, no, we don't fuck around with that shit. We don't like that's not endemic. Like I don't get this whole week it's all white people and it's all black people. Like it really boggles my mind these days and I don't get why people want to insist on having that monolith approach when I don't look at Free, I don't look at you, I don't look at Sig, I don't look at KP, I don't look at anybody else and put them in there. I just put this idiot that was just up on that stage talking all that bullshit that it's racism because you don't like another religion because you can't actually fucking read or figure out shit. And what Charleston said about like his rhetoric or his like little wannabe, he's just another incel fucking group tard that's gonna probably grow up and say, man, I really wish I could get laid until he figures out
He's
he's
like
gonna
40.
Guarantee you, he's 40.
Okay.
He's like a Puerto
I'm
Rican
gonna
dude.
ask Brad a
No
question.
bullshit.
I'm gonna toss you a question because This was yesterday in your room in the PC. What the fuck happened? Because I've been in different rooms about a stabbing. What the hell happened?
There was a girl, a 110-pound fucking girl, that got off of work, got
Mhm.
jumped on a subway car, took a ride home, and some fucking piece of shit decided it
Oh,
was a cool
Jesus
idea
Christ.
to stab her with a folding buck knife. He pulled it out of his pocket, opened it up, and he just fucking stabbed her, and then walked down the subway
All
car.
right, that's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
what was really disturbing is the people that were seated around the poor girl. No one rushed over to help her. That's what bothers me most is we become
100%,
so
Brad.
desensitized that like she was crying, and in her final moments she was crying in her lap alone, not no
Yeah.
one even just holding her hand. That's what bothers me the most.
Yeah, I have a little bit different take on that. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Like for example, and I agree. In the perfect world, niggas would have put on the cape and rushed to her assistance as they should. I think what happens in these type of situations, especially people that ride the trains, and I say that respectfully, that they're probably accustomed to crazy shit happening on trains. And again, this isn't the first time. I mean, not the first time, something crazy has happened on trains. Crazy shit happens on trains all the time. And people become desensitized and they just mind their business. Now, again, I think that people did not realize she was stabbed initially. They didn't realize she was stabbed. I think they didn't realize she was stabbed until they saw blood, because I don't think the girl realized I saw the whole video, and it's fucking heartbreaking and gut wrenching to imagine that little girl getting on that bus, going home from wherever she was coming from. You know what I'm saying? To probably talk to her friends and family. Okay, to be butchered like that, realize she's dying, and start breaking down in tears, looking up in shock, breaking down in tears, and then dying by herself. That, like, again, that's why I think the entire United States of America stood up and say, "Yo, this is some bullshit." But to the patrons, I think they looked at it like they thought that this some crazy guy started beating on her and walked away. And they're like, "Oh snap, what was that?" Because we did see later on photos of people trying to help her, but at that point it was too late. And I think a lot of people don't want to interfere because they don't want to be prosecuted, because they see how some of these states decide to handle individuals that try to do the right thing and may not have the money to be able to hire a attorney to help protect them and things like that. So I try to give them a little bit of grace, but I do agree with the core of what you're saying, Brad.
Can I say something?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I was gonna say in like support of what Thomas said, these are like, kind of very traumatic, shocking events. Like it's usually most people will be shocked and not know what to do, at least for 20, 30 seconds if someone gets stabbed in front of them. There's also the fear of the person coming back, not knowing what's going on. Am I in danger? Like, so I don't, I mean, the whole thing was very sad, but I personally, I do give benefit of the doubt, just like you said, Thomas. It's the same thing with, let's say, someone having a cardiac arrest. On my graduation, our dean had a cardiac arrest. I am not kidding you. I think, and this is like a graduation, all the students are getting their doctorate degree, their MDs, their surgeons. There's all kind of, doctors, different type of doctors in that area. It took 15, 20 seconds for people to start running. Everybody was just staring like what is happening. So that is, that's very important, I think, for people to keep in mind, because I hear that a lot of people say I was, upset about the surrounding, but a lot of times people are in shock. And if you don't know the danger is completely gone, it is actually recommended not to do anything.
Didn't we have a situation recently, a couple of months ago, or was it a year ago, guys? Y'all remind me of it. Was it a subway situation too, where a guy was literally taking sexual advantage of a young woman on a fucking train, and everybody stood around and watched?
Yes.
Like, yeah, this is
It
what I'm
also
saying.
happened on a platform too, where there was three
Yeah, I think it
guys
was
that tried to.
Philly.
Yeah, they were taking and attacking her on a platform, and people just walked around, like literally stepping over their legs to go to the train.
Disgusting,
Yeah,
absolutely disgusting.
Disgusting.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say one thing though. I'm in Philly right now, right? And then people get smoked on that goddamn at that SEPTA station, right? I mean, these people are unhinged out here, right? So in Philly, I know it sounds bad and shitty and fucked up, but again, people mind their fucking business.
Yeah, Charleston, I
You feel me?
understand that. I understand that. I grew up in the South. Listen, when I was growing up, younger, I remember watching, like, I remember like walking home and seeing the basketball court and a nigga getting his ass whooped in broad daylight, screaming. I just put my hood, kept going because I'm like, I don't want to have to deal with the consequences of putting my life in jeopardy
Exactly.
for, yeah. I
No,
just,
the
it
last
sucks. It
one,
really
Especially if
does.
you don't
It
have a gun
really
on you.
does.
Thomas,
Guys in Philly,
the one I
guys in Philly that
remember
ride them trains, they
was
got
a
guns. They're not
guy.
afraid to fucking use them.
Do you not hear me talking?
Go
No,
ahead,
I did
KP.
talking at first. I'm sorry. I was responding to Tom.
When the crazy dude is a guy that had a heart attack and died, and this motherfucking fucking a corpse. Huh? What? Yeah,
KP.
fucking a corpse. A person had a heart attack, and this motherfucking crazy as hell started fucking a corpse.
Hold on, what? Where are you talking
He
about? At?
fucked a corpse.
In New York.
Oh, you talking about
Yeah,
Gotham
we
you
City.
talking about the illegal dude, right? The Hispanic guy.
Yeah, crazy as
Yeah,
shit.
It's
yeah, yeah. I
fucking
see that.
crazy.
yeah, we also had the fire set on two separate people within like a week's time frame. And we also had this one guy going around bashing homeless people heads with a brick while they slept. And all this happened last year, last 12 months.
Oh,
So yeah, this guy he went on a
y'all might have
rampage.
tried this shit too. Recently, there was a guy, it was a subway, some random, looked like a white guy, I'm not gonna hold you, was walking around, or maybe Hispanic, walking around in subways, knocking hoes out. Girl was in her, well, on her phone. He walked up to her and knocked her, and people are there, grown ass men are there, did nothing. Did nothing. They watched it happen. The degradation of society is real.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes
I mean,
indeed.
but you got to
Now
realize
you
though,
remember the knockout game. If
the
you remember
go
that
ahead.
bullshit. You remember that one?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, of
Is there
yeah.
course
any
I do.
mods
Of
talking right
course I
now?
do.
Can anybody else talk, or just all the? Because then when I start talking, you guys are gonna say, "Oh, the mods."
Go ahead,
So can
bro.
anybody talk, or just the
Oh,
mods?
you got it. You got
No,
it.
you good. Go ahead, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what I am saying is, right. I've seen the same thing happen in a lot of Asian countries as well. Right. I watch plenty of videos in Japan and South Korea and China and places like that where they have a mind your fucking business culture. Right. And I adhere to the same rules, especially if a dude's punching a woman. I don't know if that's his girlfriend. I don't know whether she robbed him or she violated. I don't really know the story. Without information, it's hard to just step in and play hero. And on top of that, I have a couple friends myself who have died playing hero. Like, right? My guy Tattoo, he died playing hero to his ex girlfriend with her new man in Dallas, Texas. You feel me?
My
Died because of
condolences,
it.
man. My
I
condolences, bro.
appreciate you, but he died playing hero. He went in there to go defend her, whatever else. What are you doing to my ex? 'Cause he's still in love with her and stuff, right? She called him up, boom. He got led directly into his death, and then the dude robbed him, and then his ex girlfriend took off with the dude who was whooping her.
Tragic, bro.
So I mean, it's like, hey, man, you guys expect men to play heroes, but they also handicap us at the same time.
Well, not just men. So here's the thing: we're talking about moral decay in our culture. And the reason why conservatism is important, and it's not a political aspect, is about again cultural, because I'm from the South, so you got this thing called Southern hospitality. We kind of step in and get involved when we see things out of line. So the shit that you guys talk about with happening on the platform in some of these other states typically don't happen like that in Georgia. Like we see somebody getting out of line, we kind of check 'em. Now that is eroding away because culture is changing drastically, and that's what I'm highlighting. Even in Japan, they say it's pretty silent over there. Like when you ride public transportation and go in certain areas, because silence is a virtue type thing in those spaces. I've never been, so I'm just taking what's been told to me. So people kind of have a respect of not being out of line and not making a scene and pretty much considerate of others. I say that to say that, in our conservatism, we tend to have like these lines of moral codes that kind of keep things peaceful as much as possible. Yeah, you can express yourself, have freedom, XYZ, but once you get violent and you start putting harm on others, vandalizing, taking people's shit, etc., that is generally a call to action, whether you call the police or whether you actually get involved. And we're so broken down to the point we don't even do that. And so if we have this culture that says fuck authority, we're not going to call the police, we're not going to snitch, we're not going to get involved. This create the path for evil, because only evil is going to win in this case. Evil is say yes, chaos will bring the chaos. You're not going to deal with it, and it will just be more chaos. We have to change that because we're going to be the victims of this, let alone we're not doing our due diligence as people who are setting a path, masculinity, setting a path for what we want in society.
So, do you think that, for example, I remember another video. This was a couple years ago where a guy was, and I think a lot of this has to do with our thoughts about people with mental illnesses. Like people, maybe this like maybe some innate thing, like, oh, that motherfucker's crazy, so I don't want to, do anything to him because I don't want to be ostracized. But anyways, there was a guy, I think it was California. He was fucking throwing bricks at buses, like cars and buses passing by, and he threw a brick at a bus. I don't know if the bus driver stopped because on his own volition, but or the people in the bus that stopped the bus. Half of that bus got out and whooped his ass in broad daylight. Okay, so I'm wondering, should people get back on the side of when people act out like that? Don't immediately think it's mental illness. You know, trying
Absolutely. You break it up a little bit too, Thomas, or is it just
individuals
me?
that he's potentially.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. And I'm sorry if it was just me. So to answer your
No, it
question, I
was
think
me.
I
It
can
was me.
adjust what you're saying. Okay.
I really
I,
don't. I really don't subscribe to that because, in my opinion, just me. If I call Brad, I know this motherfucker is gonna
Fly off the
do
handle.
some mutilation to some shit. And if he called me, it's like you will never find this motherfucker. It's gonna be a barbecue. We might eat a motherfucker.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So
well,
my dogs are dogs. Sig like, you guys shouldn't did that, but I took the first shot. Like, motherfucker, really?
Drive
I'm
by.
gonna tell you.
Listen. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why I
I
do agree
have
to
my
that,
crew.
to your example, Thomas, because even so-called mental ill people still know what to do and what not to do in the
Yes.
society. They know the difference. And keep in mind, I always say this: we see these people preying on who they prey on. They have a certain demographic. They typically not preying on people who they think they can whoop their ass to defend themselves. They usually preying on people or things that don't have much repercussion. So once there's some cognitive understanding there. I don't give a fuck what your situation is psychologically. So bottom line is, if they know there's going to be repercussions, they're less likely to act out.
I agree. Like I said, I mean, I don't know if y'all know who Eddie Griffin is. He's a comedian. Years ago, he had a stand up and he was talking about.
One
And
of
again,
the greatest.
I don't know if it's true or not, but he said there was a this is like the whole aspect of 9/11, and there was this like retarded kid that would get on the plane and start making those weird noises and rocking back and forth, and then he always would go and beat on the pilot's door in the plane. He said, and they would give him, they would congratulate him, give him some little, plastic wings to put on his shirt and shit like that. And it was fun. People just knew where he was. He said after 9/11, he tried that, and said the whole plane stood up and whooped his ass. They said they beat him into a professor. So he started giving lectures of why not to go to the fucking pilot store and beat on it. But regardless, that was the joke.
That's too funny.
But that was the joke. But my thing is that if people start like taking situations where people act out and not have to worry about the potential repercussions. Like I was telling Brad, the state will come after you and destroy you, even if you're trying to be a hero. They'll try to come
Yeah.
after you and destroy you, even if you're trying to be a hero. Some
Correct.
people ask, is it worth it? Is it worth me destroying my life over some, retarded person to try to stop them from doing whatever the fuck they want to do?
Well, that's why I say it has to be a cultural change. So, because it won't just be us as the general public. It's not just the government. It's not just politicians. It's a collective. Like everyone has to be on par with that shit. We don't even support politicians that come out with a hard, strong stance on shit. Like, hey, we're gonna get rid of crime in this community. It's gonna stop. Especially in the left cities, they don't even talk about it because it's so pacified to not even address it. But politicians are scared to even address the issues. Hence, they won't get solved. And even when you got guys who I think it was in New Orleans. It was a guy who's a mayor. I can't remember what state it was. He's a Democrat. He came in. I believe it was New Orleans, but I'm not sure. He came in and he said he was going to clean up the crime, and he did it. And this is recent too. I think he's still in power. So I might get this wrong, but anyhow, so that's something I support, and that's actually conservatism, even those Democrats, because that goes back to where we came from. We were big on crime as a country because we knew crime leads to chaos, and with chaos, you cannot make prosperity. You're only going to create more problems, and you create that class divide to where the rich just pretty much take over shit, and the poor essentially stays poor. So anyhow, to the point being is that the change is not just isolated in one area. It has to be a collective thing, and we have to play our part.
Sig, what is your thoughts, man? What I mean, Beth and Sean and MOG, who hasn't spoke yet, bro? I want to hear some different opinions. I don't want to take over the stage.
Yeah, yeah, same here.
Well, Sig is a little busy right now. He made back channel. He said he
Gotcha,
busy.
gotcha. Okay, okay. Yo, MOG, what you got, bro?
What's going on? First, I got to R.I.P. Charlie. R.I.P. Charlie
Appreciate it.
Kirk. That's first and foremost. Um, you know, I've been hearing a lot of talk about black people's response. What was how does the black community feel about this? And I don't hear too many things about this political violence and the usual suspects that which are white men. So I'm really wanting the white people to do what we do when we have issues within our communities, within our ghettos, where people are doing senseless violence. I believe what happened yesterday was senseless violence, and I want to hear how they're going to address it. I don't hear. All I hear is, look, I got on this page and it said "white man fight back." They were protesting. They're like, "White man fight back," but what are you going to fight? Because if I'm not mistaken, it was one of your own that clipped Mr. Charlie. I didn't know too much about this Charlie guy, so I had to go do some research. And man, the shit I seen, I was like, bro, what the fuck, man? Fuck this, fuck this guy, right? Fuck that nigga. But at the end of the day, nobody, because of a stupid opinion, deserve to get bullet holes in their neck in 4K. Because this is my especially a Christian, and this is my biggest thing. That man got children. He got 2 kids. They little as hell. They don't know what happened. 24 hours have passed. They don't know that they daddy had a fountain of blood coming out of his neck. One day, they gonna see that video. Their life gonna be
That is
fucked up
no,
forever.
that's not
Hold
true.
on, let him. No, 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 sir.
And the
Let him
two
finish,
daughters,
sir.
Let
Sir,
me
let him
the
finish.
land.
wife and the two
Sir,
daughters were
sir,
sitting
let him
next to him
finish,
when it
bro.
happened.
Bro, you gotta
Hold on.
chill.
Doc, hold on. Doc,
They
Anyway,
saw it.
okay.
knock it out,
All
please.
right. Thank you, y'all. I'm about to land.
Please. Thank you,
Anyway,
sir.
those kids' life is gonna be messed up. That man did not deserve to get shot in the
Mm-hmm.
neck just because he has some crazy opinions. Not all of, and
Yeah, I
some of the
get
things
it.
he said,
You're a
I agree with.
liar. You're a
Bruh,
liar.
Yo, bro, chill. Doc, chill, bro. Chill. Let him finish.
Doc,
I
chill,
don't even know
chill.
I don't even know what this guy's saying. But anyway, I don't agree with all the things. I agree with a few things he was saying. But there's a lot of shit in there about people of color that was just a little distasteful. But I didn't grow to hate
Like
him,
what?
so I
MOG?
can't be happy that he's dead. You feel me?
MOE? Give us an example of one of those things.
What did this nigga say? This nigga said something about black people were better off slaves. Did
Come
I hear
on
that?
now, seriously.
When did
Yeah,
he
he said.
say that? Seriously.
Yeah,
He's never
Yeah.
said that ever.
talking about real
Yeah.
quick. Let's slow us down. Let's
Holy
slow us down.
shit. What
Okay.
happened?
MOG. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to stop you from saying. If you heard it, that's fine. If you had a source, that's also fine. The problem is, I think a lot of these clips take things out of context. So, did you actually hear him say that verbatim? What was the verbiage? If you could reiterate what he said as best as possible. What was the verbiage?
Never
Man,
said
on that
nothing
one, I don't
like
know if I
that.
read it, if I was reading something or somebody took
Because you
something
probably
out of
saw an
context and made it a
article.
little more. But there was one thing he said about the U.S. Supreme Justices. How he was saying that they are less impactful than Martin Luther King. I'm not sure the exact word he used, but he was
Okay, that's an
basically
opinion piece.
taking a shot at MLK, which is an opinion I don't agree with. But it's an opinion though.
Okay, cool.
Right. So
Opinion's
right.
an asshole.
Yeah.
Now,
And here's the
the
thing.
biggest
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
opinion
Go ahead.
that most folks have when he called out black crime, say, hey, look, you guys are doing way too fucking much. Oh, you are killing each other at this high rate. He called out the black people. He called out the transgender with straight facts. And we all know as grown motherfucking 45-year-old motherfuckers, he called out the truth. Amen or yes? He called it out. That man did not deserve to be
If
slaughtered
you
like
don't
that.
tip that glass into the sink, motherfucker, I
Boy,
swear.
shut the fuck up. Suck a ball sack. I'm sitting here trying to chew goddamn pizza at the same time.
MOG. The thing is, we didn't want you to
But I'm gonna
be
listen.
riled up. Yeah, yeah, and to be fair, like I said, if you have something, we're literally open to it. I don't want to do the exact opposite and just try to interpret Charlie Kirk as good faith and all that shit. Even though me following him and listening to him, I don't believe that's the case.
Nah,
The
okay.
reason,
Let me do another
yeah,
one just because this is this
sure.
passive aggressive white people shit that they do, right? So that incident on the train, right? Because I was going through his Twitter and trying to learn more about the man. So I kept seeing incidents of that NC incident on the train with that dirty black
The white
stabbed
girl.
that young
White
lady
girl,
in the
yeah,
neck.
the
Hmm.
Ukrainian girl.
Yeah, so he was very adamant. And see, man, white people who don't really fuck with black people, this is what they do, right? Anytime there's a white person who's a victim by a black person, they don't ever say anything about race. They won't say black, but they will harness in on it. They will they will keep screaming justice, justice. Hey, we need justice. They'll make the biggest deal out of it because it's a black person. And I know white people like that, and I think that's kind of weak. So if I had known the dude, I know I probably wouldn't have liked him, but I would have agreed on other things such
You,
as senseless violence in urban cities. You know,
Mo,
I
do you
agree
know
with him
why
on
he
that. I
went
agree with him on
hard
the
in on that?
transgender end.
On that particular one, because the guy who stabbed the young girl, he was out 12 times. Like he's got a sheet of assault and mental health issues, and he was out on cashless bail. Like they were just like, oh, and for I forget the label of the assault, but it's a high degree, and it's one of these like, oh well, just be good and we're gonna send you out. And he's pushing back on the more on the prosecutors that are doing this liberal minded thing of like, well, criminals really don't want to be criminals, and you let somebody out with a mental health condition who then comes through. Like that's where that push was coming from. That's what he was actually going on about, is these liberal prosecutors who don't prosecute and don't lock up criminals, and the judges that literally say, all right, don't do it again, we're going to let you out in the street, and someone's fucking killed. And unfortunately in this case it's a young little girl. This happened with the girl in Philadelphia who was stalked, who her killer was 6 times arrested. She asked for a restraining order, and she was black, and then she ended up carved in a bathtub because this guy broke into her house, went right up the stairs, and all she had was a piece of paper that says, "Please don't attack me," and that was supposed to protect her, and it didn't do shit. So there's been a lot of push on this cashless and the new bail reforms and all of that stuff. And that's what Charlie Kirk was actually going after. A lot of the times was pointing out that hypocrisy. But please continue, sir.
Look, go ahead, MOG. I'm sorry.
Nah, sir. Nah, somebody else can go.
I was just gonna
Finish
say
your
I
thing,
do
bro.
appreciate you saying your the points at the end where you were saying that no person deserves to be murdered like their children, and that was the biggest point that I was making as well. And again, I can appreciate your sentiment. I didn't agree with what he had to say. I did. You were like, I don't agree.
Yeah,
Even if you may not have understood the context of what he was saying, it just didn't feel good to you, and that's fine. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But again, as long as a on a human level, you're understanding, like, hey, man, that man was a father. That man was a husband. He's of two small girls that, like you said, are never going to see their father again, and are going to have these videos online that are going to be there forever. That they're probably going to be, God forbid, harassed with, if you will, as they by some of these individuals on the other side of the spectrum. So, I do appreciate that submission, even if you don't agree with what he said. And I would say, if you could, if you want to learn more about him, never look at clips or even things that are put on his Instagram. Go watch his podcast. Go watch, his full podcast so you can get a full understanding and context of what he's saying. He has tons of them you can go look at. They did the same thing in Andrew Tate, whether you agree with him or not. Vast majority of clips are taken out of context of a lot of these guys that people don't like. Go watch full podcasts so you can get a clear understanding of what they are trying to convey and espouse.
yeah, I agree 1,000%. The whole point I think a great deal of us getting at is that we feel like this has been weaponized. So again, it's not working on you to the extreme where you probably want to kill them, but you have less sympathy. And for some other people, they may celebrate, which we do see. And that's the whole point of the all this content is to move the goalposts either left or right. People who like them will post content that make you more to humanize them more, so you can kind of empathize with him, which I think is just a general given because he's a human being. But when you if everything was expressed in transparency to what he was actually as bad as they say he was, a lot of it will speak for itself, and then it would be just that most of us be like, fuck him. Like somebody like who's out there that's kind of fucked up. Nick Fuentes, people like that. We like, yeah, if this was Nick Fuentes, even the right would be like, yeah, fuck that guy, because people, don't like him too. But when you have someone that's kind of as clean as Charlie Kirk, it doesn't really fit the bill. And the point is that you're radicalizing a group of people, not you specifically, I'm saying the media and this whole culture is radicalizing people to either hate, celebrate, or even execute people who have an opinion that they don't like. And I keep seeing this from the left now when I go through social media. I keep seeing them like, yeah, Charlie Kirk said this racist thing. He said this messed up thing. He said this. They're trying to get you to not have any type of sympathy, which you really lose. In my opinion, your humanity will keep you human, because you can bypass the idea that people have different opinions from you. Like for example, I had a guy who pulled a gun on me and threatened to kill me and my mom. Okay, I don't even want that guy dead. He was going through some shit. I think he was a bitch ass dude. That's, here nor there. But the point is, I still don't think he don't deserve a second chance. You feel me? Like, he can be redeemed. He can change. He's a human. He made a bad call, you know, and he deserved a second chance. Charlie Kirk has never done something that extreme to me. No than Nick Fuentes or any other actual fucking racist. You understand? Like we are far from that anymore, to where we don't see people as people. We don't consider them, and we don't think people are beyond their mistakes. We are like, once you cross a line that we don't like, you have to die, or you should be gone. You should be erased from my existence. I think that's fucking crazy and extreme. So anyhow, I don't want to preach to you. The bottom line is, man, I just think we got to be careful about the content we take in, because it could radicalize us to the point where we become irrational and justify evil.
The only time I think there's an exception to that, bro, is if like the guy that killed that girl in the subway, yo, cut. Like I said, I've been saying for the last 2 days, cut this nigga's head
Oh,
off.
I
If
would have done so
Right?
many
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Yeah.
cut that
Yeah.
nigga's
Yeah. I
head
would have fucked
off.
that guy
Kill
up
him.
in person. Yeah, I would have fucked him up. Yes. Yes, sir.
But
I would just tell
Definitely.
everybody to get out of my way and just move, because you don't, and then turn around, because you're not going to want those nightmares for the rest of your life. I promise you. I would have made him eat his own liver as I pulled it out with my hands coated in blood. I would have fucking strung him up with his own bowels. I promise you. I would have just, oh.
See, this
Yeah,
this is
that
this
guy
is
out
kind of
a
what
deserved
I.
death.
guttural yelp when you were doing it. That would basically be the icing on the cake.
See, this is
Yeah,
why I
that
don't
guy.
believe anybody
I'm
on the
sorry.
internet, right? This is why I don't believe anybody with their rhetoric, right? Do you guys feel that same way about, let's say, child molesters and rapists? Would you guys
Of
do the same thing
course,
for?
yes,
Okay, okay,
a
okay, okay,
thousand
okay.
percent. Yeah,
Dealing
nigga,
with
No, no,
what?
no,
what?
no, 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 no. That was a build-up question to my final stance, right?
If you're going to go to
Well, you
Trump,
can get on
then
you can get on an app called you can get on an app right now called News. What is it? Newsbreak, right? And you can go ahead and look up all the pedophiles you probably live next to,
Hmm.
right? Right, all the child molesters and offenders and everything that you live next to. Pretty sure all of us have at least 30 of them in a 5 mile radius, right? Okay, and nobody's going to go do all that shit you guys are talking about to those motherfuckers. And those people committed heinous crimes, and they're back free amongst us on the streets, right? So therefore, and it's easy to look them up, right? So therefore,
Well, Charleston,
all these
Charleston.
people talking about they would do all
Let
this
me. Can I
vigilance.
pause you
No, no,
really
no, no, no,
quickly?
no, 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 no.
Okay,
Let me
okay.
go
I'll let
ahead.
you finish.
Let
I'll
me go
let you
ahead.
finish.
Let
Let's
me go
finish.
ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me go ahead. Right. All these people talking about what they would do and how much vigilance justice they will get. Because the media done radicalized some bullshit for you guys to do or whatever else, and you guys claim you guys care about the community so much, but yet in your community right now, you probably got one of these fucking weirdos living next to you that you probably done waved at and everything else, and you will never do shit to. Right. So therefore, I don't believe all your internet rhetoric and how tough you guys are online, because you guys don't ever do shit in real life. That's just what it is.
Gotcha. So let me say this. First of all, let me say this, Brent. I understand where you're trying to come from, but here's the thing. Um, First, you do know how you can get put on that list, correct? You can literally get put on that list for taking a piss in a public place. Okay, so
It lists their charges.
yeah. You can look, and again, I don't know about any people that are on the streets right now that has raped a child. Okay, and is on the streets right now, not behind bars. I don't know of any. Maybe they are. I don't
Okay,
know of
well,
any.
here. How about this then,
Go
Tana?
ahead.
Let's go ahead and test the theory. Download an app called Newsbreak, right, and look for sex offenders near you. It gives you their exact details and their exact crimes.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I can definitely do that. And again, I'm not going to say for sure. It's
I'll
just
look at my
hard.
neighborhood
It's
right
just
now.
yeah.
I'll
It's
look at
just
my
hard
neighborhood
for
right
me to
now.
believe someone has sexually abused a child
Yep, it happened.
in a visceral way, and it's like your neighbor, and it's just out of
100%.
jail.
No, it happens. 100%. But I
So
can
here's
confirm
the
it.
difference, Charles. If I go and I look up this individual's house, and then I go over to said house, and then I make them disappear from the planet and go see their sky daddy, That's now homicide. Regardless, I have now committed homicide. But if I stop and somehow or another I get the opportunity for a free body because some idiot wants to commit a crime on a subway, and I have the right, and I'm not probably not going to face a trial by my peers that are going to say, you know what, you're a bad man because you took and disarmed and killed this guy who was trying to stab this poor girl. I'm gonna take that free body. I got a free body. You know what I mean?
So it's
So
not
yeah, there's
justice.
a
It's your
difference.
murderous need to kill. Got
Say
it.
it again now. Say it again,
So it's not
Charleston.
justice. It's your murderous need to kill. So you just want to kill something. I get it.
So the murderers need to be killed. You're saying? Is that what
No,
you're
your
asking?
murderers need to kill. So you only kill if you know you can get away with it, and because you already want to kill somebody, right? It's a free
No, I
body, right?
mean, look. I mean, I
Right,
don't
right.
have
But
a.
you won't do it for the sake of justice, though. You'll just do it because you know you can get away with doing it, not
Well,
because you actually give a
I
fuck,
mean,
Let me respond to
because you
Charleston
know
when
it
he
might
I'm
finished,
not
kill
mad,
Thomas.
somebody for a long time.
Charleston.
I
I'm
get it.
not mad at him for it. I'm not mad at him for.
No, of course
Listen,
you wouldn't.
listen. Let me say. Let me make my point. If there's a guy, okay, if there's a person that's like, you know what, I'm okay with killing someone who is trying to cause somebody else harm, right? And they get an opportunity to do so when someone is caught trying to do harm to somebody else. Okay. I don't see anything wrong with that. Again, I wish more people would do that because at least in my opinion, that would deter a lot of individuals from acting out and doing something crazy when they know that they're not going to be able to walk out of that place alive.
But Thomas, we have that. It's called the military and police. Like that's the whole crazy part is you have motherfuckers that do sign up that are as nuts as me that will sign up and say, "Hey, I mean Sig's one of them. There's a couple other veterans on here. Like, I mean, you get the opportunity like, yeah, we got a day job, we put our boots on, we got a family to go home to. But if I see somebody like grabbing a little girl and trying to stab her, yeah, that gives me a whole blank check to go ahead and do that. I'm not like there are other ways that you could go commit murder. I mean, fuck, we have it literally. Women have a channel dedicated on how to get away with murder. It's called Discovery ID or something like that, and they watch that shit religiously. So I mean, if you're going to say, "Oh, well, you just got a murderous rage," no. What I have is a rage against people that just want to harm other people for some fucking perceived bullshit for not a threat. And so, like for me, if you're going to play that game and I'm near you, I now go, I get a free body and I get to play. I get to play, have playtime with you. And I think more men should do that. I think we shouldn't stand by and watch a woman get raped, stop after stop on a subway, get stalked. We should never sit down there and see some fucking crazy motherfucker stab somebody and then say, "Oh fuck yeah, you're gonna definitely walk away calmly after this motherfucking thing." No, 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 no. That's not gonna happen. I think we need to put the fear into people saying,
So you
I don't want
wouldn't
to fuck
kill
her
the
up.
guy after the 13th felony, but you'll wait till the 14th one when he got released on. Then he killed
So,
somebody else that didn't feel like killing them.
But there's a
so
difference, though,
Charleston,
Charleston. Charleston, you're jumping missing the point. Again,
I'm
he's
not missing the
talking
point
about.
though. I'm really not.
I perceive you are because you keep talking about two different things. You said,
What
well,
I'm talking
you
about
didn't
right
do
here,
anything on the
if a
13th.
motherfucker's really standing on business, they standing on business, and everything else comes second.
Yeah,
A
but
motherfucker
people,
that's
some,
not
but yeah,
standing
but
on business,
people,
is just talking on the internet, is gonna say whatever the fuck they're gonna say.
people, yeah.
That's my point.
Let's just have the conversation. Here's the thing, but there are, for example, Brad is talking about murdering somebody that is committing violence to somebody else, preferably a young lady, right? You're talking about so you're then you move the goalpost respectfully, saying, well, what about the 13th time? Why did you give him the 13th? Well, Brad wasn't there, or somebody that's willing to do what Brad does was not there. Most of the people didn't even find out about who this guy was until the news started broadcasting who this guy was after he murdered this girl. That's the difference. And again, hypothetically speaking, and no disrespect to you, Charleston, at all. But if that was one of your family members, or even if God forbid one of your children, I would assume you would want someone that was trying to attack your family to be dealt with, especially if you weren't around. And if you got to that situation where your family member was almost hurt or violently murdered, and you saw Brad dripping in blood with this dude's with the assailant's liver in his mouth, I'm not sure you would necessarily have a problem with that and say, well, why didn't you do it when they let him
I
out?
don't have a
You know,
problem with it now, though. I have a problem with people talking about it versus being and going out there and doing it. Now, me personally, if somebody did that to my family members, don't send them to jail. Let them go home.
absolutely,
No, no,
Desert
no. Let them
Storm.
go home. You
yeah,
feel me?
agreed.
Because
That's
we
a
coming
yeah,
right after
yeah.
them.
So here's the pushback,
And
Well,
that's
if they're in
Justin.
documented facts,
Philadelphia,
by the way.
chances are
My
they might
family
get
does
some.
operate that way, by the way, in
In
real life.
Charleston, apparently in Philadelphia, where I don't live, apparently that's the thing. They could get sent home without having anything. They may get to go home at the end of the night. So you may get your, like, I don't want that to happen for anybody in your family. But if that ever does, that may be a fucking strong possibility where the motherfucker's going, I'm going to go home and Netflix and chill after my day. And you're going to be sitting there going, no, it's not. And I have a problem with the prosecutors. I have a problem with some of the fucking cops. I'm pissed. I am really pissed. Like, when did we have cops that are like, you know what, we're just gonna bring you in? No, motherfuckers, we pay you to put those fucking people down. I don't want to waste the fucking tax dollars on fucking judge juries and all that shit. I have video. The fucking guy did it. Done. Over with. I don't need to have it anymore. Did you get the right person? Does it match? Good. We're done. Over with. No more discussion. Like I really don't. I'm not for all of like a lot of people's like I am Old Testament kind of fucking conservative. I really want motherfuckers' heads because I am tired of women and children and fathers and grandparents afraid to even take their kids to the fucking park. I'm tired that we can't walk down the street anymore. I'm scared that I have two daughters. I'm scared that my two daughters can't ride public transportation. Yet I've got politicians screaming, "You need to take public transportation." Go watch the subway videos for New York fucking City. Fuck no. I'm not letting my kids take that. You fucking better off walking. You're better off trusting a fucking Iraqi taxi in fucking Fallujah
Damn.
before trusting the subway. So like I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I am that guy. If I saw it next to me, I saw your kid sitting there and somebody was going to attack him, you bet your ass I'm going to go and commit harm. I'm sorry your kids are going to see it, but I'm going to make sure that that guy doesn't get at your kids next to me or any woman. I'm just not. And
No,
generally,
100%. I totally and completely agree with that, right? And I'm not opposed.
okay, good.
But my opposition is it seems like as if, right? And I hate to say this, right? And I'm not calling for any sort of violence or anything like that. I'm really not. So I'm not. I'm saying this theoretically, right? Maybe even hypothetically, right? Is that I see that the left is willing to take that extra step, and the right that claims to be all this two-way supporters of all this other bullshit, right? They don't take no extra steps. They're not out there putting boot to the ass like the left is. The left is putting a whole bunch of boot to ass. The right is not doing a goddamn thing about things.
But
But then
Charleston,
we're
Daniel
talking
Penny
online
just
all
did
day.
that shit though, and he got prosecuted and dragged through the mud. You had the guy in the mall in Virginia, there was a shooter, and that kid, he fucking said, "Oh, you want to play this game?" And he put down two of them. He put two in the chest, and then was like, "Ha, here we go. Let's go get a fucking slushy." And he literally fucking did that shit. Like, I just don't think you're actually hearing. There are guys doing it. And standing up to it. There was a bunch of veterans in Minnesota where they had that pro-Palestinian, whatever, whatever. They were going after some Jewish kind of like whatever. I don't know what, but they made a mistake of passing through the VA with a bunch of veterans on it. Those pro like fucking Palestinians decided to get a little raucous, a little violent, and they found out that this is why countries are afraid of fucking the U.S. military because of the men that fucking came out of there and started whooping ass. I mean, yeah, like I hear it all the time, and I hear these stories, and I'm all about it, and then let them go. But I just think the news doesn't cover them, and we don't uplift heroes anymore. Like, you may not like Daniel Penny because he choked out a black man. I just look at the black man as you were threatening to harm other people, and when someone stood up and said, "I'm going to
No, no,
put
no. I
that
think
boot
the
to
Daniel
ass,"
Penny case was a gross misrepresentation of somebody who's really defending people. Daniel Penny didn't defend nobody. I mean, okay, a guy is screaming loudly at people that never touched anybody, but yet the guy choked him out, right? Now, I'm sure you're going to disagree with that. No, no problem. Hey, no issue. He didn't touch anybody, right? Okay, so therefore, at that point, what Daniel Penny did in that instance alone, right, was unjustified. They had to bring up the dude's past record and everything else to try to justify Daniel Penny doing that. But in that situation alone, taken by itself, Daniel Penny should have been in jail. It is what it is.
So I get that, and I understand where you're coming from with
No,
that. My whole thing is
He
this,
didn't touch
like,
anybody. Show me a
but
video
but
of the crazy guy touching somebody.
yeah, but Charles, here's my thing.
you don't have to
She,
touch
we-
somebody to defend
yeah,
them.
well
So now
that's
we
true.
can kill somebody for getting in your face. Cool,
Well, wait,
gotcha.
I get that, but my point is this: is that again, with people that I guess some people will say are like mentally deranged. Okay, obviously this gentleman was. It only and anybody, and again, I'm talking about Brads and Sigs and the veterans and things like that. It doesn't take. It takes less than a second to take a knife and stab somebody. So before, if that guy decided that he wanted to kill somebody on that train, he would probably be able to do it before anybody had an opportunity to react. So here's my question to you. Would you rather have waited for someone that was unhinged to potentially do damage, or would you? Because again, I don't think Daniel Penny went out to murder him. Okay, I think Daniel went to
I mean,
try to
bro,
subdue him,
I
but he
trained
ended up
jiu-jitsu
dying in.
in my life, bro. You know not to hold a hold longer than 60 seconds because at that point things can go wrong. So therefore, if he's called himself a trained guy, put him in that rear naked choke hold like that, right? He knew exactly what the fuck was gonna happen, right? He knew exactly how long he held that hold. He knew exactly how long he applied pressure. If he was trained, he said he was trained, right? So therefore, he knew when to let up. You could still restrain the guy, but let up pressure from your biceps, right? To allow him to breathe, and you can still keep him in the same hole to keep him alive, right? We've done that
I,
plenty of times on the mat, right? So you're not gonna sit there and tell me that the guy didn't have intentions to kill him, because anybody who's trained knows exactly what the fuck it is.
Well, let me say this then. Again, I can't speak. I'm not in the gentleman's head. Okay. And I do understand the heat of passion is a thing. I know how it is to be really upset or don't like in a dangerous situation where it's fight or flight and you're trying to subdue somebody. He might not have been cognizant in that current situation. Because again, this isn't a video game. Okay. The Daniel Penny is not aware of what he may be holding or what he may have on him that be able to do him damage. He doesn't know. He's just trying to restrain somebody, and probably the last thing that he's thinking at that time. And I'm just saying it's a possibility. I don't know that he was like, I'm just going to sit here and hold this guy until the police come. May not have been cognizant of how tight he was being. I can't sit back and say, we know with absolute truth and saying, oh yeah, he went out to kill that dude. He was just waiting for a nigga to get out of line so he could take his life.
But
I
that's
don't
why
think
they
it was
charged
that.
him with manslaughter. It could have been involuntary manslaughter, but he needed a charge. He should not have walked off scot free like that. I'm sorry,
Okay, okay.
because the way he did it was it murder one, no, murder two, no. Well, was it manslaughter? Maybe, right? But involuntary for sure.
But the jury decided that. Like
I
that
mean,
that
yeah, it
was
was politicized. You got to realize once you put everything on TV, the jury already
but
decided the
it was
fate of the
already
person
negative
beforehand.
against him. You
He,
you
he
would
was
have
he
thought
was
it would have went
he was convicted in the court of public opinion, or
wait, wait, wait. Hold on, Kelston.
he was at least in the
He
court of
had
public
he
opinion.
had 12 men in the box, and they basically said after all this, and let's not forget, before this guy went up to the trial, he didn't say anything to anybody. And when it came out at the trial, the jury went in there predisposed. Like there was a whole movement against Daniel Penny. They were stacked up. Oprah was bragging, well, this man's going to jail. This is what happens. Everybody was standing 10 toes down. Daniel Penny was going
Yeah,
to jail.
BLM
That
was
guy
out
didn't
there.
say shit. And then when it came out in trial, the jury, which was already predisposed to a decision prior because the media had went ahead and did this, they looked and said, "Oh, well, this is a different case than it was portrayed." And that's why all the news networks very quickly, once those facts started dropping out, they all stopped fucking
Now,
going there. They all
here's the
stopped doing
comparison
that.
to the Charlie Kirk situation. The guy on the subway, they justified his murder based on his past, right? Okay. Now Daniel Penny, they're justifying his murder based on his past, or no, Charlie Kirk,
That's a
they're
huge
justifying his
difference.
murder
Daniel,
based on his
like
past.
Daniel, again, to be fair, I
It's
mean
the same
Charlie
shit.
Kirk, not really, respectfully, not really, because Charlie Kirk has not no history of hurting anybody or even seeming like he's going to hurt anybody. You don't have to like what he
I mean, the
says.
black guy
This
didn't
other
hurt
gentleman
anybody
had a
either. His
history
words
of
hurt
being.
people. The,
I
the,
mean,
the
come
black
on,
guy on
bro.
the subway, his
Like,
words hurt people,
I
right?
mean,
Whereas no, his words hurt people. The guy
I
on the
don't
subway, it was only words.
look. Hold on. Well, again, let me say this. I am not fully aware of his criminal record. I'm just going off what I believe I remember hearing. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. He has been in trouble before for assaulting somebody. Okay?
Okay.
So again, my thing is
40
is this.
times.
Yeah, my thing is this, bro. And when you brought up the aspect of the court of public opinion, I agree with you, and that's one of the issues that I have with our country, especially now. If people want to go back and look at the George Floyd thing, people think that people a lot of people don't believe Chauvin, even regardless of how you feel about George Floyd, people don't believe Chauvin got a fair trial because of the court of public opinion. People were
Agreed.
worried that huge leftist groups, including Black Lives Matter and Antifa, if we don't convict this guy, they're going to fuck our shit up. And again, they didn't have that type of push behind Daniel Penny. Okay, so again, I agree. There's a lot of situations out here, whether it's George Floyd, Daniel Penny, or whoever, anything that's quote unquote racially motivated. There's a huge push within our society to pick sides before we even hear all the evidence.
At the end of the day, Daniel Penny killed a guy over harsh words, and Charlie Kirk got murdered over what people perceived as harsh words.
Not
I
the
mean,
same,
you can
sir.
dislike it all you want to, right?
Charleston.
I mean,
Oh, it's good.
okay. Let's say it's not the same, right? The
Hmm.
comparison between Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King is not the same, but it's still making it, right? It's similar
So,
enough to make
right.
make the
Well,
comparison, right? So no,
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 no, no, no.
I was
This.
still in the middle of talking. I understand you're a moderator, but I mean, isn't there still respect on the stage?
I
I was still
thought you was having a
right?
back and forth, but that's fine. Go ahead,
No,
bro.
no, no. We can have a back and forth, but let me at least get my whole point out, right? There is a similarity between both situations. Harsh words were said, someone ended up dead, right? Period. Now go ahead,
Okay.
finish.
Okay, yeah. So it's not the right. So both of them were political activists. They weren't politicians or anybody who had any power outside of their influence, and that's where the comparison comes into play. If you say Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed or justified or celebratory of the results of his positions of him dying, then you couldn't have pushback to anybody who was gleeful about MLK's or Malcolm X or any other political leader because the position is in the same boat. Just to be consistent, the point is we shame people for killing these other political activists as well as Charlie Kirk because we don't believe that's warranted at all. These people are just expressing themselves and creating influence, and of course, the influence is coming behind a lot of times that they're making valid points and people actually seek resolution in their arguments. And the best way to combat that is not to kill them and make them a martyr, is to actually present a better argument, to actually engage in discourse and have the discussion. But when you do that, you create a different battlefield to where words cannot be exchanged, to where action needs to take place. And we generally don't want that to happen because we understand that eye for an eye leaves a society full of blind people. And that's why we create a justice system. And we want culture to kind of corroborate with that so we can kind of be on par with each other to just have discussions. If our side is shaming violence, I believe the left should shame violence. But the left is celebrating and advocating it. And what we're saying is it's not gonna pan out well. That's all. So going back to Daniel Penny and who was he was not just talking and saying things because you got to look at the people who was there also. The people that was on the train, if you go back and look at any of the footage, they was happy that he was taken down, not that he was killed, because nobody believed he died at the time. Like that, they were happy he was stopped because other people got involved which weren't charged, and you need to ask why they weren't charged, because they was black and brown. But yeah, people understood why the action needed to be taking place. No one is happy that he died because he was just yelling and espousing his opinion on
Okay,
the train as a
so
psycho
this
person.
is all I'm
He
doing
was
here, right?
actually,
I'm
yeah.
giving you
Go ahead.
guys pushback, right? To be a little
Sure.
bit more moderate in thought process. I'm a conservative myself. I don't believe Charlie Kirk should have been murdered the way he did, and I'm not totally against Daniel Penny at all, right? But when it comes down to this whole far right and far left, right? This is the reason why our country can't meet in the middle. You cannot call for peace, but still not want to understand the other side, right? The only way to meet in the middle is both people, having the ability to meet in the middle, right? So therefore, that's what I'm doing right now. And my pushback right here alone showed me that you guys are just as radical in your belief system as the far left is,
Oh
right?
shit.
No, hold on, wait,
It is
Thomas,
what
hold on,
it
real
is.
quickly, Thomas. How so? Who we called deaf and who deaf we've celebrated?
No,
We
no,
haven't done
no, bro.
anything of the sort.
You guys think by taking the high road, right? Quote unquote, right? Is the same? No, it's not, bro. You guys know when you're fan like look, this is what I think Charlie Kirk was, right? Charlie Kirk was like the people on Clubhouse, right? He would have a rage bait topic, right? Okay. He would introduce it to a crowd of people, knowing it was going to engage them, right? And then he would allow for a discussion and a dialogue. That's what we do on Clubhouse every fucking.
So let
Oh
me,
no 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 no
right,
no!
right. So
Let me finish. Let me finish the point, right?
go
Oh,
ahead,
okay,
go
so
ahead.
therefore, then he would allow for
Mhm,
discussion, right? Now we see how
mhm.
passionate and angry people get on Clubhouse about these rage bait titles, right? What happened was that rage bait to Charlie Kirk, he took Clubhouse to real life, and somebody got passionate. In this room alone today, somebody threatened to beat a bitch up, kill a motherfucker, and everything else, right? Now Charlie Kirk was real life Clubhouse.
I wasn't here
It
for
is
that one,
what it
but
is,
go ahead.
Okay, hold on,
right?
hold on.
So
Can I
yeah,
Charleston.
say
go ahead, Thomas.
something?
I'm gonna let it rotate, but I want to
Okay,
come back to it.
Charleston,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Thomas.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me level with you real quick, Charleston. Let's just say this. Let's say let's just say you were taking public transportation with your girl, right? You're with your girl, and some dude, let's say some unhinged white guy gets on the train, and he's pacing back and forth. You know, man, fuck this shit, man. I'm sick of this shit, man. Somebody gonna get it today, bro. I swear to God, somebody gonna get it
Today
today.
in New York.
Okay, yeah, I got you right. So he's like, yeah, and he's looking around the bus, and he looks at your direction. He starts yelling obscenities at your girl. Man, yeah, he said, so one of these hoes gonna get it today. I ain't gonna say who, but one of these hoes gonna get it today. And he's getting really close. Hear me play this out. Let's say I'm assuming, I don't know what you do, but I'm assuming, I like to assume you'll get up and defend your girl. Hey man, chill out, get the fuck out of her face. And he gets in your face, he ain't touching you, but he's yelling at you. You push him to get out of your personal space. He trips, falls, busts his head on the goddamn seat, breaks his neck, and dies right there. Do you think that because of that, he didn't put his hands on you, okay? But because of that situation that did escalate, do you think that you should be held criminally responsible and go to jail and be fucked up because some guy was acting unhinged on the train and potentially threatening your significant other?
No, I don't personally believe so because hey, listen, whether I go to jail, whether I don't go to jail, whatever my actions are, I'm gonna live by them. If I gotta go to
Okay.
jail, I'm gonna smile at my mugshot. I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid to live by the. Again, you got to understand the courage of your convictions, right? You got to have courage in your convictions. Otherwise, you're a coward, in my opinion, right? So therefore, being afraid of repercussions when you know that you are literally right morally and you're justifiably right and you're right in God's eyes, for me, then you do what the fuck you need to do, right? A lot of people don't have courage in their convictions. You feel me? They really don't. They
Sure. So
talk a
what
good
you're
game, but they
saying?
don't have courage in their convictions.
Sure. So what you're saying is you'll do it with a smile on your face. Here's my
100%.
point. Here's my point. Let me put a bow on this. If I was watching the news and I saw Charleston come up on the news saying showing what you did on the train, and I saw the video you defending your wife, I was like, man, nah, man, let me donate to this man's legal fund. Fuck that. Now that nigga was defending his wife. He should not have to do time for defending his wife. And I'm pretty sure myself and probably others will be looking to do the same thing for you because we would think it's unjust for you to have your life destroyed because you were potentially saving your significant other and potentially other people on the bus because you wasn't sure what kind of danger that guy was going to be putting your significant other in. That's the point that I'm making. Go ahead.
No. I mean, I'm not saying I disagree. I'm not in true opposition of the point. I'm giving a polarizing opinion so you guys can see yourselves in the fucking mirror, right? 100%.
Yeah,
Right?
but you said we far right, bro. Come on.
Both sides don't like
Yeah,
me.
come on. Yeah, Charleston,
I
you're
want to
trying to
Right?
draw
say
a parallel where it
something.
doesn't exist.
Well, no,
Can I
100%
add
though.
something?
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Professor.
Thank you. So Charleston, I absolutely disagree with you comparing what he was doing to what happens in Clubhouse and comparing it to clickbait titles. Look, colleges are
Rage bait.
places. Let me finish. I've been
Said
listening to you
rage
for
bait.
an hour. Can I talk for 2 minutes
But,
without you
but if you're gonna
interrupting
still
me?
man me again, rage
Can I
bait.
can I speak
Yeah,
without
yeah.
you
Let her get it
interrupting
out.
me?
Go
Let her
ahead
get
Two
it
then.
out,
minutes.
bro. Let her get it out. Go
Perfect.
ahead, Professor.
Okay, so college is a place for future generations to learn. It's a place of debate. It's not a clickbait. It's not to get a reaction out of people. It's what they go to school for. And what he was doing was brave. What he was doing is what is supposed to be done in the colleges. So, like this race issues with healthcare, abortion or no abortion, pro life, pro choice, religion. I'm an anatomy professor, but I bring all those topics in my classrooms. My students are future healthcare professionals. It's not to have them like debate and fight, and I just sit back and watch them. It's because they, as healthcare professionals, for future generation, they need to learn to separate their feelings, and how they treat their patients, for example. So it's the same thing. Like I don't know why would you compare that to
I'm
Clubhouse,
gonna tell you
because
why though, right?
it's
Okay.
very different
I'm gonna tell
and
you
it's
why though, right?
very wrong to
Thank
do
you,
that. It's
Professor.
very wrong.
No, I got you on that, right? But I'm gonna tell you why I compare that to Clubhouse, right? Because my grandfather a long time ago told me from the time I was young, he goes, "There's two things I don't argue about, and I don't talk about, and I don't debate about: politics and religion."
Religion.
Right? 100%, right? Those are two things I don't debate about, right? The minute you decide to debate about politics or religion, you know for a fact, right? Other people on the other side may be unhinged. Other people on the other side may not be as understood as you. They may not be as scholarly as you. They may not be as intellectual as you to have the discussion in good faith, right? Some people are so passionate about their belief system, they're willing to die and kill for it, right? And we've seen it all throughout history, right? I mean, we've had how many crusades, right? I mean, we've had how many people get assassinated over the period of history due to political fucking differences, right? I mean, it goes back to Rome. You feel me? Brutus,
Well, Charleston,
But that's
nigga, like
something
real
you
you
quick,
killed
if you don't
avoided.
mind me cut
You
you off, hold on.
avoid
Brutus
Right,
into
debating.
right.
Ed two,
Let me
Brutus.
say something real
Like,
quick,
no, no,
Professor.
no.
Here's the thing.
Can I finish my
You
statement, please?
avoid that
Okay, I
Right,
thought you
right,
debate
was
right,
letting
right.
go
Hold
person
ahead.
on,
on
come
a
on.
date, not in
Let,
college.
let, let, let
I
him
let her
finish,
finish.
Professor.
Can I
Let
finish?
him finish. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
No, I
sure.
already let her finish, all right? And then you're going to go after me, correct? Right? Okay, so boom. Ed 2, Brutus, right? So therefore, when it comes down to these discussions that you're trying to have, you understand that, yes, they may get heated, right? So Charlie Kirk should have taken a lot more precautions long before the situation. Outside venues and shit. No, he's not having these in a classroom discussion with just people who are in a certain career field. He's having it on the front line with people that don't even attend the college half the time, right? People that are just going up there to ask him questions. He at that point is a public figure and opened himself up to the public, right? So therefore, you know the dangers in that. He's not talking to future professionals per se. He's not doing that. Or at least not just that. It was a whole different setting, a
So,
whole different venue, though. Go ahead.
So just real quickly, the reason why this is not analogous because this is someone who planned, who said to take time for it, and let's just say it was paid, which means this is even much further the conspiracy. If I'm talking to you, talking to me, we get heated and we end up fighting. That's a little different. It's not premeditated. We had a heated moment that went a little beyond, right? Him talking to someone else on the mic, which has happened before. Had people throw bombs at him before, cuss him out, say a horn shit. It happens, right? It's still not good. It happens. Someone set up something in advance to carry out this threat. This is a conscious decision. This is not like, hey, I'm just having he's creating clickbait topics or whatever the case may be, and I'm triggered at this very moment. It's someone saying, hey, I see this person as a threat. I have to carry this out. When we create content on this app or any app, we're provoking conversations that people may be uncomfortable with, but it's an intent to actually address the conversation and not to actually antagonize people. That's the big difference here. Conservatives are not doing that, generally speaking. We want to have conversations that's difficult, that challenges people's thoughts. What the left tend to do is to say you can have the conversation, and if you do, violence is an option. That's the difference. Go ahead.
Professor wanted to go after that, and I'll go after her. Go ahead, Professor.
I didn't leave though. And you say that's my opinion. You are correct, but that's my professional opinion. So
You
as
don't
a
have an appeal to
professor,
authority here, though.
Carlson, as a professor, as like I don't know if you agree or not. This is actually something that the
You teach
lefties,
anatomy, not
this is
politics.
something that the lefties actually been promoting for equity, for understanding the racial issues, for understanding religious issues. This is why in college campuses we do talk about religion, politics, because it's been embedded into our life. It's been embedded into every aspect of our business, in economy, in healthcare, and everywhere. That's a wrong thinking to say, oh, you don't talk about politics. That's what you don't do on your first date. Probably you shouldn't do it on like any dates, but that's what you do in colleges. That's what is supposed to be done. Honestly, every time I saw this man, I thought he's brave. I did think he's brave, for going to campus, dealing with this generation, and taking all that headache, dealing with that. And here it is. How's anatomy
I understand that.
professor a political professional? No, it's not. But see, that's the part again you don't understand.
No, I do
As
understand. You
as a
don't understand.
professor,
You have no, you have zero
who
appeal to
trains
authority here in this
future. Okay,
conversation.
let me finish.
You teach
As
it.
a
Well, you already
professor
finished
who
though, right?
trains
I was supposed to go
future.
after you though, right? Now you're
You
responding
did
to what I said in the
finish. You
chat
said as
though.
professor
No,
here,
no,
and then I
I just
started
left the comment in
talking.
the chat though, but now you're gonna go on what I said in the chat though.
As
So now,
a
well, I can go and
as a
reiterate it, right?
as
No, no,
someone
no, no,
who as
no.
someone who
Yeah, but
trains.
you already said you landed,
When you're done,
right?
let me know.
Okay, I
Let me
got
know
you.
when
Yeah,
I can.
you'll know. I mean, I try to keep it brief, right?
All right,
Okay,
guys.
so
Order,
therefore,
order,
like
order.
I said,
Go ahead.
your appeal to. I mean, have I not been fair? Fuck. Like, yeah, damn, right? Like, right when it comes down to it, though, your appeal to authority doesn't work in this discussion. You're an anatomy professor. You're not a political pundit. You're not you're not a philosophy major. You're not a fucking a law student. I mean, you're not a poli sci. You teach anatomy. So you talk about my appeal to it. You have zero appeal to authority here. So therefore, you saying that you're an anatomy professor means nothing in our discussion at all, right? Just because you talk about
And
politics in your
that's your
classroom, no.
opinion.
Just because you teach and talk about politics in your classroom doesn't give you an appeal to authority. It just means that you're interested in politics on your side, right? On the side of your career. Your career is anatomy. You should be teaching anatomy, but instead you want to teach
Listen, if
politics.
you don't
Is what it is.
understand how politics and religion is related to doctors and nurses in hospital sittings
What's political about
and
anatomy?
when you no, you're being a fucking retard
What's
right now.
religious about
You're
anatomy?
being a retard. I
Does
literally
anybody
said
change
I
based on my
trained
political views?
future healthcare
Right.
professionals. It's not about fucking anatomy. It's about fucking being a doctor and a nurse, critical thinking, and how to learn to put your radical fucking feelings aside when you want to treat a patient. But you're like, how is that? Like, you don't know so much that you think talking about politics and the issues of politics with healthcare and science,
I would
it
love
doesn't
my doctors to
exist.
be
You think
apolitical.
only
I
you
would love
think
my doctors
only
to just be doctors,
philosophers talk
not,
about
not
politics.
political pundits. I don't want them. I don't want them to
I'm
treat me or
just
not
gonna
treat me
let you
based on my
have it.
political
I'm not
beliefs.
arguing with
I
someone
really
this
don't.
dumb.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't want my doctors to treat me or not treat me based on their political beliefs. I would love it if my doctors are apolitical. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
That's why we
just
fucking talk about it in school. So they learn why
So you
when treating a
polarize people in
patient,
school so they can
so
become better
they learn
doctors?
when
What
they
the fuck are
teach
you? What are
a
Okay,
you
wait,
doing, man?
guys,
patient
let's hold on.
he's
Let's
totally
back up.
missing
Let's
it.
why
back up.
they
Let's
don't
back up. Let's back
treat
up.
them
We were
with
trying to
their
let you guys go
views.
back and forth, but let's back up a little bit, okay? We kind of getting derailed here. So let's bring it back. So I'm gonna let Charleston, take 30 seconds to respond, then I'm gonna give the last word to Professor. Okay, Charleston, 30 seconds. Go ahead. I want to
Yeah, I
hear
got
what
it.
you got to say.
Right. All I'm basically saying is I would like my medical professionals to be as apolitical as possible, right? As neutral as possible, right? Simply because they have to help everybody, regardless of your race, creed, whatever, gender, whatever, right? They have to treat everybody with the same degree of professionalism, right? Okay. So therefore, I don't want a healthcare professional to be super polarized in politics and political discussions. I don't, right? So why the fuck is an anatomy professor teaching politics to her doctors? Come on, that's stupid. That's crazy. I mean, but I mean, I land there.
All right, go ahead,
Okay,
Professor.
you can literally Google this. Just Google why would anatomy professor talk about politics in classroom? Relevance to health and medicine, public health policies, healthcare access, academic freedom. So in order, in order to try, I personally talk about politics in order to try to make sure my students understand they have to put their political views aside when they're dealing with their patients. It's actually for exactly the reason that you just brought up. That's why we talk about it.
I just want to say when people make an appeal to authority, I am actually that authority that they are appealing to. Yes, I am that important. Thank you.
Alan, all jokes aside,
The
the
fuck, Alan.
PTR.
Shut up, Alan.
Hold on. Stop. Alan,
Come on,
yeah,
Charleston.
yeah.
Come on, lighten up.
That PTR man is very, and I'm not saying change it. Please don't take this. What I'm about to say to that is bothersome because it triggers a lot for me. Her and even Charlie Kirk, because of course those last seconds of your life, I don't even know if she fathomed and understood what was happening, let alone her trying to make sense of it, dealing with the potential pain of the blood and everything rising out of her. It's yeah, disturbing, bro. That
Free,
shit sucks.
free, listen. It
Hmm.
disturbs me too, terribly, because they released a new video and she realized what was going on. But because I know you, if you like, I will change it. But I,
No, don't. No. I'm just saying
yeah,
that
yeah.
it just, yeah,
And
yeah,
that is the horror of it, really, you
yeah,
know. Um, but but yeah, I get it. I get it.
yeah. Charles, and just to kind of set round this up, because I know you just hopped in, Alan, but I don't
No,
understand how
I
you draw
actually
any
like Alan
comparison.
though. I was just fucking with Alan.
No. Of course, no. I know. I was talking about that. We're going back to what we was talking about. I don't understand how you compare the two unless you're just trying to be controversial here. The Democratic Party, you're conservative. we're not the same in regards of violence, let alone handling these discussions. Okay, we want to have a discussion. We understand it's entertaining and it's fun to trigger people who we think are probably not dumb, who have the wrong opinion, etc. But to go to this extreme, we're not on that same page. So when you say that we're the same in any capacity, regarding this, of course, I don't understand how you do that. I feel like you're trolling when you do that. I don't think you're serious.
Look, I already said it already. I'm not trolling. What I am is giving a differing opinion because right now it's going to become an echo chamber if somebody doesn't.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. I don't want to be an echo chamber, so well, it
Well,
kind
that's
of
what it's
is
turning
trolling,
into,
but
though. What I just said. I mean, it is what it is. Everybody on
no,
the stage agrees
you
with you, right? So I have to give because I talk to a lot of Democrats every single day, and I'm
mhm.
pretty much apolitical myself. I just happen to know a lot about politics because I just happen to be informed, right? And I do have a side. I am conservative, right? But I wouldn't call myself a Republican. I'm a registered independent. So therefore, when it comes down to me, I'm able to see the middle ground, right? 100%, right? So I'm able to see right from wrong. I'm able to see these things, and so I understand that both sides have shit that they don't like about the other party. I get it, right? But we're never going to get anywhere as a nation, a unified nation, the longer we keep on polarizing ourselves. I'm sorry.
Do you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that we should? Okay, go ahead. My bad. Go for it.
No, just question. I agree, but here's the thing, and this is the problem. And I just want you just to land, and it may be like I said, just we the conservatives haven't really changed much, right? Like, well, there's changing here and there. We've kind of shifted a little bit to the left, but the point is, I'm saying is that one side is constantly moving the goalposts further and further and further to the point they're divided amongst themselves. So I'm saying that it's hard to unify when someone is determined to divide. Like that's the goal, to be divisive. Like, do you see that? That's to you, Charleston.
Sorry, I was typing in the chat. So can you repeat that last part?
I said, yeah, I was saying that one side is determined to be divisive amongst the left, and it's hard to unify with someone who's determined to divide against you. It's like me saying, I asking you to be friends, and you say, no, nigga, I hate you. We'll never be friends. Then you turn around and say, let's unify. It's like, do you
Well,
still hate me? Like, yeah. It's like,
Well,
what?
well, well, let me go ahead and say this though. I'm a black man, right? And
Yeah,
I'm involved in a lot of discussions on Threads, Twitter, and a few other places, right? And I'm a black man on the conservative side, right? Do you know how much racism I see from the conservative side? Like literally all day, every day on Threads and Twitter Spaces, right? Okay,
yeah,
no,
racism
and I got
exists.
screenshots
Oh,
of it. I got proof of it, right? So
no,
it's
I
not
believe
just
you.
right. So it's not just one side being divisive. It's not, right? There's literally both sides have their extremists that like to post dumb shit, that like to say and spew dumb shit, right? And me being a black man, I've had to overlook a lot of racist ass comments on the right just for me to still remain conservative, right? Even though I'm a registered independent, right? Right now, I am right leaning simply because of how the country has been and the policies that has passed for the last 10, 15 years, right? But let's not act like racism doesn't exist on the right. It does.
Nobody said that. No, no, we're talking about being divisive. Listen, I,
But that's
I'm on the right too.
divisive. That's what I'm saying. That,
No,
that, that was my example of division.
But no, but Charles, listen. I can unite with someone who has a position that I don't agree with, which is there's races on the side, like you said, but that doesn't change your conservatism, as well as you may be a Christian, and there's a lot of racist Christians who don't like blacks. But the point is, you're not worried about what you disagree on. You're more concerned about what you do agree on, which is how a culture and society should be
But
ran.
what I'm saying,
Once,
you missed my whole point, Free. It's not
no,
me that's concerned about it. It's the left that you're trying to convince over to your side that is concerned about the racist division from the right. That's what you
I,
guys aren't getting. If the right was less racist vocally, they would probably have a lot more supporters.
but that's the whole. But that's the point.
And
That's the
I've been
issue.
saying
When you
that
have a
forever.
side, listen, Charleston. You have a side that change that definition all the time to fit what it needs to mean, to the point
Yeah.
where it doesn't really have any
Okay,
substance
well,
at this
let
point.
me go ahead and read
Which
one to you
means,
right now. A recent one. Let me go to read a recent
Oh
one to you.
God. Go
I mean, would
ahead,
you
bro.
like me to then?
Charleston,
I mean, fuck.
Go ahead, bro.
I mean, god damn it. I
you
have
sounded like a
actual
leftist
fucking
too.
files of this
Jeez.
shit. I,
No, we
on
believe you.
both
No,
sides.
nobody's disagreeing. No, listen, nobody disagreeing. We know that racism exists on both sides. That's not the issue. The issue is that when you try to unify to put those differences aside to get to commonality, one side will not allow that to happen. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying.
So again, and
Me and you.
when you
Go
say
ahead.
racism as well, man, I think racism has a very straightforward definition. I understand that a lot of people have been trying to bring nuance to it, and I think that that's a problem. Okay, and again, I think the term racism has been used so often, especially in situations that is not called for, it dilutes it and people don't take it seriously. So, for example, they'll say, like, for example, Charlie Kirk is racist. I don't think Charlie Kirk was racist. He may have said some things that I disagreed with, but I don't think Charlie Kirk was racist at all. Okay, if he was, he's probably one of the worst racists on earth. I've spoken to racists. I've seen these individuals that have a deep seated disgust for my existence. Charlie Kirk did not have that for black folks. Okay, he may have get again. I don't want to get too deep, but some of us have had actual conversations with these individuals that despise our whole existence, and they're proud. They're loud and proud about it. You know, so I think when we talk about those that use that term, we got to be specific, man. We can't talk about for example, some random dude saying nigger on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Because he wants to get a response, a visceral response for somebody. Like, come on, bro. We gotta go
You know,
ahead.
Thomas, I mean, just like the idea that there isn't bigotry, prejudice in all facets of
Sure.
every anywhere in this country or anywhere in the world. You're just mind numbing. You're not going to cure it. You're not going to stop it. So just give up on that whole like utopian belief. But to sit there and say that, oh, I see so much racism there. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. Like, I call the guy that stabbed that poor girl a piece of shit, degenerate, not worthy to fucking wipe the shit off my shoes. An excuse of a human being. He's not a man. He's a fucking idiot. He deserves all that. I'll get called racist. Why? Because the man's black and I'm a white man saying it. But I'll hold the same smoke for like a fucking Jeffrey Dahmer or any number of the million serial killers that every fucking girl wants to like fantasize over while masturbating to fucking Discovery ID channels every fucking night in the bathtub. I can tell you that shit. So like I mean it's just I think people's definition, they just need to get tougher. Like, it's not racist to call somebody a degenerate, a piece of shit when they are. And if they're white, if they're Hispanic, if they're fucking Asian, like, who gives a shit? Like, I think you're worried too much a little bit on it. Is there prejudice and bigotry? Fuck yeah. I made one of them fucking cry and leave this app. I've met a couple of them in my life and they all fucking cry. They're all fucking retards. They're all inbred. Those trailer park mashed potato fucking idiots are not doing fucking shit all in society. They're going to build their woods. They're going to fuck their grandmother and then produce offspring that looks like kids that, like, the hills have eyes. That's what their kids are going to look like. Like, don't worry about them. They're going to breed themselves out.
Yeah, I agree. The problem is if you do that, then you are disproportionately affecting minorities, and merely bringing that up will cause harm to those communities. So therefore, even talking about it makes you a racist. So as a white man, I should never ever ever talk about social issues that affect traditionally marginalized groups. Because if I do, then as a white person and as the oppressor of those groups, I am just causing more harm. And
Love the
therefore,
sarcasm.
I'm
I
a bad
love the fucking
person.
sarcasm. Shut up, man. Just be real.
Yeah, I know. Okay, but now I will say what I would like to say because people were talking about division. Well, yeah, I'm an old fuck. So I remember Reagan and Tip O'Neill. And at that time, the Democrats had been in power for a very long time. They were very comfortable. Both Democrats and Republicans would go, and they would go to there was some coffee shop underneath the Capitol that they would go and socialize and talk with each other. And it was what's his name? Newt Gingrich was the one who started, who said, "Look, we haven't been in power for a very long time. I'm going to change that." And his first thing was don't talk to the Democrats, don't socialize with them. They are not your friends. And he brought about a change in Congress. When Democrats lost their power, they lost their shit. That was the first thing. Democrats were benevolent in their seats of power, but once they lost it, then they started playing dirty. That's the first thing that I would attribute to it. The second thing is, in spite of everything I just said, politicians then, now this is not 100% true, but they were statesmen. They would at least try to come up with some sort of compromise and some sort of solution. And Republicans then didn't have any choice because they weren't in the majority. What happens now, and again, don't ask me for a link or anything, this is my view after decades of watching all of this back and forth, is that they are not, they politicians now act like lawyers. And what is the point of a lawyer? To argue your client's case to the best of your ability, and your goal is to win. That's
Thank
it.
you, Alan. Thank you,
That's
Alan.
it. That's it. So that that's where I think the division is coming from. There was a complete change in the culture of politics in this country.
Thank you for that submission, Alan. I really appreciate that.
Hey,
Listen, we
Thomas, I
always
just want to give
appreciate.
an update.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the DNC, it looks like they're giving updates on the bomb scare that was at DNC headquarters. Exactly what I said yesterday in my room. Sig, you remember this? I said, motherfuckers, this is going to be an ideological war. Stop bringing race into it. Stop expanding it. Stop providing because there's enough. This was going to have more fallout. I went to Jason's Muse room and Avi or Avencia. That idiot was like, oh, this is not going to have any ramifications. This isn't going to cause any upset. And I said, oh, there's going to be a lot. This is literally the fucking white Malcolm X for 35 and under conservative men at colleges. This is not going to go away very easily. And again, we're seeing it. So it looks like they're still scouring. They're still starting, but there's multiple bomb threats. HBCUs have had bomb threats. Um, it looks like another school shooting. That one's got the update. And there's 2 students injured, 1 dead right now. So I'm looking at further news, but the as far as the bomb, they haven't located it. That's what I have right now. They're just still searching through. They don't know who motivated it or what the cause was, but I'm willing to bet it's related to the Kirk assassination.
I appreciate that, Brad. Appreciate the updates, and let me know if they do end up getting somebody in custody for the Charlie Kirk situation. I think they're still looking for him. Um, I would like to offer make an offer for Miss Tiffany Nicole to come to the stage. She says, so again, black conservatives make absolutely no sense under the system of racism and white supremacy. Miss Nicole, I would like you to come to stage and, articulate your points and explain to us why you feel the way that you do.
White supremacy, supremacy. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
I just
This
invited her
shit
to
is
speak.
old.
We have to have the
She said she'll
conversation.
drive.
This
Miss
fucking
Nicole, we're pretty fair here. Honestly, I know you probably feel like you're outnumbered, whatever. We do want to hear your opinion. I know you're driving. Whenever you get a chance, please come on stage and have a conversation if you don't mind, and inform us of your opinions, please.
Absolutely, yeah. So moving on. Back to Charlie Kirk. He will be missed. Um, I've been finding myself watching more of. The reason why I said that to the gentleman that was on here earlier. I said that I find myself watching more of his actual podcast with some of these other individuals to kind of get a better understanding. Because I knew Charlie Kirk from early on, where him, Candace Owens, and so forth. They basically got together and formed Voltron. They were the new prominent figures in the conservative party. So after they're kind of going their separate ways, I really wasn't following Charlie Kirk like that. But after this situation, I am more intrigued to kind of get a better understanding to who he was as a person. I have an idea, and I, again, me personally, regardless of whatever idea, opinion he may hold, he really seemed like a good guy at heart. He really did. He really seemed like, and he stood by his convictions. He never hurt anybody. He gave his opinions, and the thing about it was he was always willing to. If you disagree, the crazy part about it is one of the things that I've always found vexing to me, especially on the left. The left will had opinions that the left and others may not have liked, but he never ran. He always was willing to sit back and have the conversation and give you an opportunity to change his mind. Most of the people on the left that have these type of opinions don't do that. The only exception is Destiny. Destiny will fucking debate anybody, but with that, but without, but but with that being said, to bringing up Destiny, Destiny came out and was basically, again, talking greasy and crazy about the death of Charlie Kirk, like he did the person that died at the when Trump
Wow.
was almost assassinated. Yeah, he came out talking
Yeah, the
reckless.
fireman. Yeah.
Yeah, he came out talking reckless today, saying any liberal that comes out and condemns this is weak. And again, I don't wish him to be killed in front of his family and things like that. Not at all. I just like what I would love to see is for him to have a debate and his ideas be destroyed, okay, and make him look crazy. To me, that gives me more satisfaction than someone blowing his brains out. Like I'm like, that's not necessary. We don't need to go that far. We don't need to go that far. Destroy these individuals to make them understand that their lively the ideology that they hold within their everyday life is garbage. Okay, and hopefully they rethink, their reality and be willing to maybe change some of their thought process. I rather that. I that's why I enjoy coming on Clubhouse and dialoguing with y'all, man. This is why I love having conversations with individuals that don't agree. That's why I always push to try to get people that disagree, give them space to espouse their points. Unless they're fucking rambunctious and unhinged, like the gentleman that was in here earlier, I want to give them the floor to be able to really convey how they feel, and let's talk about it. We may not agree, and all of on stage we believe that we may not agree, but I want to fucking talk about it because I'm very interested in why you think the way that you do. And again, that's why I think this situation with Charlie Kirk is so heavy, because again, even the person that was at least willing to talk about it has been killed. I think that needs to resonate with people. The person that was willing to talk about his thoughts, even though you disagree with him, he would talk to you about it. He's been doing touring colleges for years. Okay, he's giving you. He wanted to have the conversation, and someone killed him for it.
Kudos to all the liberals who disliked Charlie Kirk, disagreed with him, and thought he was racist and all this shit, but still can mourn or at least not take glee in his death. For you guys to remain civil, I do appreciate it for what it's worth.
Yeah, I looked it up because I was curious. Comedy Central has pulled the reruns of the South Park episode with him.
I had a feeling they was going to do that.
Yeah, which I think is probably a good thing to do. But I also think, based on his reaction to the episode and the fact that he enjoyed it, that at some point they should put it back. You know, the other report I saw is that some people, and I haven't heard it on Clubhouse at all, but some people are blaming South Park for his assassination because it probably, their thinking is probably, well, people didn't know about him and South Park made him more famous, and that's what made him a target. That's my guess as to what the their thinking is. The people accuse South Park of that, but I haven't heard anybody until right now with me talking about that South Park episode, post assassination. And I think there's very few people who actually, on the conservative side, that believe that South Park was responsible.
Nobody wash here. Please come to the stage. You said this bullshit. You said he would literally fall apart whenever he was rightfully challenged. Please come up to the stage and elaborate on what you mean by that. Are you saying that Charlie Kirk would basically, I guess, lose it when he debated someone that challenged him?
I
I,
mean,
I,
ironic because he went to be debate to debates. I mean, that's ironic, but okay, I'm open for that.
Guys,
yeah,
what
yeah. I mean,
what is everybody's thoughts on the death of Charlie Kirk? What do we think?
we've been talking about
Hold
that
on a
for a couple
second,
hours,
Mike
my good
Hand.
man.
Aziz,
Go
you're
ahead.
one of the pieces of shit that was gloating. You and all of those other Palestinian faggots that thought it was a joke that
That's
he
great.
got
Thanks.
killed.
I
No,
didn't think it was a joke. No, I didn't. Why would you say that?
Because I don't know why are you people
You sound
much
like you sound
content?
very bigoted and hateful right now.
Yeah, yeah. I hope your fucking people drown in another fucking flood. You pieces of shit. You
Right,
dick. And quit trying to.
right.
You
That's
think it's funny to mock American? You think it's
no,
funny
I
to mock
don't.
a
I
dead
don't.
American,
I don't think it's funny.
because
I don't think
what
it's
he
funny.
supported a country that's what killing terrorists wherever the fuck you're from. You're a piece of shit. You're antagonizing all of the wrong fucking people. You're just making people hate you more and more. And I can,
Right, but
honestly, I think
you're the
you
one
guys are
full of hate.
disgusting.
You're the one full of hate. You're the reason why he died. You're the reason why he died. The kind of hateful rhetoric that you spew is the
Oh,
reason he
eat a
died.
fucking dick.
As
You
he
don't
what?
Yeah,
see
like,
me parading around pictures of dead Palestinians, okay? Like it's not a fucking joke to me, and I don't appreciate you guys getting a laugh out of, uh, you know, posting a picture
but
mocking the death of
who's
an
getting a lot?
American.
I don't. Who's laughing? Like, who's laughing? I don't get it.
Pepe, do you know him from another room or?
No,
No, he doesn't. He
they're
doesn't know who
brigading
I
all
am.
around the fucking app. Him and
Oh,
his
He
gay
doesn't.
fucking friends.
okay,
No, he
okay,
They're
okay.
doesn't. He
laughing.
doesn't. He
Why do you think
doesn't.
he came up here and he was asking, "How do you
Yeah,
think about the death of Charlie Kirk?" Because
yeah, he came out
he's
just for
trying
that.
to
Yeah.
gloat in it.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
I just want to
okay.
hear
Well,
people's
to answer
thoughts.
your question, Azzy, first of all, we all, everybody on the stage, for the most part, is not happy about what took place. We're saddened about a person having his life snuffed out over an opinion. That's how we feel about his untimely demise. Is
You
there
know,
any other questions you have?
yeah, I appreciate that angle. You know, that's the angle I come from. But I'm very consistent with that logic sort of thing. You know, so I don't think anyone should be killed for the way they think or live. You know, so I'm more consistent with that sort of logic. I just don't, you know, outside of Charlie Kirk, I feel that way. Do you know what I mean? I just don't think we can kill anybody for the way they think.
Sure, sure, sure. I'm just trying to make sure you're not trolling, bro.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. And even in the case of Charlie, you know, there's an irony to his death. Um, I mean, even with Charlie, you know, he trivialized and over intellectualized school shootings and
Okay,
wars in
there it
other
is. All right, all
countries.
right. Okay, now I know what I'm working with. All right, so
Exactly.
okay, I got you. Okay,
Right? No,
so
no. I just no. But I don't want any. I don't think anybody should be killed for having thoughts. That's not how the world should work, right? But people are being killed for having thoughts, and he was one of the people that sort of spoke on that idea. And fair enough, credit to him. But I think he ended up dying because of that idea as well. Right? He died because of that
Eat a
idea.
fucking dick.
No, I mean, that's what it is. That is what it is. That's what it is. He
okay,
died. Yeah, he died because of that idea. He lived discussing that idea, and he died because of that idea. He died because of
And your
ideas.
people are
You know,
dying because they're a bunch of fucking terrorists. Amazing.
who are my people?
Jock for all fucking day.
What humans?
The worshippers of a pedophile.
Well, you know, I mean, if you did, I mean, I don't know what you're referring to. You kind of sound like a one-dimensional human being right now. You know, don't box me in just because you're predictable. You know,
No, you're predictable. You came in here wanting to basically say that Charlie Kirk deserved it because of his rhetoric. He brought it on
no,
himself.
no. If I
Amazing.
wanted to say that, I would say I don't hold my tongue. I swear at people. I cuss their mothers. I say what the fuck I like.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
the
need.
biggest fucking cocksucker on this app. They would, yeah, and there was a group of people that like to pass out candies to kids when they would go on the other side of the border and kill people, and celebrated even after they massacred a bunch of people, and now
Right,
they're having to fight the military and they're getting
right.
killed. And
And those are the people. You know, those are the people that killed Charlie Kirk. You know,
amazing.
you know,
Yeah, so
it's the
I get
same.
it's kind of funny now that
now
now
you
you
can
can
kind
kind
of.
of why understand why I say fuck you people then,
Wait, I'm
No,
confused.
no. I'm just saying
because
Wait,
they
it's.
killed
hold on,
someone I
hold
care
on,
for.
hold on. I'm confused. Who are the people that killed Charlie Kirk? Because I recall that I've been watching the news all morning. I have like all sorts. I have phone calls
Mhm.
out, text messages out. I actually have somebody on the ground that's doing the manhunt and looking, and I can't even get answers from them. I have a contact in the FBI that is really high up. I texted him, and
Mhm.
I can't get a response. So you're telling me that you have the answer to who shot Charlie Kirk and the motives.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm very
yeah.
curious. Can I
So I'll
have
tell
that?
you. I'll tell you. So
Okay, please tell
people,
me.
I'll tell you. A person who thinks they can kill someone for having ideas killed Charlie Kirk, right? That's what
Huh.
it is,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Somebody who
That's your
thought.
grand
Does that
enlightenment.
make
Okay.
sense? Somebody who thinks that because of the way somebody else thinks, they can kill them now, killed Charlie Kirk. Does that make sense? So that's who killed Charlie Kirk. A person who thinks because you think differently to me, I can now kill you. That's who killed Charlie Kirk. Does that make sense? That's who killed Charlie Kirk. So that's why Charlie Kirk died, because of that core principle, and nothing more, nothing less. So we can decorate it how
Charlie
we
Kirk,
want,
hold
and
on. So Charlie Kirk died because some fucking twat waffle
yeah,
decided that he watched enough Hollywood movies
hmm
and watched enough TV shows that he was going to take Grandpa's 30-06, climb on top of a school building that was teaching automotive repairs or whatever the fuck it is, and then from 200 yards away make a shot, which was it ended up being a kill shot, but do a shitty fucking shot and then run down a building, run away, toss the weapon down, have some fucking little writings on the rifle or whatever it is. And oh, by the way, he looks like he's a 20-year-old skinny fucking, I don't know, man. I've not seen arms this skinny since like fucking, I don't know, twigs on a branch. And then looking at this, has a manhunt going where we're going to probably find him hidden under some tarp or in some garage somewhere eventually, and he's going to be caught and found. So, who killed him and why? It's amazing how you say it's just for Charlie Kirk doing free speech. You don't know. Maybe Charlie Kirk was bending his mother over and just raw dogging the shit out of her. Maybe that was what Charlie Kirk was doing, and this kid's upset that he never claimed him for daddy. You don't know, but I love the speculation though. And I do agree. I think Charlie Kirk was shot for trans insults. People in the trans community didn't like him. Seems to be the trend with the trans shooters lately. They seem to be proliferating. Maybe you're one of them. Maybe you're the next one. Maybe we need to watch out for you. Maybe we need to tip that hotline off because I think you're the same Aziz that goes from room to room trying to disparage nothing but Israel and try to sneak in those like Jewish conspiracy theories all the time. But I could be wrong. I could have the wrong Aziz.
yeah, no, it just goes back to the same thing. Like I said, the reason why Charlie Kirk died is because somebody thinks that they can kill people because of the way they think. Right? That's it. I don't know who
And I
it
guess
was.
people think like you because they're inbred in first cousin marriage.
Right,
Yeah, see, that
and
shit on your mother.
right. So you guys are. This is what you don't get. Like you guys think if you think you can kill somebody for the way they think, yeah, you are no different
I
than
don't
the
think you
shooter,
should
the
kill
killer.
people for how they
Of,
think. See, if that was like Sam
thank you,
Sater
thank you.
or if
That's all
that
I
was
wanted to
Ezra
hear.
Klein
That's
or
all I
even
wanted to
even one of
hear.
you pro-Palestinian faggots, I wouldn't. I well, I,
Well,
let me
well,
speak about
exactly. There's the
commentators.
well. There's the big well. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
well,
There
no.
you
Let's
go.
keep it to political
Well.
commentators. No, well, because I
But
want to
wait,
speak.
didn't that Muslim community like butcher up and carry out in handbags like fucking Khashoggi, a reporter, for printing and writing what he thought? I mean, didn't you do that out of an
He did it
embassy?
live on the telephone
All
or on a
right.
phone so that the prince could hear it. It
Well,
was
do you know
fucking
why that
gross.
happened? Does anybody know why
Oh,
that
because he
happened?
was speaking his mind and people don't want to hear thoughts? Is that what you're going to tell me?
No, I mean, I'm sure you know about the MBS and Jeff Bezos scandal. You know when he was using
Oh,
the
was
Washington Post to right.
Khashoggi chopped up because he was expressing his thoughts? Like, oh, we live in a world
Thank
where you
you. There
can't, but
you
you
go.
just tried to deflect
You're
from
getting
that.
there. You're getting there, Brad.
But
You're
I
getting
I
there.
was gonna say if that was like I don't know who's a lefty that I don't really care like Ezra Klein. I think he's annoying. Like if I would think that it was really sad, and I would call any right winger that I don't know glorified his death as like a total sick piece of shit. Like I'm not
100%.
somebody that you're using this very opportunistically and I notice you guys are going into other rooms you guys don't usually go into, and to basically because he's a Zionist, you guys want to basically shit on him and act like he died. He got what was coming to him, and I'm just saying I don't even know. Are you trying to convince people to be pro-Palestinian? Is it
Why do we keep
antagonizing
talking about
Americans?
Palestine? Why do we
And
keep talking about Palestine?
because I
Because
know your
Aziz,
motive.
This
yeah,
is like
and
is this like some weird QAnon sort of
Oh,
uh,
one-dimensional
brother, you know
linear
why?
room where you just
Aziz,
sort of say the same things? I thought we were
Aziz,
talking about Charlie Kirk. I don't get what we're doing
yeah,
here.
yeah, Aziz, Aziz, listen, I understand. What you said, that your statement about killing people who think differently, yes, we all agree. However,
Thank you, Alan.
and I think Cleto is alluding to this, and I think it is not too great of an assumption to make that you at some point will extend that principle out to the conflict between Palestinians and Israel and Gaza and all of that.
Well, I
I
didn't
and
want to
I
bring that up. I
Okay,
didn't want to bring that up.
okay,
I wanted to just be consistent. I wanted
okay,
consistency.
all right. Here's my advice. You are welcome to do that, and it is not. It is not a it's not a disingenuous, or I don't know the right word, argument to make. But I would suggest, number one, you not do it now, just as someone who
I
also
respect that. I respect that. I respect
who has a Middle Eastern background too. Number one, and number two, I would even say that uh,
Oh, you gave
looking
Alan a fucking
objectively,
green bean. No way.
looking yeah, looking objectively, you don't need to make that argument to make your case. That's all
I
I have.
respect that. That's better
Yeah.
than sort of calling me a backwards cunt. I respect that,
No,
Alan.
no, no, I'm not. I'm
No, I
not.
respect that. I respect
I'm
that. That's
being
much more
I'm
of
being that
an
there is
intellectual
not
approach, and I
there
respect your honesty.
yeah,
I respect that.
I'm not throwing
Hey,
any
hey,
shade at
Alan, can
you.
I ask you a question though? Like personally, right? Do
Yeah.
you believe that what's holding back a lot of ethnic minorities, quote unquote, from America from becoming conservative is the racism on the right? Yes or no?
Uh
No, no, no. Be honest though. Be honest. Come on now. Be
no,
pragmatic and
no.
honest.
Charleston, it's a good question. I don't know. That's a
I'd like to
novel
answer.
question to me. So I would say
Alan, fucker, answer the question. You know the answer. Come on now,
Charleston,
dog.
Charleston, I
We've had this
Charleston.
discussion before.
Look, we did, then I forgot it, but I will answer you as an answer is coming to my mind now. Okay? I think, and I'm going to make a comparison here. I think when people came to this country, oh, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years ago, they understood that they were supposed to assimilate. Number 1. Number 2, they understood they had a great opportunity in coming to America. Number 3, and this is generally, you always had people who hated America even though they were there, even though they lived here. And number 3, they understood that they were going to get shit from people already here, and that was the price to pay. And they understood it was going to take 1 or 2 generations before they would be accepted as Americans.
Okay, I got you right here. Now, when it comes to black people, we were Americans long before you guys were ever Americans that came 70 years ago, right? And we still never got compensated per se, right? Again, I'm on the political. I'm politically in the middle, but I lean right.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So no. So if the
No, I'm
Japanese
with
got
you. I'm still with
no,
you. I'm
no.
listening.
So if the Japanese got compensated, if the Jews are still getting compensated from whatever happened to them, right? If everybody else has gotten compensated, right? Um, do you believe that it's okay that black Americans, only the ones who were here prior to 1865, right? Do
You
you
were
believe
prior.
that
You were
they
here
are
prior to
entitled to some sort of just
1865.
dues?
You were here prior to 1865.
Yeah, prior to 1865,
No,
yes.
you weren't. You weren't even born. And the Japanese that were living were given
No,
reparations. And
no.
when it
Come on
comes to
now. Hey,
reparations, and when it comes to reparations to
Please,
Jews,
Polito,
when it
no,
comes to
no.
when it comes to reparations towards
Pepe,
Jews, we didn't
chill,
give them
bro.
any. You're
Chill,
full of
Pepe.
shit.
Polito,
Oh my
Polito,
sick.
Polito.
Why would you do this? Come on now. Pepe doesn't allow
Yeah,
for
no,
discussion,
no,
right?
no. He
Well,
jumped in.
come on now. If you guys are gonna mod him, mod me then. Fuck, right?
No,
Because
why?
Pepe likes to do what Pepe
Hey,
likes to do, right? And
Charleston,
Sig and KP know I fuck with them, right?
hardly
It
ever
is what it is,
get
though, right?
modded.
I
Don't
wasn't done
take
with the
this
question, though,
away from.
right? But
No,
Pepe
no,
is
no.
unhinged sometimes, right?
I
I,
heard
I
the.
no, 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 no. I haven't.
Guys, I apologize. I can't do this anymore. Can we be more on topic? Can we talk about what did Charlie Kirk say about black people
Yeah, yeah, but we
Yes,
that
already got past that long before you
that
came in.
caused some liberal black people to rejoice in his death? That's what I want to talk about.
Sure,
yes,
sure,
and let's
sure,
stay
sure,
on
sure.
that. Stick to that as much as possible. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, but let me go ahead and ask a quick question, which is about Charlie Kirk, because he was against the civil rights, 64, all that, whatever, right? He was against that. So this has a lot to do with that, right? Because in the civil rights movement, when Martin Luther King was done with what he was doing, right, that allowed the Civil Rights Act of 1965 to pass, right, which Charlie Kirk, 100% said he opposed, right? Right? A reparations bill was something that he was working on next, right? Okay, but then he got murdered. Of course, like Charlie Kirk got murdered before he could finish his messaging, right? So, when it comes down to that, do you believe that black people who were here prior to 1865, and when I say people that were here, we're talking about our bloodline, like where we could trace it back to that, where we came from, right? That was here prior to 1865, right? And survived all the way up until 1965, right? Which my father was born in 1961, right? He wasn't even considered a desegregated black man, right? On his birth certificate, it still says Negro, right? So therefore, all the way up to 1965, right? I do believe that black people are entitled to some sort of just due. 100%. Would you agree?
So my belief is that
No,
Lyndon
no,
B.
no, not you, nerd.
Johnson,
I was talking to Alan. Alan specifically.
A-
Go ahead, Alan.
A- Alan, I'm going to be quicker than Alan. Listen, Lyndon B. Johnson gave certain blacks reparations through government benefits. They may have been ill intentioned, but
Nerd.
that is a
I wasn't
form
asking you.
of
I was asking Alan though.
reparations.
I mean, please don't interrupt Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead.
Well, I got two things to say. Um, in your argument, you mentioned Jewish people. In today's $2025, Jewish people got $200 billion because of World War II. In today's dollars, through what Nerd just mentioned, through government programs, they've received $11.1 trillion to date.
Bingo.
Okay, so when it comes to reparations, um, it's very simple. No white man or white person today owned any slaves, and
We're
no
not asking
black
the white man of
person.
today. We're asking the government.
Yeah, no, but the government is representative of all of us. You can't create this buffer zone where somehow the government is some magical intermediary entity that does not affect the citizens of this
But
country.
why not though? We just gave 32 million in Nigeria for hunger.
Yeah, and why?
For hunger, I just said for hunger.
Okay, and at 32 million or billion?
Million.
Million. And again, how much have black people received since 1965
Are we talking
into
about the collective or a handful of them? Because you realize
the,
when government aid first came out and rolled out after the Great Depression, black people were cut off from it.
yeah, well,
Same thing with the
well,
GI Bill
yeah,
at first.
that's true. That's true. That 11.1 trillion is part of the 20 trillion that has been spent, and that's not even in
Alan,
today's dollar.
is that given to African descendants of slaves or just African Americans in
No,
It's
no,
general?
this
given
is
to,
Jews right here. He's talking
yeah,
about the Jews.
Descendants of
yeah,
slaves.
yeah.
No,
So
no, he's
in
only
any
talking about the
event,
Wait,
Jews.
wait, wait.
The
Are you
nerd, you
wait,
gotta
wait?
track the
Is there?
conversation. He's talking about the Jews right now.
Wait, wait, wait. Can I?
No, me and
look,
him know what we're talking
wait,
about though. You
wait,
guys are
wait,
interrupting though. Me and
guys,
Alan know
please.
what we're talking about.
Yeah, look, guys, I'm going to respond with this and then I'm going to
Go
sit
ahead and get
back
it. You
as a
have to.
mod because other mods have already expressed that they don't want to talk about this.
Okay,
My
cool.
answer is
Let's go ahead
quick.
and get it though.
No
But
white
everybody else knows what
person,
the fuck we're talking about.
listen to me. I don't want to be interrupted. No white person today has ever owned any slaves, and no black person today has ever picked any cotton. That's the end of this discussion. What else do you need to know?
But Alan, that still didn't
You're
answer my
not
question
But
though.
no
you are
Did
Jew has
not
ever been put in an extermination camp.
no. I did I
but
nobody
Alan,
is
you were
giving
speaking about $11 trillion given to African Americans. Were they descendants of slaves?
what
Because when
No, bro,
Ronald
that's not what he
Reagan,
was fucking
does
point
it
was
no,
to
wait,
make
wait, 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 wait.
when Ronald Reagan gave Japanese American reparations, he didn't give it to all Japanese people. He gave it to the descendants of those in the internment camps. So
Okay,
when you're saying that African Americans received $11 trillion, are they descendants of slaves, or are they just money that
That's
Americans would
not what
give
he said,
citizens,
though.
whether
well,
they're
He's
white or
talking
well,
about
black?
the Jews.
okay, well, I I'm not sure what the
So you
point
can't
of
use
your
that
question
argument.
is, but I
No,
will
you.
answer. I will answer you with this. When California looked at reparations, they said, "Okay, it's got to be descended." First of all, everybody got pissed off because it was only going to be for descendants of slavery. Second of all, they and this was one of the things that I found interesting. You had to have declared that you were black on your driver's license for at least 10 years. So, in that little caveat, they acknowledged the fact that identity and trans identity and identifying as someone was somewhat bullshit. And I thought to myself, gee whiz, if this actually takes hold, I'm going to identify as black because in 10 years, guess what? I'll be eligible for reparations. So that's my comment. Now, Paul, make your point. I'm done talking about it.
Because
I'm
when you bring up that they gave $11 trillion to African Americans, right? As a way to say, well, we can't really give reparations to African Americans because this is how much the U.S. government has given. If it's not to the descendants of slaves, it's basically giving almost the same thing like giving the GI Bill, giving it to citizens because of a natural disaster. But when you're saying it like that, as if it was actually given to the descendants of slaves, just like the money given to the Holocaust victims or the survivors of the Holocaust, or given to the descendants of the Japanese internment camps. So it's not the same thing. So you bringing that up and the amount of money doesn't even equal. It doesn't even answer the question that descendants of slaves should get reparations. There's a You have to be consistent. If you're giving reparations to a group of people, then you have to give it to everybody: Native Americans, African Americans, white people who suffered, um, Jewish people who suffered in America, Japanese people. If you're just nitpicking, then you're not being consistent. That's why we have precedents in this country. So you bringing up $11 trillion, we can name what it was. Government assistance. White people get government assistance. So are we saying that we can't give descendants if white people suffer because white people receive government assistance? Like it's not consistent what you're bringing up.
No, no, first of all, I'm very consistent because number one, remember, we live in a country where all the allocation of funds has to be passed by Congress. If in 1965 Lyndon Johnson had said, we are going to give a crap load of money to black people, the bill never would have passed. It had to be a war on poverty or a war on whatever or civil rights in order for the bill to pass. So that's the first thing. The second thing,
Hey,
if
I'm gonna
you if
provide an update because I think we're more on the Charlie Kirk thing. So the FBI has raised their reward for any information leading to the photo of the individual to $100,000. So get your scrubbing out there, get your Instagram scrubbing, because any information can land you six-figure payday for today for being on Clubhouse if you want to scrub the internet and start cracking codes. The pictures on the FBI site, they are offering $100,000. I say again right now to anybody offering for information to the suspect. They have nothing there. The medical examiner came out, confirmed what Charlie Kirk was died of, obviously gunshot wound to the neck. And they confirmed that the fatalities that are pretty much we're all aware of. But right now, they do not have any suspect in custody. They are locking down the area. I don't have anything further on the events of where the suspect is at this moment, or at least they're not releasing it. But they plan on releasing more photos or contemplating on releasing more photos as this afternoon progresses if they don't have any results. So we'll keep you informed.
well, look, um, your distinction about are they actual descendants of slavery or are not. Um, yeah, if you were born in Haiti or you immigrated to this country as a black person
after the abolition of slavery, then no, you are not a direct descendant of slavery. And in terms of the discussion around reparations, then no, they are not entitled to that money. But again, this was done through the political process, and in order for that bill to pass, that's how it got passed. So and as far as consistency, all of the number one, all of the groups you discuss, the Japanese received compensation, Jewish people received compensation, Native Americans have received compensation, and African Americans have received compensation. And if you compare those figures, um, in as far as Jewish people, African Americans have received, the in orders. I don't know. Let me do my math. That's five times. That's 1 trillion. That's what, 50 times or 15 times? No, 50 times what Jewish people received. So I think we're good.
I'm gonna ask this question again. What did Charlie Kirk say about the American Negro that would not promote, would encourage the BLM liberal, black representatives to applaud his death?
He said, well, he did say that if a moronic black woman got a job, it's because of DEI. He also said that if a black person was a pilot, I have to pray, was he qualified to even get this job?
But Paul, is he wrong right there on your two statements? Like you just said it. If a moronic black woman got a high level job, it had to be DEI. Would he be wrong? Like
I
your
think
own
that's
words.
if I would have
Think
no
about what
problem
you
with that
just said
statement.
to me. Like,
I would.
Paul, think about what you just said to
Do you
everybody in
want me
this
to
room.
answer your question, or do you want to answer it
It's a
for me?
simple yes or no.
Do you want
Like
me to
you
answer the question?
said,
But you're not
your
letting me answer the
words,
question. All
Paul,
right, Brad, you
yes or
answer the
no.
question.
Yes or no.
The
You
statement, the statement would be the statement would be fine if you said it about all people. But
I don't need fucking negate old or
the
listening to
statement would
fucking
be
people's
fine if
writing.
you said it about all people. But when you say it like that, then
Paul,
that's when
listen
you're
to
wrong.
what you said. You said a moronic black woman gets an elevated position. It's DEI. You said his words. That's what you came out, and you're upset by this. I'm upset.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
think a
say I'm upset.
moronic black
I'm
man that
answering the bro.
gets
I'm
a fucking
answering the
position
question that
as
Nerd
I don't
Swag
know an
asked,
engineer
and
of a
you're
levee
triggered.
is a fucking moron.
Brother,
And I think
brother,
yeah, it's
I'm
DEI.
answering the
I think
question
if
that
it's a
Nerd
fucking
Swag,
Hispanic girl that's
bro, you gotta
promoted
relax.
to
I'm
heart
answering a
surgeon and
question that
never went
Nerd
to
Swag
med
told,
school, I
and you're
think is
getting
a
triggered,
fucking
bro.
DEI hire.
Bro,
Like,
you
are
gotta
you
calm
dense? Are
down.
you
I'm
dumb? Are you
answering Nerd
ignorant?
Swag's
Do you not
question. You gotta
understand?
calm down.
Dude,
You
you
gotta
need to
calm
shut
down.
the fuck up while I'm talking.
You gotta calm down. I'm
Here,
answering Nerd
let me
Swag's
tell let
question.
me
You
show you
gotta
how this
relax.
works right there. Your dumbass came up here in response to the question asked, what did he say? Your first fucking word, you fucking idiotic fucking moron, you cum stain of a fucking intelligent person, said, here, if a moronic black woman gets promoted to a position, it must be DEI. Think about what you just said. You got upset at calling a black moron woman, which I'm not going to disagree. There is a shit ton of them, just as much as there's a shit ton of white ones, a shit ton of Hispanic ones, and a shit ton of Asian ones. There is morons in all of those camps. But you said that and then said it must be DEI. And then you got offended by that. I'm going to say yes. It's fucking DEI. It's feminine DEI. A moron fucking black woman promoted to an elevated position and she's a moron? Yes. I think everybody on stage would agree. No, that's not meritocracy. That has to be DEI. Are you fucking dense? Now bring your ass up, but learn to shut up when somebody else is asking questions or talking. All I asked was a yes or no question, and your stupid, retarded, twat waffle ass couldn't figure it out. So I'll bring you up, but now have that conversation with whoever. But please, listen to your own fucking words before you wanted to go down that pathway.
So my only problem with Mr. Kirk's statement is that okay, if he's referring to Kamala Harris, that is not a black woman. That is a Hindu woman. The second thing is um yes, he could have used a different set of words. I think I'm not going to say we need to coddle the liberals, but if we want them to listen to what we're saying, we can't on purpose use triggering words in the delivery of the statement. It's unfortunate, but this is where we are. I do agree with Brad. If obviously you put the moron in front of that person as a qualifying statement, it's assumed that the person is a moron, they're not qualified for the position, then no, they are a DEI hire and they should not be appointed to the position.
Well, I can't find him down there, so he can come up. I hate guys that are like wanting to spin and give me the fucking 20-minute lecture about how their answer is not the answer and they need to sidestep it. Um, and yes, American Jonesy, if a white guy got promoted, a moronic white guy got promoted in a black hair salon, I would say that's DE fucking I. I'm going to put that out there. I don't care how gay he is. I don't care if he needs a traffic cop in front of his asshole. That's how gay he is. I am telling you, it's DE fucking I. You can have it. I'll own it. I'm all for it.
Is
So,
Dan Bongino a DEI hire?
with who?
Dan Bongino or Dan
Well,
Bongino?
he
Gino,
actually does have
Dan Bongino.
a background in criminology. He has degrees.
Great.
He actually was a
I have
cop.
a
So,
criminology degree. Can I be an FBI director?
Yeah, you can. And you'd
Right.
probably make a good one.
So so
okay.
so a
Well,
regular
wait,
bachelor's
wait. What
degree
qualifications do
qualifies
you
me.
think you need to be FBI? Is there
He's
some
a political
secret
pundit
degree out there that we
on
don't
the
know about?
news, and somehow he's come on now.
Wait, wait, wait.
There's a
But
lot of DEI
Charleston, what
hires in the
degree
White
would
House
you
right
want
now.
an FBI director not to have? Would you want underwater basket weaving, or do you want a degree
I
in
mean, what about
criminology?
Cash Patel? What are his credentials?
Is he not a lawyer?
No. What are his credentials? What cases has he ever fought though? What has he litigated?
He's got crazy eyes.
No,
Those
no,
are
no, no,
his.
no. no. What has he litigated?
I
Okay,
don't.
I would like to.
He's
I would
got
like
the
to.
Oh,
Well,
he,
wait, hold
these
on.
are
My
DEI
lawyer came
hires
up.
too.
My
Then
lawyer came up. Hold on. Abby knows a little bit more about these circles. But I'm pretty sure that the degree, having legal comprehension, being a lawyer, being somebody who's got like
when has he
criminology
ever
degree,
displayed it?
and hold on, dude, chill the fuck out. You keep cutting off
Bro,
everybody
stop
else's
being a
statement.
bitch, bro.
You
If you
need to
kick
actually
me out,
down
kick
it
me
down.
out.
I
You're
get
a
you're
hoe.
emotional. I get that you're
You're
like
emotional.
you're
You
doing
keep off the
you're
stage.
emotional. I get it. Your heart's pounding. You
No,
had a
you
conversation
keep
with
Well,
off
you
the
were the
Alex.
stage,
one
bro.
I
that's
You're
get
the
it.
one. You're
interrupting
the one
people
bullying.
when someone didn't answer something you liked.
Hey,
Well,
How is
Sig.
he
I you
emotional?
need to
Hey,
mute
get your
up,
dog.
dude. You need to mute up. So again, this whole point, if somebody's going to work in, like, let's say crime enforcement or a criminal agency for our government, I'm pretty sure everybody on stage would say, hey, a criminology degree, something in the legal profession, probably is a good fucking idea to have in your belt.
Brad, may I
I'm just
answer
saying that.
this idiotic
Go ahead,
question?
Abby. Have a way.
Because it's like a bit shocking. So, but obviously he does have a law degree. He started out as a PD in Miami, and you know what a PD is, which is a public defender, which puts you in court all the time in criminal cases. He then left the state PD to become a federal PD in the Southern District of Florida. So he did federal cases, and he worked in the Department of Justice for a period of time. He worked in the counterterrorism division for the NSD. I mean, we can just go on and on if you want to hear all his credentials. He worked
I would
on
like to
the
keep going.
House
Keep going
committee.
on and on.
Excuse me. He
No, keep going on and
also
on. I would like
he
to hear more.
also chaired the ATF. I mean, I don't know what you're missing. He has administrative
I
experience. He
was
has
asking.
trial lawyer experience. Worked with the Central Intelligence Agency. Like, what
Do you
part
know
of
which case
this
he was a
are you
trial lawyer in?
struggling? Like, what part of this are you struggling with?
No, no,
Did
no.
you,
I'm simply asking questions because I'm an.
he worked with uh, I mean, I don't know like what director you want it, like what administration, what departments.
Abby.
Take out your phone and take out his Wikipedia. You can read it for yourself. But if you ask a specific question about trial experience, the guy was a federal public defender. You've got to
Public
be
defender's
kidding
the
me.
lowest rung
You-
of come on, that's the lowest rung.
excuse me.
many graduates of law schools try to get those jobs because of how much litigation and trial
That's the
experience you
first
get.
place you start.
No, it is
Or where do you
not.
start before
It
that?
is
Wait.
not.
Charleston,
There,
where did you get your law degree from? Where did you get your
yeah.
criminology degree?
Oh my God! Now you gonna do it to fill to
But
authority.
I'm
I
just
get it.
asking. You seem to know
No, no,
so
I'm not the
much about the
FBI
legal.
director though.
Wait. You seem to know so much about the legal
I
and
did
criminal
I did at one
profession and
point want
which
to become a
jobs.
lawyer. Yes.
Dipshit, hold on. You seem to know
Shut
how
up,
much
bitch.
there is involved in
I
like fucking
worked in
monitoring the
counter.
FBI and legal work. I wanted to know where you got your expertise at. Are you
I'm
Googling it
asking
right now? Are
questions.
you on Wikipedia saying, what does a lawyer do? Are you like watching Schoolhouse
I'm
Rock trying to
simply
figure
asking
out?
questions, sir.
I'm
Okay, well then
simply
ask
answering.
questions
He
and
worked
then
That's what
in
I'm
give a
doing though.
fucking
But
as a
answer
but
because you
you're
can't be
twisting the
prosecutor.
rules.
listening to the answer
Hey,
when you're
listen, chill
asking a
out.
question. You cannot be listening to the answer if your mouth is flapping. You understand that, right?
Oh, you got a green bean, so that gives you all the power. I get
Charleston,
it.
Charleston.
No,
How
she
about
was
muting
answering your
up?
question
How
and
about
then you
muting
kept
up,
flapping.
Charleston?
You've
He
been doing it all day.
he worked
I
in
haven't been doing it all day.
he
You can do
worked as a prosecutor in NSD on counterterrorism. What part of that don't you understand? Okay? He worked under frickin' Obama. He worked under various administrations and he was a trial lawyer. What part of that don't you get? Want to tell
I
me
was
how
simply asking
much
questions.
experience
We can get the
Kamala
emotions out of
Harris
it.
had in a courtroom? Because, sweetheart, she didn't have courtroom experience. She was
If we can get our
administrative.
feelings out
You're
of
going
it,
to tell me all her cases
yeah,
and
yeah,
all her
yeah, yeah.
jury
But
trials
Okay,
that she
if we
had.
can get
okay.
our
Because
feelings
I
out
don't
of it,
think you
I
can
have a
say that.
legitimate
Abby
question though.
Charleston,
So
yes,
thank
I'm
you.
going to
I'm asking
pretend.
legitimate questions. That's it.
Charleston, hold on a second. Number one, can we stop getting upset because people ask questions we don't
Thank
like
you.
or offend us? And number two, can we stop getting upset if they don't give us the answers we like? I understand it feels like you're getting waterboarded by their deflection, but sometimes you just got to let people get it off their chest. To answer the question, what I think is going on is, didn't he have a podcast or something? Abby, you might know that. Or
No, he didn't. He just did appearances on a few podcasts.
oh, okay. Well, that's his offense. The fact that he appeared on podcasts, as I remember when his name was first floated, what was coming from the left was, "Oh my God, he did podcasts. We can't trust him, and he's going to be appointed." And then all of these other things attacking his qualifications, came out. Period. Next point. When it comes to DEI, I had an interesting discussion with Google AI. It was either that or Grok. The question is, there is a definite bias that white people are expected to be inclusive in their organizations, but the reverse is not true. So, for example, we have to, this was related to when you asked Google to show images of a white family, they all included Black members of that family, which, hey, that's fine. But if you asked that Google to show any other images, it was always a homogenous family, which points to the fact that, I'm sorry, and now we have entered the realm of trolling and sarcasm. Black people, you're going to have to invite white people to your barbecues to be inclusive the way you want to be, and you're going to have to put up with the raisins in their potato salad. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
All right,
I'm
thank
done.
you. I appreciate your submission, Alan. I would like
Thomas,
to.
why do I feel like you're trolling me when you say that? Well, what? It's just a
Just to
feeling.
cap it off, that's
Brad,
not
can I
why
Okay,
just
Cash
I'll
miss?
go.
Patel. Wait. That's not why Cash Patel was like hated. It was for his critiques of Comey, his critiques over the J6 committee, his viewpoints on how the FBI should be done, his critiques of both Ray and fucking Barr, and including others, even on the conservative side, about how the FBI was there. His long, prolific stance on crime in the city and what the FBI was doing, the Democrats' fake committees. Yeah, he had a long history of talking about that. That's why he's hated by the left. left is because he actually attacked their points and proved them right in many of those cases.
However, the person on stage alleged that he never tried a case, and I came up to give evidence that, in
No, no,
fact,
I
he
asked if
had
he did.
substantial trial experience, including jury trials.
Now,
Okay,
now
so
what
have
about
I
Thomas
answered your
Fugate?
question, Charleston? Your direct question? Did I
No, no,
answer it?
no, no. I just asked you. You gave me an answer. I appreciate it, right? I do appreciate your answer. I asked the question. You answered it. I appreciate you, right? Now
Okay.
let's move over to Thomas Fugate,
Yeah.
whatever his name was, right? He's
Who?
terrorism prevention. He was an intern, 22 years old. What professional experience does he have?
Oh well.
Well,
Before we get into that,
Why
I
is
would
he
no, I'm
like
just
to.
answering
saying.
all of
Like,
his
come
Before
on now.
dude, literally he's asking questions and you guys are doing nothing but centering him by answering all of his fucking
No,
questions.
no, no.
Well, what else? You want an
Pepe,
echo
Pepe. I'm trying
chamber?
to move. I'm trying to move past him. I'm just trying because I've been trying to get Miss Tiffany. Miss
No, no, no.
Tiffany's on the
Pepe wants
stage.
everybody that agrees with him.
Can I ask a
He
procedural
doesn't like
Well,
question,
opposition.
but
everyone?
hold on, guys.
Does
Hold on. Give me
anyone
a
know
second.
what
Give me a
time the
second.
press conference
What?
is going to be on with the FBI? Did anyone, Brad, do you know? Did they announce it?
I don't have the announcement yet because I think there's something going on. All I have is the latest medical examiner's announcement, and then the FBI upped the 100,000
For the reward.
for the reward, and then they're meeting over the right now. Everyone's switching over because there is some trouble afoot geopolitically with the Israeli strike over Qatar, and then the DNC headquarters on Capitol Street having the bomb threat today. That was pretty alarming, but people knew that was coming. It does turn out that apparently some of the HBCUs overextended the threats and kind of wanted to make a show. That one's up for another room. We're going to talk about that in another room at another day because that one's really interesting how that unfolded. So that's the current status that we have. We do have another shooting going on, and two more kids hurt. So we are looking for this. And that's all the news I have right now. I'm trying to gather it all up as we go. And like I said, as soon as I hear from my FBI contacts and all the other ones, I can let everybody know. But I don't have anything now. They have an idea of who this guy is. They just don't know where he's at right now. That's the best I
Oh,
can tell
I
you.
know we're on high alert here. I found that out yesterday from Metro here because I forget, we're like 400, 500 miles from where it was. So they were looking at cities that are, within a short transit. But he'd be out of his mind to come here because we have facial recognition everywhere now that he's been ID'd. So, I mean, my guess is he's probably somewhere very rural. I don't know what your thoughts.
I think he went rural. There is some concern that this may actually be because of Charlie Kirk's pro-Israeli stance. That this may be some kind of pushback on Trump's decision to be standing with Israel. There is a small concern of that. That's what's filtered down, but I don't personally believe it. I just his stance on the Middle East wasn't that he's not the person you would target. He's not the big speaker you would. He's not the one that I would do. Um, I think it's going to be with his trans. I think it's going to be with college kids. I think it's going to be with somebody in the education department, and I think it's going to be with liberal. But there is some concern about some of the other ones, and then there is that Telegram network. There is some concern on state levels that they have more radicalized individuals to go out and conduct more harm. If you don't know what it is, on January 13th, Biden signed into law that Telegram is now designated as a terrorist hit group and provided funding. Trump took office and then provided more funding for Telegram into this investigation. There are three known entities that live in non extradition countries. They arrested one of the individuals and put them away for 50 years, I think out of Portugal. I'd have to go back and look. But they are responsible for a bunch of attacks, one of them being the New Zealand attack, inspiring and radicalizing the individual to go in and do the New Zealand mosque attack. That's preeminent. And then the Minnesota school shooting, they're investigating, but they believe there are ties to that as well. So we're standing here. I'm just kind of doing it best I can, filtering it down as I get it.
All righty. Appreciate that, Brad. Appreciate that, Abby. I see Miss Tiffany's on the stage. I want to give her some space to kind of elaborate on her thoughts about us Black conservatives. Miss Tiffany, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you for letting me come up. Um, Now what was it? Oh, black conservatives. Yeah, I said it in the chat. Like I don't understand black conservatives at all, especially under a system of racism, white supremacy, which is a global system.
Can you give us your best example of active racism in the United States currently today? And welcome to the stage, Tiffany.
Uh, active racism. Yeah, the president. Let's see, active racism. Trying
Just give
to
us your best.
eliminate. Hold on.
Yeah, no, no,
Trying
wait, hold
to
on,
eliminate
wait, lady, wait. Don't,
Black
hold on,
history from the Smithsonian and
yo.
all
I know
other
you hear me talking, yo. I know you fucking hear me
museums.
talking. Tiffany, ma'am, please don't start off. Don't don't start off this way. Don't be disrespectful on my stage. You've been treated with nothing but the utmost respect. Please don't start with the disrespect. All I was asking is give us your best example so that way we can debate that. So then anything else you bring up after that won't have will be moot because we want your best example of racism in the United States today, 2025. But let's not start with the disrespect, man, please. Let's not do that. But go ahead, Tiffany, you got it.
She's probably still talking. Tiffany, you
Yeah,
was on mute. You have to unmute.
you have to unmute yourself, Tiffany.
So we didn't hear pretty much the gist of what you said. So if you could start from the top and unmute.
Okay, yeah, I didn't. He cut me off, but anyway, um, I was saying, shoot, I forgot what I was saying. Uh,
You was giving the best example of racism today. You said the president, and then I
Thank you,
assume you was
because
going to
I'm
give a
driving.
policy.
I'm trying to pay attention
Sure, no
too.
problem. Hmm.
Okay, so my best example for today would be, the president trying to eliminate all traces of history about Black people, Black Americans in this country.
Okay, and
Okay.
what specific policy reflects that, Tiffany?
She went into the Matrix because I heard her kind
Yeah,
of
she broke up a little bit. Yeah.
echo out. You're in the Matrix. We can't hear any of your points. We're gonna come back to you once you get to a place where you're able to speak,
Okay,
Mister.
yeah.
Can you?
You
We
Okay.
sound
okay?
better
We hear
now.
you. We
Okay,
hear. We
Yeah,
hear.
yeah.
sounds
We
good.
hear
No
you now.
problem.
We hear you now. We hear you now. So what were you saying? You said you were asked what specific policy would you say that Trump has enacted that has basically been removing people from being able to tell the information about Black history?
Well, as far as a federal policy, he hasn't enacted a federal policy. However, his stance on Black Americans in this country and our contribution to building this country and making it what it is today, uh, he's influencing other uh governors and people to take stuff out of the history books and things like that. So yeah, that's my
So
recent
is
and
it just his
current.
stance, or is he actively because you said he's trying to?
He's trying to eliminate Black history. Yes.
Okay, and what is he doing
Like he's in
specifically?
the process of doing that. Like when he went to the Smithsonian, going to the archives, trying to take stuff away from there, suggesting that we get rid of Martin Luther King Jr.'s statue and other people's statue, putting up more Confederate. And it's like I get like so exhausted with the whole racism thing. Like we are so beyond that as a civilization. And it would just be nice if everybody could just catch up.
Yeah, but the thing is that based off of what you said, Miss Tiffany, it doesn't sound like you've caught up because you've given a lame duck response, and we asked specifically, what has Trump done, or what is he trying to enact that will do that? We
Well,
need
I
evidence
just
he
to
gave
support
you
the
said,
the
claim.
Smithsonian,
I
right?
just said, I
And
just said
somebody
it. And
fact
so,
check it.
like, if you don't like it, that's
Don't
on
don't do
you. If you
don't
don't
look
like
look,
my
No, no, no,
stop.
my
Don't
Tiffany,
do that.
I
my
agree with you. Let's fact check her. We all
Don't
have
hold
chat
on. Well,
GPT.
that's what I'm going to get to. Hold on one second, Charles. Like, don't do that. It's not about liking or unliking, man. We've asked you open-ended, unbiased questions just for you to support, so we can understand fully exactly where you're coming from. Why? Because we hear a lot of folks that think like you do and say, "Ooh, racism's everywhere." But then when we ask them
it
to give
is.
specific, when we ask them to give specific examples, They're very vague. They're very lame. They're not true most of the time. So we want to give you the benefit of
How
the
would
doubt.
you how
We
how
want
would
to
you know somebody's personal experience if it's true or not?
because
Well,
if we're talking about you
And
specifically said
quantify anecdote.
systematic racism, and you even went as far as to say it's on a global scale. So
It is.
that should be something that's objectively observed, and there are many people who disagree with you. So in order for us to
And there
understand,
probably are, but that doesn't
right,
make
and
them right.
so in order for us to understand, to be fair, we want to hear your claims, but those claims can't be unbased. You need to produce some evidence to support those claims so we can better understand your point.
My claims are supported by evidence.
So
You can
what
Google it
what
right now and look up what he did with the archives and with the Smithsonian and trying to get rid of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. statue and all of the other African American, well, I don't like that term, Black American contributions that in our museums and our Smithsonians. So, like, this is what I'm saying. You're saying that I haven't caught up, which is hilarious because y'all are sitting up here debating DEI, but we wouldn't need DEI if white men knew how to be respectful of other people's space, bodies, like period.
Okay,
We
so
wouldn't need it.
give us you brought up the Smithsonian as an example. Give us the context of that claim, please, so people can understand. There may be people who are here that have not heard of it. So please give us a context of what
Give you
Trump
a
did
context
with the Smithsonian.
of what he go and look it up. But like I said, I'm driving, so I'm not able to like pull up
Are you
anything right
referring
now.
to the
But you
bus?
guys,
Are you referring to the
y'all
bus in the White House?
know.
Okay.
She said the Smithsonian, right? In which I know
Yes,
that we
that's
all.
what I said.
So
No,
we're
no, 100.
asking her.
Percent Right, no, no, Tiffany, I got you. I'll go ahead and steal man it
No,
for
no,
you,
no,
right?
Charles, no, stop! Don't do that. Take
Oh
your
my
cape
lord, because
off.
you
Take your
guys are
cape
being
off.
obtuse
Take
when
your
she's
cape
talking.
off. Take your cape off, bro. Take your cape off.
No, there's no
Miss
case.
Tiffany, if you
I
can give
want us
us.
all to fact check.
Okay, so again, let's let her give context to her claim so we can understand it. You don't have to go, with a fine tooth comb, Miss Tiffany, but if you can just give us a synopsis of the context of your claim, please.
I just did.
No,
Say,
you said President Trump trying to remove stuff from the Smithsonian. What specifically did he try to remove, and
Yeah, I
what was the
said
context?
he's trying to remove, and I specifically said he was removing Black historical contributions from the Smithsonian. He also went to the African
what
American
specific? You
Museum
know what? This is what
and
I'm saying.
said
This is
something that it
yo yo
was
yo yo
all
Tiffany,
yo
about.
Tiffany,
yo.
Tiffany, come on
Shut the
now.
fuck up, woman. You're not gonna overtalk me. Quit trying to take your dick off. Take your prosthetic dick off. I've been nothing but nice to you. You're not gonna overtalk me. I'm being very fair and very kind to you. So again, ma'am, what specific artifact, what piece did he remove, and what was the context of that removal so we can understand where you're coming from?
You're muted, Tiffany. If you don't know, I know you're driving, but you're muted now. So unmute and respond, please.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, what was
We
it,
hear
ma'am?
you.
The question is, you specifically gave the example of Trump trying to remove Black history from the Smithsonian.
Yes,
What artifact was he trying to remove, ma'am? And what was the specific context of that removal?
I just told you one specific artifact, which is not in the Smithsonian, but it is an example that I used, is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s statue. He wants to get rid of it.
Why?
Okay.
Did he say why? And what the context of his reason was?
And where?
May,
Where what?
What was
may
the
I
Where is
ask
the
a
statue?
statue
What
may,
is
located?
he removing
may
it
I ask
from?
for clarification? Are you talking about the one in the mall or the one in the museum? I'm
Yes,
confused too. The one in the mall,
yes.
the one in the mall was privately funded.
And also, I'm looking at this, Miss Tiffany, respectfully.
So
There
where?
is no, there's no. I've been trying to look it up, so it's trying to give more clarification to see, if we can, corroborate what you're saying. Respectfully, there is no evidence whatsoever that Trump has tried to remove statues. Now, there are people claiming that, okay, but there was no hard evidence whatsoever, no hard evidence news report saying that Trump is out here trying to remove Martin Luther King statues. Just respectfully, I've just been trying to, look this up while
You
you've been
said
speaking.
statues, and I just only said one, but I understand what you're saying because you can't find it right
They
now.
got him.
And I can't find it
They
right
Hold
got
now
him.
on,
because
hold
I'm
Oh,
on,
wait, but
guys.
pause
driving.
one second, Miss
Tiffany,
One
they
second,
got him.
Sisney, one
Hold
second.
on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
They got him. They're saying I'm getting reports and saying they got him. It's about to be released on the news. I don't have any other updates, but he's been
Let's
Okay.
apprehended.
go.
Good,
They got
good.
Let's
Thanks. Good
him.
fucking
job, bro.
go.
Brad.
Let's go.
That's right. Right.
Yeah.
Tiffany. Who's
Yes.
responding? I want to respond to it real
Tiffany, I
quickly.
put it
Tiffany.
in the chat,
Yep.
the Smithsonian article, and it's been debunked. So you're talking
Yeah.
about the counters from Greensboro at the lunch counter and the stools, and none of that is, there's no plans to
There
remove
you
any of it.
guys
I
go. That's
put,
I didn't say
evidence.
Hold on.
nothing
No, no.
about
Time
the
out. Slow down. Slow
counters
down.
in Greensboro. That's not the
sweetie,
She talking about the
sweetie,
Smithsonian.
Smithsonian.
I'm not your
I put the
sweetie.
article
Don't
from the
call me. Don't
Smithsonian,
call me sweetie.
I
honey.
had a
I
feeling
put
she
the
I'm
was
not
article
your
going
from the
there.
honey.
Smithsonian.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay,
Read
so
let's
it.
let's
belligerent.
let's let's dial it back. Let's have the
Fuck,
conversation.
Right.
belligerent.
I want to
It's
hop
in
in
the
here real
chat.
quickly.
It's from the
Tiffany.
Smithsonian directly.
Appreciate that,
The
Abby. Tiffany.
Greensboro, the lunch tables are not at. Those are not in the Smithsonian. Those are in the Civil
Ti-
Rights Museum in Greensboro,
Why
North
don't you
Okay.
take a
Hey,
Carolina.
look at
I
what's
got
in the
another
Tiffany, hold
article?
update.
on. Hold on. Let me.
We
Okay.
identified
Go
the
ahead.
shooter. It does appear he's going to be a trans male. Sky Veladez, I guess he goes by.
Oh, that's a
Um,
female.
I don't know. Like
Oh,
Nah,
apparently
shit.
they.
nigga, that's a
That is
fucking
really
dude,
weird
man.
because
Stop, don't call
yesterday,
No,
that
it says
nigga
he
a
says
fucking
a
dude.
trans. If it's a
oh,
trans male, then that means it's a biological woman.
yesterday
Oh shit, you're
there
right
was
about that.
there was I forget, I think it was an
I'm just
X
going
account.
big. Like, hey, hold on. I'm just telling you, like the sporadic reports that are coming in from people that are all over. Ugh, I'm choking here. Um, but they're just like I'm telling you as they're filtering in. So as I get more, I know Vance has just landed, or he landed a little bit ago. But I know Vance is there. But it appears that they do have him. I'm actually shocked. Vance is baller.
Post the
Just
link up top.
I don't have like the information yet. I'm just getting like text messages. I'm not going to hand you my
Yeah.
text messages.
I can
Um,
believe it's a. Oh, go ahead. Right.
but here's like I'm here. I've got two people that are saying it looks like it's a trans male shooter.
There
So
Well, I can
was
believe
that's
it because females
fucking
don't commit
weird.
suicide, so that makes sense because
Okay,
a guy would have
guys.
went out blazing. But yeah,
Pepe, your
Yeah, look,
people
I
committed this
appreciate.
crime.
Yeah, this is good news, man. This is good news. Absolutely. Appreciate you for the updates, Brad. Keep it up, man. I appreciate you doing God's work right now. Um,
I'll say this, that Valdez person, there was an X account where somebody was saying big surprise is coming tomorrow, and
yes.
the last name was VLDZ, and I forget what the first name was, but I remember this clearly.
Yes. I saw his tweets today. People were calling him out. Because he predicted it. He said something crazy is gonna happen tomorrow. So
oh, you talking
yeah.
before the shooting? You talking about
Yes,
prior to
before
the
the
shooting?
shooting.
Oh,
Yes,
Yeah.
it
This
was
was
wow.
before
before
the
the
shooting.
shooting.
Was it
Mm,
name of Omar on that tweet?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are we talking about
wow,
the
that's
same
crazy.
tweet?
Yes, it was Omar, but then but then the at username was something VLDZ.
What's
Oh,
the
he's a
name you're
fucking
getting
Mexican.
now? What's the name you're getting, Brad?
Fucking Mexican.
So
It's
that
crazy.
yeah. Hold on. I'm like hold on. I'm trying to dig through it because they're saying they have them. I just don't. I don't understand why it's not coming across the airwaves. So I'm
Let's
responding
argue
back
with
to.
Tiffany for 10 more minutes and it'll be on the news. So
All right.
so
All
Tiffany.
right. So okay, let's keep it moving. So Ms.
Yeah.
Tiffany, listen, as a black conservative, as a
The
black
name's
man,
Sky Valdez.
Sky Valdez, okay, gotcha. Let's y'all hold on to that. Um
That's
so
Pepe's people right there.
Yep.
Transition.
So let me say this. Hey, Frankie, man, I've been trying to bring you up this whole time, bro. So if you want to go out and come back in, I'll try to bring you up again, bro. I've been clicking on you to bring you up this whole time, bro. Frankie, in the audience, Frankie. But anyways,
Thomas.
yeah,
I want to respond to it too, but go ahead. What are you about to say?
yeah.
I'm gonna go
So
after you.
yeah, Miss Tiffany. I hear your points that you're trying to make and what you're trying to convey. As a black conservative, I've heard what you've espoused on a multitude of occasions. I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying I've heard it before, and I got something I want to do. Would you be willing to ask us, like me and Free and some of the other black conservatives on this stage, questions, maybe even clarifying questions to get a better understanding of what we believe? Before you try to before you come up with your own thoughts about us. Would you be willing to do that?
I was gonna ask the same.
Okay,
Sorry, I
I
had a hot mic
have
too.
black conservatives in my family side. I pretty much know where y'all coming from. But if you want to tell me more about, why you're conservative and how that works under the system of racism, white supremacy, I'm more than happy to learn about it.
Go
So
ahead.
let me
Go
ask you,
ahead,
Tiffany,
Free.
do you think that we believe that Trump and other conservatives are racist and therefore we stand by the racist sentiments? Do you believe that's the case?
Do you say that again?
Do you believe that we believe Trump and other white conservatives are racist and we stand by them with their racist positions? Do you believe that?
Yes,
Okay. Why do you believe that?
because they're racist and you're standing beside them, supporting them.
Okay. So here's this. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and we interpret racism totally different from you guys. The thing is, I think there's a big divide where you guys are hypersensitive about certain things. Someone having criticism, let's say towards reparations or certain policies, is not necessarily race based. Is that we kind of go off certain principles to what we think is better applied in society. For example, just let's say something as simple as voter registration and voter ID. We don't believe that's race based. We believe that's just a fundamental thing to keep account of what is fair to vote. Right? You should at least have a state ID, something we can verify, so you can vote. We don't think it's based on racism. We also don't think that black people are too incompetent to have ID. Would you agree with that?
Um, partially of what you said, the last part, but no, I don't agree with
Yeah.
anything hardly that a black conservative would say.
No,
And
I'm saying, but
and
you,
the thing is too is that you said you think about racism differently than you are. Like who, like what other way is there to think about racism? If
right?
you can enlighten
Yeah, yeah.
me.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have more of a traditional position on a definition, which is essentially the idea that a race is superiorly is inherently superior to another race or antagonizes another race or something to that effect. The nuanced idea that leftists tend to push is that it has to be systemic, meaning that if there's a disparity in outcomes, then it is inherently racist, which I believe is illogical because you're likely going to have disparities in outcomes from any type of system, whether it be by age, gender, race, education, what classism, etc. There's always going to be a disparity. The issue is if the law is intended to drive that out. So, for example, like there's crimes that men commit more than women, and we don't think it's gender based or sexist. We just understand that certain groups operate a different way, hence they're gonna, dominate certain crimes. So we don't believe that the system should predicate policies based on race. That would actually be systemically racist if they did it. Does that make sense to you?
I would like to say
Like
one
Jim
thing
Crow and
with what's
segregation would be considered
correct.
racist.
I would say
Say
what's
what now?
Yeah, but however, what my
She's breaking up real bad. Is that
rebuttal
me
to
or her?
that would
That's
be
Yeah,
her. That's
a
that's
her.
lot of
her.
the
Okay.
remnants.
Start over, Tiffany. You broke up
I'm
there.
sorry,
Say
Oh,
that
I
y'all.
had me to
again.
call
You
you there. Go
broke
ahead.
up.
Yeah.
A lot of the remnants of those laws are what we deal with today, and they're still affecting the lives of Black Americans today in this country.
Yeah, all laws will still
So
affect
that
every
is
group a certain
systemic.
way. No, no. Well, see, keep in
Yeah,
mind, it becomes
but
mundane
it's
because every
systemic.
system
The
prior.
racism
No,
is systemic.
well, think about
Yeah.
what you're saying. Everything that we come from, because this country has a history, it affects us today. The problem is you can't fix that because poor whites were affected a certain way, uneducated whites, etc. Every group is affected a certain way by where we come from. Hence, we vote to change laws to try to make them fair as possible. We don't try to create laws based on race, gender, or age, or anything like that. Generally speaking, because we understand that will create the disparity we're trying to avoid. So that's why it's bad practice to try to aim laws at particular demographics, opposed to just saying what's most fair for everybody. So it seemed like you, in order to fix racism, what you believe is racism, you have to actually create it, and I don't believe that's a good solution.
Miss Tiffany, to further Free's point, um, you say you know a lot of conservative men in your family and things like that. And but you still don't for some you say but you still don't understand why we choose to be conservative to the I guess the system of white supremacy. Um, Me personally, I don't experience the system of white supremacy that some of my compatriots may claim that they experience on a daily basis. I don't experience that at all. I When I was coming up, I was broke, busted, and probably on my way out of here. If I would have made different choices. Um, and I decided to make some decisions that put me in a better position to be in the position that I am now. Um, Throughout my time, as I've navigated this world through this very interesting life of mine, um, I've dealt with tons of white folks. I'm talking about very I'm talking about white folks that are in very high economic and powerful positions. They were not concerned about my skin complexion. They were concerned about what I could provide. I've never been in a situation where, in my real life, I'm not saying on the internet. The internet is a very interesting place. But in my real life, I've never experienced a situation to where someone was outwardly just racist towards me. I haven't experienced that in my 30 something years of my existence. Um, so, as a conservative, I have traditional values, especially when it comes to family. Family is very important to me. I don't have any children yet, but when I do decide that I want to bring some beautiful life into this realm of existence, I'm going to definitely bestow conservative values, especially when it comes to the traditional aspects of those conservative values. I think those are important. And I'll land here. Uh, the vast majority, Miss Tiffany, of the Black community, I would say, would you say free maybe back in the 60s, 70s were typical conservatives?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
about typical conservatives. It's relatively a new phenomenon that the vast majority of Black folks are now identifying as liberal.
Yeah, and real quickly, Tiffany, I'll say this too. I want you to take
Oh,
some of these
that
things in
have different
context.
opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second. So Tiffany, we have something like "Make America Great Again." A lot of people would interpret that to be racism, which I think is dishonest, is and illogical. If you knew me well and I told you I wanted to go back to my old job, you wouldn't think I would be talking about the worst job I've ever had, right? Like a job that never paid me and I got arrested because they accused me for stealing XYZ, whatever, right? That wouldn't be logical. If I told you I wanted to go back to my old girl or be the old me, you wouldn't think about the worst times of my life when I was homeless and struggling and maybe had a drug addiction or some shit like that. The point is, when we say make America great again, it's going back to things that Americans generally enjoy, such as the value system, believing in hard work, believing in education, believing in prosperity, having a common religion, etc., a common culture. And we know America doesn't have a perfect, beautiful history, but it was good enough for us to create the prosperity that we enjoy today. And that because of sacrifices, that because of the trial and error, that because of a lot of shit that we had to endure. And not just black people, all of us. Our ancestors made this country up. And I'm not talking about just blacks, I'm talking about all of us. And we're saying going back to that, where we actually valued each other, had we could sit down at a table, eat with our families, talk about things in the world, and realize that we pretty much are one, essentially. That's the conservative ideal, essentially. And I think what you guys interpret that to be is saying going back to the worst parts of America. We don't want to go back to slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, women not being able to have the same autonomy that men have, etc., etc. We're not talking about those things. We're talking about taking the best and leaving the bad, going back to the things that work for us. So I just want that to, you know, be expressed to you.
Yet at the same time, you're saying you don't want to go back, but then there's a change for what, Roe v. Wade. Um, you say that you don't want to go back, but then you see the laws that DeSantis is creating over there in Florida, with changing the curriculum, stopping ending Black history. Here's the thing with the conservatives. Um, I feel like at the end of the day, like there's no such thing as morals under the system of white supremacy. So when you say stuff like that to me, in my from my knowledge base, no, I don't believe that. Like I understand what you are trying to say as far as like what your personal beliefs are, but when you're putting it to conservatism and democracy and what this country has been built on, no, this country has no morals. Everything that we saw that just happened yesterday, that's nothing new. We've always seen, we just had some Democrats that got assassinated too. Nobody cares. So I mean, it's just there is no morals. You're not conserving morals. What you're doing is you're conserving white male supremacist ideals.
And you have
Those
yet to.
ideals those ideals do not include you. They never have.
So
False.
that's false because again, black people are less impoverished now than they've ever been in American history, and that's due to white people voting voting and fighting to end slavery, b voting for civil rights, which that got perverted into
White
something
people
that,
did not vote to end slavery.
Yes,
ma'am,
they did.
ma'am,
Yes, they
ma'am,
No,
did,
ma'am,
Tiffany.
they
Good
ma'am.
God
didn't.
Dude,
Almighty.
there was
Listen,
600 some thousand that fucking died. I mean, it was literally slavery was the reason why the states ended up
Hey,
leaving the
so
union. I mean, God
The
damn.
I need to
Civil
know how slavery
War,
ended
the
then, Tiffany.
Civil
Please tell me
War,
in
that.
the
less than
Civil, the
in
Civil
between,
War is
Mitch, hold on. I
what
know you
brought
hear me
the
talking. Like
end
again,
of
why do you keep
slavery.
rolling on? Like, god damn.
yeah.
I don't know 100% if he's in custody. I have three people that are telling me he's in custody. I
This
have some
motherfucker,
others that are
I can't
saying that
believe
they're
you
not.
did this.
And
Stop
I'm deep
it.
diving. I'm trying to use Twitter, Instagram, Twaddle, Cattle, Snapchat, fucking all of them, and I'm not
Twaddle.
finding. Yeah, I don't fucking know. Every app that I have open on two computers. I even have my work computer open to this shit. So like I have all this shit running and a couple phones running through trying to find and verify this. I don't know. Like I said, I've got it told, text me that they've got him or her or it or whatever it is. I don't fucking know. That's all I have right now. And so I'll apologize if that's in error because I still can't find anything else to confirm it, and I'm not getting an answer back at this time. So I have no fucking clue.
So it looks as
Appreciate it.
though so they have fingerprints on the gun that they found in the bush outside of the university, and then they have pictures of who they believe to be the suspect, and they have a name. They just need to find him in person to match the fingerprints to the gun.
Yeah, you're a little late to the party. I said
Oh,
that earlier. And what
oh,
I'm saying is I got a report that they actually apprehended the individual and he's actually in custody right now, but I don't have anything confirmed online.
oh
I only
yeah,
got
I
a
didn't
text.
hear
That's what I
that they
was
found
talking
him
to.
yet. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, I appreciate it, Brad. Just let us know if you get any other updates. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate any
Yeah, go
new
back
people.
to Schoolhouse Rockin' because it sounds like you guys got this odd. I was gonna like I was half listening. I was like, wait a minute, that didn't just happen. But Thomas, go ahead, do your Schoolhouse Rock things. Educate.
I'd like to bring some other people. Appreciate other people on the stage. We got Miss Lopez, Vanessa, and Professor is back. Miss Vanessa, is there anything you want to add to the discussion that we're having? Your thoughts?
Not at the moment. I'm just listening.
Okay, okay, Frank, thank you. Miss Lopez, what about you?
I am going to.
You're
Oh wait,
underwater.
your mic sounds crazy, Miss Lopez. Could
Oh,
you fix your mic?
sure. I'll be right
And you have anything you want to add? Why Miss Lopez is doing her thing?
About Charlie Kirk.
Sure, sure, sure. We were talking about she was talking about black conservatives, Miss Tiffany. But yes, the broader discussion is about the sad demise of Charlie.
This is what I don't understand is that all the rooms that I've been in that have been about Charlie Kirk, people bring race into it, and I just don't understand why race has to be brought into every conversation. And y'all want to talk about race, but we can't talk about the loss of a great American, God fearing patriot, and y'all want to talk about race. It's
Well, to
fucking
be
lame as fuck.
you talking to the room, man?
Yes, well, I see the comments that are in there, and
Uh,
it's lame as
Well,
fuck.
you're
well,
black, motherfucker. You know she's talking about you. You're grouped in there. You're a monolith. Get fucking
Don't
at it.
stop it. He's such an asshole.
well,
Fuck you, Brandon Sighting.
no. To be fair though, Ann, we've been talking about Charlie Kirk all day, but Miss Tiffany came along and brought a controversial view to the stage. So we've been kind of discussing it with her to try to pick her brain and see where she's coming from, and try to clarify some of the things that she has some misunderstandings about black conservatives. So
And
So
to,
nice of you, Stick, to let people come in and trauma dump.
well, and here's the thing though too. Like again, as a black man that does frequent the spaces with like predominantly blacks areas where whether it's Umar Johnson, Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Claude Anderson, or some of these other individuals that I can name that have high profiles on social media like X and everything else, and hearing the things that they're espousing when it came to the destruction of our good brother Charlie Kirk. So I do think that because we live in this type of society where we're all connected based off social media, and we have the opportunity to be able to hear some of the rantings of some of these individuals that I do believe are insane and unhinged. Okay. And large swaths of not just my community, white folks are talking. Listen, there's a lot of, especially white women, especially that are on social media talking absolutely greasy
Oh yeah.
about what has happened to Charlie Kirk. Okay, I need my white male counterparts to get that shit under control.
I
With that, with that, go ahead.
I don't know why we take such a reaction to people online. Online is a very negative place. Like
I
people are
agree.
if I truly believe that if a baby were slapped so hard that his skin fell off his cheek, some people would find a reason to like be happy about that, right? That's just
Yes,
online.
Exactly.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's pretty fucked up.
But,
Yeah.
but but I will say this, and I've said it before. I'm not happy with anybody's death. I feel for his family. I'm not a fan of him. I don't think that he's this saintly guy. I don't know him personally. I just know the employees. So let me make sure I differentiate that because I don't know the man. The man. I don't know. I just know the things that he espoused when he was on stages, and I think that some of the things that he said was terrible. I think that some of the things he said was a little bit racist. I think that he placated to a particular group, but that was his bread and butter. Again, I'm not going to judge him, the character. I feel bad for his family. I think it is despicable. I hope that the person that did it is caught and goes and gets full justice. But I don't think, and I hate that people throw around the word patriot. It just because like who's patriots, who's not. But it is what it is. You're entitled to your opinions and who you designate that term. But I don't have a very favorable opinion of Charlie Kirk, the employee. I think he was a terrible.
Gotcha. So
Can
go
I
ahead.
add up to that? So, Mr. Finley, I'm so glad you brought that up because I before you came in, I was trying to ask the question specifically, what did he say about American Black people to where there are some BLM activists allegedly celebrating his death? I was told that he called Kamala Harris a DEI hire. He, called her a moronic black woman. And my only, my only pushback against that was he meant a moronic Indian woman. So at the end of the day, I I'm similar to you. I want these people alive because the problem is when you kill them, they become a martyr, and even the so-called neo-Nazi, some leader tweeted that, hey, he became a martyr for us, but he was never one of us. So actually he is not, a white supremacist. He does not follow the rules required to become a white supremacist. So
Agreed.
there's a lot of confusion about what is a white supremacist in 2025, and I think that a lot of white and black liberals believe that most MAGA people are white supremacists, and they, again, I'll just land with this: 90% of MAGA people do not qualify to be in the KKK or any neo-Nazi group.
That's a whole fact.
I'll say this, nerd, and so I don't know what the rules are for being a white supremacist, so I can't qualify him to be that, right?
Oh,
He
there's
also
one.
said
It's
he
white.
he he also says that he also said that that Justice Jackson took a white man's job, and when describing DEI, he took a pot shot at black pilots. I didn't appreciate that. If you're gonna challenge DEI, don't use me as as the punching bag, right? And so like so there's some other instances in which he specifically like pointed to a policy, but had the name blacks as like the poster child of the beneficiary or the poster child of the people that got what they didn't deserve, and he often said that it was in the place of white people, right? But again, this is the employee. But I want to land with this other point, right? This is where
both sides are like off. I don't think that all Trump supporters are racist. I don't think the majority of them are racist. Are the racists within the party? Yes. Are the racists also racist in the Democratic Party? But just like Trump supporter, just like liberals and Democrats say that Trump supporters are racist, Republicans and conservatives tend to think that all Democrats and liberals support like the trans stuff, like the non-gendered stuff. Like that's not true. There's a portion of the Trumpers that are racist and may have voted for Trump for that reason, just like there's a portion of the left that supports the what is a woman thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
just
we
not it's
understand
not
that. Yeah.
both sides broad brushing that. I think that's where you guys kind of missed the mark. The honesty.
Gotcha, gotcha. I appreciate that, Mr. Finley. I always appreciate what you contribute, my good man. Let me go back to Miss Lopez. Miss Lopez, are you available?
Yeah, I am. So just piggybacking off of Mr. Finley, I love Mr. Finley. I respect Mr. Finley. I think he's a good person. But I also think that context matters, and also when it comes to things like being a pilot, driving 300 plus people, whatever it may be. There's a huge responsibility. He knows that, but when it comes down to it, I want the best person for the job. I don't want people getting extra points because of their skin color. Those things are important to me. I want merit, experience, right? Skin color doesn't matter to me. So, yeah, and context matters when we're going to throw quotes out there, right? So I think that I urge everyone to give better. Fucking Dr. Long. I urge everyone to give when they're or to dig deeper when you're going to look into something like or quote someone, right, in a situation like this. Look into what they really said, read all of it, and does it make sense or does it not? Is he a racist? I don't really think so. I think what he says made sense because I personally hire based upon merit, not based upon what someone looks like, right? So there it is. That's my contribution. Thank you.
I appreciate
Can I
that,
say
Miss
something
Miss
there, Thomas?
Lopez.
Thank you,
Absolutely, Mr. Finley.
If I'm
But
allowed.
I'm allowed. Absolutely. Just give me 1 second. Dr. Long, you seem to be aroused by somebody on stage. Would you like to shoot your shot? My bad. I just want to give him space to do that, Mr. Philly. Go ahead.
So Dawn again, and specifically to the airlines. I can't speak for other industries because I'm not in those industries. And because he took a specific shot at my company, and our CEO has a goal of diversifying the flight deck by 50%. I think in 2050. That's the goal, right? You don't get points for being black when you're a pilot. You don't. There's no point system. You still have to be highly qualified, right? And it is a long process. All he did was they started a school and they cast a wider net to different schools and groups and communities to try to lure in people that could get the qualifications. That's all that they did. There are still people of color and women that don't get the jobs because they're just not qualified. You're not handed a job or there's no line
Probably
either.
just
It's
not
not
as
like
qualified as the whiter Asian guy, though. They
like
probably met the. They probably met the bar. They probably met the bar of
and then
the
the
less
person and then
qualified than the
yeah I'm
whiter
not
Hold
I
on,
don't know
lover.
who this
Hold
I
on,
don't
lover.
know
Let
who
him
this
finish.
is.
Let him finish. Go
I
ahead,
don't
Finley.
I don't like there's no line that you get to skip because you're black or brown. That's not how that works. You still have to meet the qualifications. It is a very difficult process. As someone that's been through it and understand what it is. So, and I hate that people mischaracterize it as if, well, there were these white pilots that got skipped, right? And we're in the middle of a pilot shortage too. So there's no skipping. It's like if you can meet the qualifications, listen, come on, come on, meet our qualifications, come on in. That's how that's working.
I got you. I
just
Thanks
gotta.
for
understand. I
We just
understand
gotta
that.
okay.
force the
Thank you
blacks
for
in there, though.
explaining that. Hold on. Thanks for explaining that. I think maybe then before opening your mouth on a large platform, that you understand that or be willing to have a conversation with the head of a company before throwing an
Bingo.
accusation out there, right? So that's it. So
Hey,
thank you,
My
Mr.
How
Finley.
do you
criticism.
think
That was
they
my
force
criticism.
blacks into those positions? Because they skip over the white people and say, "Well, we got to meet this quota, so let's make sure we hire all the blacks." They meet the qualifications, but these Asian guys over here and shit, they're a lot better pilots. But we're gonna skip over them and just choose the black guys because we have to meet this quota.
I was going to bring that up because again, I hear what Mr. Finley is saying, but again, the Asian community that not against pilots but file lawsuits against Harvard because there is, and again, I can't speak to as far as the pilot qualifications, but there does seem to be a bias when it comes to who they wanted to diversify with. Okay. And I think that's where people get off and be like, okay, nah, that's not, listen, I don't care about your skin color. I care about whether you're qualified. And they see a lot of, again, Asian individuals that are overly qualified being denied for some of these positions at, or let's say something to be able to get even get into the schools. So again, I don't know if that transcends into the whole pilot aspect. I don't know. I'm just saying that we do have
It doesn't.
evidence of individuals.
I'm So, just gonna so say the cold
Go
hard
ahead.
truth. Supreme Court
So
Asians are
so
ruling. shorter and have
so
smaller
Thomas.
dicks, and they're superior in every other aspect. It's
Oh
a
my gosh.
Supreme Court.
So
It's a Supreme Court ruling. It's the Harvard lawsuit, and it was the Asian. I forget the acronym of the Asian Association versus Harvard in North Carolina, and the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Asian Association. I'll put the site in the
I
chat.
appreciate that. I'm just saying.
so
Oh,
Thomas,
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna say this and let you
go
go,
ahead.
Mr. Finley. I'm just gonna say, I hear that and I appreciate that. I'm just saying that because of stuff like that, people do not believe it's just the isolated incidents. Go ahead, Mr. Finley.
And again, I can't speak to the Harvard situation or any other industry and how they do it, right? I can only talk about my industry because I know intimately how it's done. Because there's a shortage, and and historically, like no one knows why historically there's more white pilots than the other pilots. The argument is that there's interest there. The argument is that they're better, right? That's just not true. There's no truth to that. There's no scientific evidence that one color of people is genetically predisposed to flying planes better than another, right? And to be clear, the DI program also benefits women as well as Asians, as well as veterans, right? So like that, these are different groups that they're trying to attract to the airlines because again, there's a shortage because the only place we used to get pilots from was from the military. And the military, we know historically had a problem with hiring just white men and not anybody else, and primarily because women couldn't fly planes before fly-by-wire. So there's a whole history behind it, and they're trying to, because of the shortage, cast a wider net to attract more talent. And I also want to point out that the NBA did the same thing, by the way. They've done it twice now, by the way. They cast a wider net when they allowed the blacks to start playing, and then they cast a wider net by letting Europeans play. And it's turning out to be an amazing thing. No
I
one's losing jobs.
I think, and again, to be fair, I'm gonna say this. To be fair, and I want to let you guys rock out. Is that I don't know if it's a sex thing. I mean, I don't know if it's a racial thing more as if it's a sex thing. Are there studies that have shown that there's a disparity between how men handle stress and how women handle stress?
In my industry,
Yes, yes. Well, it's just in general
there,
because I guess what people are saying, I guess people are worried that I guess some of the pushback comes from. Again, I'm just regurgitating what people have been saying. That they're more worried about, I guess, a female pilot when it compared it to a male pilot, and I guess the
Well,
stereotype.
obviously.
Yeah, I
Female
guess
females are calmer, but they're less assertive, so they're less
there.
likely to take control
I
of the
can
So,
I
sure.
plane.
can give you
So
something on
so
that. I can give you something on that.
okay,
The Israeli army that has women in their army, equal to men, you have definitely studied this, and they use women for a lot of their radar and their tracking and their border tracking in centers because they're more patient and it's easier for them to be more methodical with tracking. I can also put some articles in the chat about it, but they've actually, this is through the process over the years and seeing the effectiveness of where women are more capable, if that helps you.
I would actually like to see
military is
that
different
article.
though.
Actually, okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, let me find it.
The military environment and the airline environment are different, way different, way different. And again, even though the interest is not still not there because men still disproportionately apply for the jobs more times than women do because the interest there, and I do believe that there is something to be said about interest. But again, just like with basketball and the Europeans, the interest wasn't there for the Europeans because they hadn't been exposed to American basketball like that. And once they got exposed, well, now they're playing American basketball and they're doing well. But the difference, I don't know that there's a difference between like male pilots and this whole stress thing. Like, I don't think, again, it's a team effort. It's not a one person effort flying a plane. It's a whole team. But I'll leave it there.
Say this: we're still waiting for Amelia Earhart to fucking land the plane after all these years. I mean,
Come on,
Chill
man.
out.
Brad,
Chill out,
yo,
Brad.
hey, Brad, wait, I got one, Brad. Brad, I got one. If that's the case, the Tuskegee Airmen, like they didn't lose too many fighter pilots in World War II. Just saying,
I
I give it
mean,
to them. You Red Tails were good, man.
they were
I
the best.
mean,
They were the best. Just
I
saying.
mean, then we just sent up a whole bunch of goddamn women to space just a few months ago
Yeah,
or
we
last
did.
year. Oh, okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, we did.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. I think the conversation probably should be had. There is a bias, whether people believe it right or wrong, that and here's the thing, it's not here for example, I don't think it's a misogynist thing because there are women that don't feel comfortable with a conclave of women being in control of certain factors, whether it's flying a plane or being a doctor. There are women that feel that way. It's not just men. So the is the bias justified? Is there evidence that, or even anecdotal evidence that people like look to when they see the way people, I guess, move around life and base that on what they see? Could that be something why people feel the way they do?
Can I share a story with you, Thomas? And I'll move out the way.
That's my good man.
It's just funny story in school because in flight school because I legit think because I'm a Southern boy and it is what it is, right? I think there's a difference in thinking between blacks and whites. So there's a rule in aviation in which if there's a lightning strike within a certain distance from where you are, you cannot go. If it's beyond there, it's a judgment call, right? You're learning how to go do what we call go no go, right? And so there was lightning in the vicinity. Florida's very flat, so you can see lightning like far off. Right now, I remember having it through a flight, and I remember seeing lightning. And I was like, let me look at the radar. It's beyond the scope of the rules, but I don't know if I want to go. So let me just do it like a quick test of like my fellow students. And I asked, because there weren't a lot of African Americans there. There were a lot of like Caribbean, blacks, Africans. There was a lot of Indian pilots as well, like from India. And so I asked all the pilots of color respectfully, including my Latino brothers, would they go? Right. And I asked all the white pilots, would they go? And I kid you not, of about 30 pilots, the blacks, all the colored folks answered the same. I see lightning, I ain't going. All the white pilots said, if the statute say you can go, I would go. And I just thought it was kind of funny, but that's anecdotal.
Yeah, that's because, if all the blacks are thinking the same way, then clearly it has to be something cultural, right? You say you're a Southern boy, right? So am I. And I grew up in the country,
So am
right?
I.
Right.
Have you
And
guys looked
but
at the
I
data?
wait, why the hell I get cut off all the time? What the fuck?
Go ahead, Adrian, bro.
What the fuck is this, yo? So yeah, I grew up in the in the South. I'm a country boy. So when we talk about culturally, when we talk about lightning and lightning storms, pretty sure a lot of us had goddamn grandmas that say, "Yo, it's lightning outside. Hey, turn off the lights," or or don't take a shower or some shit like that when it's lightning outside. Some crazy ass old wives' tale or some superstition that grandma used to tell us back then, right? So a lot of us grew up with that shit. So maybe that explains why a lot of black people feel a certain way about a particular subject. Maybe it's cultural. It doesn't have to be factual, but in the black community, a lot of us had pretty much had the same lifestyle growing up. We had the same childhoods. We can also have the same stories. Even though we don't even know each other, we're clearly across one side of the United States from another. A lot of us had the same childhood growing up. So maybe it's a cultural thing.
To be clear, I was the only African
I
American,
agree.
Adrian. To be clear, I was the only African American, but these other guys were Indian, African. I'm sorry, Caribbean, African, and Indian, and Central American, the Latinos from Central America.
That's interesting. I said this, I think the yesterday, the day before yesterday. I was in the space on X in that room with Tariq Nasheed, and because of
What a piece of shit guy.
because of
As always, yeah.
my stance on, because he asked me, say, do you lean conservative? I said, yes, sir, yes, I do. And he said, okay. And he started listening to what I was saying. And when I started making my case for the whole, because we were talking about the young lady that was stabbed on the train, right? He said, "Where's your family from?" As if, because and the reality. I probably have more claim to this land than he and most of his followers do. But because my opinion or ideology differs from his, he believes that I'm a tether. What's he call? He calls people that are not, their lineage is not from America. They're, a tether. And it is that, and again, it's used. And he tried to dance around it because I asked him, I said, why do you use that terminology to be degrading towards your brothers and sisters from across the pond? And he said, I'm not being degrading. I said, but bro, every time I see you're talking about an African's hairline, you're talking about mud huts, you're talking about the craziness that's going on in Haiti and everything else with them. I said, you always use negative connotations to describe those individuals. He said, well, they're talking about foundationally Black Americans. And I said, well, foundationally Black Americans, I've seen, I won't say at your bidding because you're not responsible for all your fans.
Thomas, the hairline is accurate though.
Look, chill
Some
out. Chill
KSI
out,
shit.
bro. Chill out. But my point is this. And the room had like what 1,800 people in there or whatever. And I realized when it comes to, and this is why I was going back to Tiffany's point, when it comes to someone that thinks differently than they do, because they think we're a monolith. They think differently than they do, but leans more to the right, I guess. That they start looking at you as the enemy. The amount of vitriol that I saw in the comment section, I found absolutely hilarious. But these niggas in my community wanted me dead. They wanted me slimed, bro. They want to slime me. And I'm like, bro, I could have went to the same school as you, bro. This is crazy. Absolute lunacy.
Hey, Mr. Finley, tell the truth and don't lie. Admit it.
He will lie.
You've seen female pilots who, while they're flying, they're putting on makeup in the rearview
Oh
mirror
shit.
while they're waiting for
Shit.
takeoff. Admit it. Admit it.
Finley, shame the devil.
Alan,
Silence is also
Alan,
an admission.
Alan, you got me, man. You got me, Alan.
you know it's true. They're waiting for clearance for takeoff, and they're putting on their makeup. I know it.
Look. The worst part about it, Alan, is not just that. When we're taxiing, they're doing their eyeliner, fam. It's horrible. It's horrible.
It is
Alan,
because
what's
they
the
need the
data?
picture for the gram, and that's another thing I wanted to ask about that. Philly, you said something about um, I've replied to it in the chat. You said something about race and that how it wasn't important when it came to being qualified for, for to be a black pilot and stuff. Well, then, if that is the case, then why do, and this is a real question, then why do black people make it a point to highlight their race whenever they're talking about their job accomplishments? Then,
Because again, historically we've been pushed out, and historically the groups before companies started to be more inclusive because they want to get the word out to get more black people interested. And I am a part of the groups simply for the fact that I want to see other young men and women from my community do what I do. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
I got you. I got you. And again, I get that. And again, I am the beat. This is just me. Sometimes it does rub me the wrong way. Maybe I'm wrong feeling this way. Is every time, when it comes to certain instances of people in my community, when they achieve something, it has to be kind of like just this super like throwing it in people's faces. Look what I did. Look what this and that and so forth and whatnot. I'm like, okay, I get it. I mean, you're excited about it and so forth. You know what I'm saying? But it just seems that there's like we're trying to say like, look at us. Look what we did. We're better than you type of shit. That's the kind of feeling that I get.
No, you're right for feeling that way.
It's not a I'm better than you. Again, because a lot of the like the OGs, I call them OGs, the older pilots that are boomers, right? They did have a different environment than I had, right? They did have a very biased racial environment, and they did have to overachieve to get where they were. And they share their war stories, and certainly things have changed. I'm not one of those people that say, "Oh, things do not change," and they've changed, but they're the ones that created the organizations for which to try to draw more in, and so that's their stories. It's not. I don't spike the football when I do that, and I don't think most of them do either. And spiking the football, it's more like I climb. It's less spiking the football than more I climb Mount Everest type deal. That's how they look at it.
Okay,
Right.
I have a
So here's my
question.
question about
Jesus
that though.
fucking Christ.
Hey, buddy, go right ahead.
I have a question
You
for the
got it.
room. All right,
Oh,
just
is this
looking at.
that? Wait, is that Othello?
It's Othello.
Oh, wait a
I
minute.
have a
That's
question.
listen. That's
I
my
have a
guy
question
right there.
for the
Go ahead,
room.
bro.
What's going on, Thomas? I'm still waiting for one of those bunnies you owe me.
I got you, bro.
Um,
Listen, just send me the DM, bro.
I have a question for the room. Just looking at Lover's PTR, right? And you scroll through. Um, I'm seeing a trans man. I'm seeing a young white gentleman with Trump's new law dictating that there's only two genders, right? And it comes out that this man is indeed the shooter. Is this considered white on white violence? Is this a white
He
man
looks
that
like a
shot him?
white dude. I'm hearing, I don't know if that name's correct. For all intents and purposes, white. There's a Spanish surname, but from looking at the person, we'd consider him white. I mean,
Okay, so
obviously.
Also, the tranny that was in there was a suspected person yesterday, but not as of today.
I have
okay,
no idea at this
I
point.
mean,
The stories keep changing.
The tranny was saying 2 days ago, Charlie Kirk needs to be eviscerated, and then went on to say, watch and see what fucking happens tomorrow.
so
Yeah,
is
but
this
Lover,
Yesterday.
this like second suspect now that they're looking for seems to be a transformer too.
The guy they're looking for is, I guess, affiliated with Antifa, so maybe some of the
Well, the
Antifa
Yeah, I
people
heard
person
are
that
there.
too.
wrote
Maybe that's why the tranny is saying,
they
"Watch
etched
what's
like
tomorrow."
trans pro trans shit on the fucking cartridges.
Yeah,
Who
they
else
were
would do that
agreeing.
besides a trans person? I mean, really.
Well, yeah.
I think Othello was leading to another point. Were you, Othello?
is this
I don't write crime, bro.
is this considered a school shooting?
No, it's a fucking assassination. Fine. You could say
Yeah, it's an
I would
assassination.
say the likelihood just from the picture with the sunglasses, that person is likely white. I mean, Jesus Christ. Why does it matter?
Okay, okay. So
Yes, we
What
should
the fuck
still
is
cut his
white?
fucking head off, Othello. We should still cut his fucking head off, bro.
okay, so what is going on in the white community where they
Jesus
feel like
Christ, it's
they
a political assassination. This is not some like, hey, bitch, give me your wallet. Oh, you gave me your wallet? Thanks.
what is
Boom,
going
dead,
on in the
nigga.
white
It's not,
community
this
where
isn't,
they
this isn't
are
like, oh shit, there's the ops.
overrepresenting themselves in school
This
shootings?
isn't black
What
violence.
is
This was
going on
actually
in the
something that
white
was
community where
planned.
they are
Let
overrepresenting
it.
themselves in school shootings?
Political assassinations have always
What is
happened.
going on in the white
Othello did this
community
shit on
where they
purpose,
are
bro.
The chick with
overrepresenting
sticks
themselves
did
in
this.
Yeah.
school shootings per
This
capita?
isn't an epidemic.
Yes, it is.
It's something that's always
Yes,
happened.
it is.
John Wilkes
Stop
Booth. Oh my
stop
God.
trying to make race
It's
have
Sirhan
still
more
wrong.
Sirhan.
fucking
Oh
evidence
It's
this
no.
still
time. You guys
wrong.
are fucking weird.
It's still wrong.
Yeah.
What's going on? I mean, is it the meds?
Commercial,
Well, Othello,
commercial break. I just want to
I
say, Alan
actually
have a.
have an answer for this.
Othello.
So we actually went through this, and Finley can probably attest because he might have been there. Knowledge from Chillism actually brought up the ChatGPT on using the specific word "school shooting," not including mass school shooting, but just school shooting alone. What is the racial makeup? And it was like 98% of all school shootings are committed by blacks. Now, when you factor in mass school shootings, where somebody goes in and blasts like 20 people, then it's majority whites. But
Okay,
if you want to
so
talk
that's
about just
okay,
school
right?
shootings, a kid
So that's
going in
okay.
there,
So
16 years
that's
old with
We're
a
okay.
not
pistol
talking
and
about
shoots at
So that's
another
okay,
kid,
okay.
well
it's
like
So that's
98%.
okay.
there's
Why don't
typical black.
I don't
Detroit,
think
Okay,
anybody
Washington,
said
lover,
it
D.C.,
was
South
lover.
side of
okay.
why
Chicago.
don't
Now,
we
guys,
hold
Pepe,
rooms?
why are you
slow down,
interrupting?
slow down. Let's get some order. Let's get some order, guys. Calm down. We can have the conversation, but let's calm down. It's
Why
one at
don't
a
we
time.
Pepe.
hold rooms talking about the psyche of white people when it comes to these types of school shootings, mass
This
Sure.
was an
shootings?
assassination, you idiot.
Okay, I'm gonna. This is Alan. I'll answer him.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
what's
Alan,
going
Alan, wait,
on?
wait, Alan. Before you go, I just want to say I appreciate your submission and thank you for giving that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you.
There's
And
something wrong
lover.
here.
Okay, Otello. Yeah, there's something wrong. Okay. So here's the thing. We will deal with it. We will address it as we need to. And most importantly, we're not going to ask Black people for money to fix the problem and tell Black people that they owe us money because two white people, a white person shot another white person. And we're not going to say Black people caused that white person to shoot that other person. So that's what us white folks are doing about it. Does that answer your question?
I mean, it sounds good, but that's not what you did for Trayvon
Well,
Martin.
sure.
Oh,
This is
come on,
I can
bro.
Oh, you
Come
actually
mean,
on,
yeah.
bro.
I can actually answer the question.
Trayvon
See,
attacked
Well,
a white person.
yes, when you have white non-Hispanic people that that have a murder rate of between 1.5 and 2.2 per 100,000, you're basically in line with European countries that don't have guns. Then you have what it went down to as low as like 18. I believe it was 18 point something per 100,000 in the 2010s. The black population, even though it's still much higher than that of whites. It went down quite a bit. After COVID-19, it actually soared up to 30 per 100,000. So we're talking at more than 10 times the rate. It's about 15 times the rate. So I'd say, yeah, we have some issues with some people, but you guys literally
But
have an
Pepe, is
epidemic. And the
abortion
and the number
considered
one
an
cause of
American?
death for black teens, black teen boys and young black men is oh, that's right, other
Homicide.
black men. Amazing.
I thought
Twelve
it
Can I
was
ask?
thousand.
Martin
Can
names.
I?
Hold
Okay.
Can
on.
I ask? Can I ask a
so
question?
Yeah, wait. Hold on, guys.
It's
1 second. One
12,000
at a
black men
time.
a year die
One
from
sign.
vaginal
1 second.
gunshot.
Othello, we won't give it to you. Hold on. Vanessa's been trying to get in here. She hasn't spoke at all. So I'm going to give her a chance to be fair. Give her
No,
a chance
it's
to
okay,
speak.
Thomas. It's okay. Go ahead.
yeah, and
Okay. All right.
Thomas,
We really
Gotcha.
and
Oh,
he
so
asked
wait, wait,
me a
wait, wait.
question.
Hold on. Mr. Finley, you want to answer the question?
I just wanted to because Pepe, I study crime stats. It's kind of my thing, and my only asterisk to everything that you said in respect to American crime stats is half of the murders in America aren't even solved, and so I always question that. And then blacks, and you can look this up, overwhelmingly overrepresented in
Look at
He
God.
went out.
Let me guess. He
Oh,
was
the
going to
Holy
say
Spirit
He gonna say
hates
exonerations.
you.
All right,
exonerations,
shut
which
up.
is bullshit.
Look
Yeah,
at
Yeah, he's going
Yahweh.
to say exonerations, but even that still doesn't track. Was the
that's
percentage
bullshit
of
too.
people that would get exonerated would not cancel out the disproportionate numbers
So I'm
of
gonna
arrests.
finish.
But also,
Yeah.
the one thing you can't, the one thing that also tracks is that if we look at who the victims are, okay, the victims are also, guess what, overwhelmingly black and male. So once again, it's such an obvious issue that yeah, they literally commit the majority numerically of murders in the
And so
United
this is the
States.
problem. This is the
Otello,
problem.
before you go, I'm
Okay, go
going
ahead.
to answer your question
Go ahead,
Yes, sir.
Alan.
because no one addressed it. So we know from the actual court case that George Zimmerman was walking away and Trayvon Martin walked out and sucker punched him, was attacking him, and was slamming his head against the pavement. Now, in order to keep his head from getting slammed against the pavement, he used his legs to push himself onto the grass, which then exposed the gun in his pants, which he had no intent of using. And then Trayvon, I believe, went for the gun. There was a struggle for the gun, and Trayvon Martin was shot. Now, the most salient part of all of that was number one, Zimmerman was retreating, and number two, Trayvon Martin attacked him.
Hey,
So
you guys,
All
no,
right.
Alan, tell
so
people why
take
Trayvon Martin got shot.
Trayvon Martin out of your toolbox of injustices against black men by white men, because even if you do include it, what Pepe just said, the stats are correct. Black people are overwhelmingly committing violence, and that's the category, violence, not murder, against white people. And even if you use the exoneration rate as a deflection, that statistic is based on the victimization report. So if a white person says a black person attacked me, and they arrest the wrong person and then later exonerate the wrong person, well, it's a case of they arrested the wrong black person, but it is still a black person who committed the crime.
And now, Alan, tell the
So
room. Hold on,
so
y'all. Hold on for a second. Now, Alan, tell them what was the justification for shooting Trayvon Martin.
I just told it to you. Trayvon Martin was attacking him and slamming his head against the pavement.
Okay.
Now, how would you interpret that?
Okay. Cool.
Oh, that's number one.
Oh,
Number two,
can I
and
rebut?
this is the biggest scam,
Oh,
the
Adrian would have pulled the
person,
blicky.
the person who testified as his girlfriend wasn't even his girlfriend. It was his
Okay.
girlfriend's sister.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
so
Cool. Hold on, y'all.
I also got
Hold
to
the
push
fuck
back against
up.
that, but go ahead. I
Hold up.
wait. No,
Hold
wait.
up, y'all. Hold up.
Here comes the gotcha.
Hold on, y'all. So now that we just heard Alan say this, now let's rewind and go back a week, maybe 2 weeks. Alan said the justification for Trayvon Martin getting shot was because he was walking in a neighborhood that he didn't live in. He said that is justification for
That's not it.
shooting someone. Alan said that,
No,
y'all.
he said he looked
Stop.
suspicious wearing a hoodie late
No.
at night, walking through a neighborhood
Hold on. No,
that
no, 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 no. No, bro.
suspected
Hold
he
on
didn't
for a
live in.
second. Hold on.
No,
I don't need the
Adrian's
alley-oop.
A
correct.
Stop.
I
slew
was
of
in the room.
break-ins
Y'all.
Wait,
that prior week.
wait. No, Alan did say that fucking
What
shit.
the fuck? Exactly. Alan said the justification for Trayvon Martin getting shot is because he was walking in a neighborhood he did not live in. And that is justification enough
That's what I just
to
said.
shooting someone. That's what Alan said, y'all.
Okay,
I also want to
Adrian.
point out. I also want to point
A-
out. There's only one reason that George Zimmerman walked
Alan, would you
because
like to expound on how he was wearing a hoodie late at night, walking through a neighborhood that had a slew of
no.
break-ins?
Uh,
Man, hold on, man. Y'all got to let
the
Alan rebut his
yeah.
Okay,
position on
let
I'll
this.
let
So
Alan
him. I'll
rebut.
let him. But
so if we follow a course of events from A to B to C to D to E to F, and at the beginning of that, Trayvon Martin was in a neighborhood that he didn't belong, and at the end of it, he gets shot. What is the conclusion? You tell me. I'm sorry that simple logic evades you, Adrian. That's number
Mm.
one. Number two, how about this? How about as a general principle, if you go into a neighborhood that you don't live in, uh, you know, maybe something might happen to you?
Yo, this has got to be the
Hmm.
wildest gaslighting I've ever heard in my fucking life. Alan stood 10 toes down in his assertion, in his belief that if you are walking in a neighborhood you don't live in, you deserve to get shot. This was his whole justification.
No, it wasn't.
Hold on.
And
Hey,
in
man,
that
Alan, ain't nobody cut you off,
He
cuz.
was
justification,
sitting on top
I
of him,
just
slamming his head in the
Hey,
ground.
man,
explained it.
Alan,
And
ain't nobody
what
cut you
was
off. Now,
included
y'all
in
see that,
that
right?
To be
Okay,
fair,
y'all
Alan,
Alan,
see
you're
why
that.
are
getting
you
cut you
talking
Y'all
off.
see that,
over
right?
him?
Adrian,
Y'all see
Alan,
that,
why
right?
are you talking over him?
I agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
why?
He did
Hold
Because
cut
on,
you
him
off
y'all
and
see
though.
I
that,
are
right? He
talking.
can't
He
control
What
himself.
waited
was
Adrian,
till
you
you were
did
done.
interrupt
included in
Alan.
that?
He didn't
No, I
interrupt
didn't.
you. He didn't
Don't
interrupt you.
I did
fucking
not
mute
interrupt him.
me.
I
What
didn't
was
interrupt him.
included in that
Well,
I'm
see,
telling
justification?
there
you,
he is.
you're interrupting him. You interrupted him. Stop, Alan. Let him finish his point.
Exactly. This is the wildest gaslighting I've ever heard in
Yeah,
my life.
yeah,
No,
yeah. What
y'all
was
see that?
included in
See?
that? What
Alan,
was
let him finish.
included in
Alan, let him
that,
finish.
Adrian? What was included in that?
Why was Brad moved down?
Because Brad is a
Wait. You
fucking
don't move
asshole.
me
That's
fucking
why.
down, Alan.
Why?
Wait till you
Yeah.
shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up.
Alan, come
gosh.
on,
Let's
bro.
not do
Bro,
this. Come
what
on,
the
y'all.
fuck was
Let's not do
that?
this. Because then Brad can move him down. Let's not do this. Come on now.
Dude, no, fuck Alan. Fuck. All right, here we go. So let's take this Geritol complete fucking motherfucker who hasn't had a fucking dick sucked in fucking a millennia. The last time this motherfucker had anything oozing out of him, it was tapioca fucking coming from his fucking being fed by
Brad,
his nurse.
shut up.
Fuck this Armenian
Brad,
fucking
shut
cock
up.
monkey who wants to be a
Yeah.
liberal in Hollywood and brag about his fucking shit. Fuck this. Fuck your wife. Fuck everything you
Oh
are.
my
You
goodness.
fucking vile piece of shit.
Oh
Now
The
shit.
fuck
this is
you, you
white on white
old
crime
fucking
right
cock
here.
monkey. You fucking vile piece of shit. You can't even eat mashed potatoes, motherfucker. You're coming up here giving us a 4-year fucking soliloquy on a fucking Trayvon Martin thing that you said that shit. He's walking in the neighborhood. You know what? I hope there is a 6'5" black man walking down your neighborhood that's going to plow your ass all the way
Oh
through
Dude,
your
I
shit.
hate
throat.
I hate when it goes.
You dude, so like don't fucking
I
ever
love
come up
Alan.
and fucking start shit like that. Shut your fucking decrepit ass up. Adrian was right, and then you got fucking butt hurt and bitch slapped because you know what? The fucking genocide missed your fucking decrepit ass, Alan. I wish that one would have included you in there.
Woo!
Fuck yourself. Fuck the horse you rode in on, and the fucking ship you tried to swim over with. Anything else you want?
Yeah, real quick, man. Yo, Alan. Yo, you don't ever drop a mod down in my room, bro. Come on, man.
That was completely.
Like
He's
y'all,
gone. Yeah, but that
y'all,
was completely out of
yeah,
pocket.
Alan. No, he's
Yeah.
down. Yeah, Alan. So yeah, bro.
Sig,
Like,
Sig.
yeah. It's a no go, bro. No go.
Yeah. And did what Brad said, was that warranted for what I did?
Fuck yeah, it
Well,
is, you fucking moronic,
hold on, real
fucking
quick.
golden eared
Hold
Well,
on,
motherfucker.
Brad. Shut up for
Brad's
a
so
second. Let me
sensitive.
talk to him. So, Alan, I didn't hear. I heard all the yelling and shit, and I got to my phone, and then I saw you had dropped him down, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, regardless, if y'all got to beef it out for a second, beef it the fuck out. But yeah, don't ever drop another mod down,
Fuck
man.
this
Like,
diaper
don't do
wearing
that shit.
So
Don't do that
motherfucker.
listen,
shit,
This
bro.
just
pussy.
because Alan talks slower, like his like tone is
Forrest
just
Gump talks
slower
slow.
pace.
This guy
What
talks
he's no,
glacial.
he's actually like a wise man, but I know it takes him a really long time to make his point, and he's working on it. But like everything he has to say, he's not wrong in his ideologies. It just takes
Yeah,
him a long time.
y'all gotta too, man. And I get it, and I agree with Ann on this one though, man. Y'all gotta chill,
Wait,
man.
Sig. So I'll
What's
tell you
up?
this. Adrian and Alan were actually having a discussion. Alan was over talking Adrian, and I said, Alan, Adrian was polite and let you go. Other people were muting him or whatever, and Alan decided to just throw me down in the goo. You know what? Fuck Alan. Fuck his fucking bald ass fucking little ratchet scrinch, little rat pink face. I don't give a fuck about Alan. I really don't. When he dies, nobody's going to mourn him. He's
Oh
going to go
my
out with a
God.
hefty trash bag and nobody's going to give a flying fuck that
Oh,
his
I'm gonna
existence
care.
mattered.
I like him.
So again, you can sit there and coddle the little fucking curmudgeon. I don't fucking care. But you know what? Take Ebenezer Scrooge, put him up your pussy or whatever you
Curmudgeon.
want to. I don't really care because his fucking takes are fucking an hour and a half long and they're wrong 99% of the time.
okay. So Brad and Sig, I apologize to you. Brad, I don't need, or any of the other moderators, I don't need you to moderate my discussion between
No, I
Adrian
just
and
want you to speed the fuck
Brad.
up. I don't want to
Shut,
be 80.
Brad,
Brad,
just hold on, man. Let me hear what he's got to say because I missed it. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Brad, and I'm sorry, but call up Gerard because you're a problem. And I had that same discussion with him 2 days ago. You are a problem. You're the problem. And I don't care what the fuck you said. I'm going to listen to Gerard. I'm not going to listen to you. Okay? You are a problem. And this whole I'm going to imitate a black man going off on you because this is what people do on Clubhouse. It's old. It's really old. You're not good at it. And I'll tell you something. You crossed the line today with what you said, and I'm loading up.
Woo!
I am loading up,
What are
motherfucker.
you doing? Filling your
Okay.
diaper? You're
I
filling
am
your diaper?
loading up
Like,
on you,
what
and
are you
it
doing?
is
Gerard
coming.
ain't gonna do
But in
nothing
the
for you.
meantime,
You're
pay
crying about
back.
Gerard?
Yeah.
Dude, you went crying to Gerard?
No, I didn't
Like,
go
holy
crying to
shit.
Gerard. I
Oh,
called him up
what's Gerard going to do? Move you to
because
the shut the
I
fuck up
feel
section. That's where you
sorry for
belong.
you.
Listen, is there a
I
nursing
feel
home? Is there a
sorry for
fucking
you.
charity I can
You
donate
are
that will
someone
help
to
you?
be
You will
pitied.
help people like you. You know
Okay?
what? When people
You
say
are
the boomers need
someone
to get off this
you
planet,
are
I'm in
someone to
agreement with
be
them. Alan
pitied,
is case in
and
point. I
you
think the world
need
will be
to
better when
shut
boomers are
the
gone.
fuck
Get
up.
rid of them. We won't have this
Yeah.
stupid shit. We won't
Yeah.
have dumb takes. We will
Yeah.
not age by
I
decades
mean,
listening to their dumb shit and their
to be
Brad,
folly.
honest, the
Get
world
out
Brad,
of
would be
there.
better
Sig,
You
without
Sig,
haven't
Brad too.
said
Sig.
anything ever.
Do
You
you
can't
I
know?
prove
love Brad.
anything. You
Do
haven't done
you
anything.
know?
Jesus Christ,
Nobody's
go
gonna
back
mourn
to
for what
Do
fucking
Brad
you
does.
know
pretending you
the
know how to play the
amount of
piano. Shut the
evil?
fuck up and sit
Do
down.
you
Because
know
now
the
I'm just
amount
going
of
to I'm going to
evil?
make Jarrett Hall
Sig,
a
Sig,
fucking hate
Sig.
crime. I'm
Okay,
I
going to
want
okay,
just sit
you
there
okay,
to
and
okay.
smack the
recognize
dust out of you
Yo,
every
yo,
chance you
yo,
get
yo,
on
fellas,
the
stage.
fellas,
amount
fellas,
of,
fellas, fellas, fellas. Just chill for a second. So,
yeah.
Alan, I accept your apology and thank you for that. So, um, but yo, so what was he? Because I heard little bits and snips about Trayvon Martin, and I caught the gist of, I guess, you and Adrian having a disagreement.
Yes, you
Yeah,
caught that.
Adrian is doing his usual BS.
Wait,
Okay, so what's
They didn't
your
do
what's
shit to you,
okay,
motherfucker.
Brad,
Brad.
Brad, Brad.
Brad,
Let's
What a
get back to
fucking
the
cracker
discussion,
ass
man.
flying fucking
Brad,
dust bunny.
Brad,
Alan, all
Brad.
I
Just
think
chill,
he
man.
did
Just
was
chill.
call you out on some statements that you made last week
He
that a lot of us
misrepresented them.
Brad is a
So
true
what
American
was
there was
your
hero.
people that agreed with him though that I guess
yes, let
wasn't
me
in the
Yes, I know.
room.
all right,
I
so let's rewind it.
understand.
Yo. Let's rewind it for a second. Alan, what was your take? And then Adrian, what was your disagreement with Alan's take?
My take is, as I said, in that room, it was a discussion, an involved discussion about Trayvon Martin. And the statement that people took offense at is that that I said he deserved to be shot because he went into a neighborhood he didn't belong to.
and then randomly attack somebody who just happened to be following him,
And then
just
what was
bashing his head
okay,
in the
so
window.
He
what was
didn't
Adrian?
randomly attack him, did he?
So Adrian, what was
No,
your
I'm
disagreement
talking
with that?
about Trayvon randomly attacked.
Hold on one
Didn't
second,
just
lover.
follow
Yo,
Yeah.
him.
Oh,
Adrian, so what
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
yeah. So Adrian, what was your disagreement?
My disagreement was Alan came up here and gave his soliloquy about what happened between Zimmerman and Trayvon, right? And he described it as, Trayvon was beating up George Zimmerman. And then some gun fell. Trayvon tried to go for the gun. And that's when he was shot by Zimmerman. He was bashing his head against the concrete, right? Everyone heard that, right? And I asked Alan, after he got done saying that, now, Alan, tell the people, why did Trayvon get shot, right? And he walked right into it. And I brought up old statements that he said about a week ago in a room that a few of us was in, where he's made the justification for Trayvon Martin getting killed was simply because he was walking in a neighborhood he did not live in. And he
That's not true.
said, if you walk, this is crazy. He said, if you're in a neighborhood that you don't live in, you deserve to get shot. Allen said this on that stage, and it caused a kerfuffle between me and him back when he said it. So this is why I let him complete his statement in here, did not cut him off, and I wanted him to stand 10 toes down in what he said, because in that last room, he literally painted himself into a corner, and a lot of us was on his ass about that shit, and he did not want us to goddamn make our points. He did the exact same thing in here, cutting people off. And so this is what this was about. I wanted Allen to defend his statement that if you're walking in a neighborhood that you don't live in, you deserve to be shot and killed. And that's exactly what he said in that room. That's what it was all about.
Okay, Adrian,
Hold on,
Adrian.
Alan. So what you made the statement that Trayvon was being followed, and then Trayvon jumped on
No,
Zimmerman and
no,
beat the shit out of him.
no, no,
It
no, no. He
you didn't say
wasn't
that.
being followed. George Zimmerman was walking away.
Okay,
But
but Trayvon still
let's cut
jumped him
this.
and was bashing his head in, right, Alan?
Yeah, yeah,
So you said all that, and then a bunch of black people and white liberals and progressives got offended and then
yeah,
started
yeah.
jumping on you and beating the shit out of you. in the room, and you tried to defend yourself, and then others saying that you were cutting everybody else off.
Yeah, but
That's about right. That's
yeah, so
clubhouse.
let's make this simple, Adrian. Did I concede your point a week ago? Yes or no?
No, you did not.
Did I concede your point today?
No, you didn't. You try
Okay,
to act
let
like
me
I
give
never,
you a
like you never
hint.
said that.
Let me give you a hint. I'm never going to concede the point, ever. And this is consistent with other things I've said that have pissed off black people and liberals in other rooms too. So
But you
so
are a fucking
what
liberal.
point
You are
at
that
what
fucking liberal.
Oh,
You're
at
a
what
Brad,
point
why are you being so insufferable?
so
Let
wait, wait,
Alan
wait.
finish.
So wait,
okay,
hold
Now
on,
you're
hold on.
so
interrupting Alan, Brad. You're doing the same thing Alan was
yeah,
doing.
Motherfucker
yeah,
is
of
shut up.
course,
You are the
Don't
because
pot
piss
calling
me
the kettle
off.
Brad
black,
is
Brad.
I
so
don't give a flying fuck. Secondly,
yeah, well,
You
I
did,
don't
Vic
Alan.
either
sat
then,
there.
do I?
Yep, this is what
I
they
Brad,
did
don't
to you
either
last
Hold
week,
on,
then.
Alan.
hold on,
go.
hold on. Wait. Brad. Let him finish. Let him finish. Give him a chance to finish, and then he can go after that.
The
That's
next
fine.
time Rich opens his mouth, I'm just gonna move him down.
Wah,
How's
wah,
that one?
wah.
Yo, let Alan finish. Brad, you can go next, and then we'll open it up. But go ahead, Alan. You can finish.
Yeah, again, if you want to bring this up next week or the week after, my position will be the same.
Okay, so if you will not concede the point, so then own your words and what you said. Then, if you don't want to if you're owning your words, then why are you giving pushback to what you said?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Why am I
Thank
giving
you, Sig, for
pushback?
bringing me up. Thank
You're
you.
re-arguing the
So,
point, so I'm
AJ, I'm gonna go
indulging you.
before fucking Golden Years here has to go on another fucking
Pay
Metamucil
back the
run.
loan you owe
Um.
me. You made a bet for
So again,
$1,000, Brad. Pay it
I'm
back.
just gonna.
Alan,
Pay it back.
Alan, let him respond. Let him respond, Alan. Go ahead, Brad.
So again, I was in this room. I didn't really. I was just listening to the argument because I was just like, oh, this is going to probably get fucking. It's going to devolve. This was. It's typical of this because you're going to have someone like Alan who is a liberal. The motherfucker's not conservative. He's been liberal Hollywood for fucking all his life. He sucked more dick than Rue fucking Paul. So like, spare me this whole Alan needs a conservative treasure. This motherfucker ain't been conservative but what 2 seconds. And the only thing he knows is he doesn't like black people in his neighborhood. That is the only thing this motherfucker has on his list. And if you can't see that, I can't help you. But this motherfucker decided to have an argument with fucking Adrian about the Trayvon Martin case and other cases that have, over enforcement. The courts may have gotten it wrong. And to be fair, Adrian has called it out on both sides about influence. But this argument was on Trayvon Martin. Now, the fact that Trayvon's dad or relative was in the neighborhood, but the fact that George Zimmerman and this fucking piece of shit who like really is really upset and should be fucking buried in the ocean somewhere decided to go harass a kid and say, hey, you shouldn't be there. First off, pretending he was super cop in the neighborhood. All of this shit is like enough to say, hey, you know what? I don't think this case came out right. I have disagreements with it. I think it's wrong. I think Zimmerman's guilty. I think Trayvon should still be fucking alive today. That's common sense. The kid was walking through the neighborhood. He didn't have any stolen goods on him. He wasn't arrested. He didn't have anything. And I don't give a shit if he trespassed and cut across the lawn because that's what Alan's point is going to be. If somehow this guy stepped on a blade of grass and that was a big enough infraction to indicate that he was going to be robbing people. I think Trayvon should be here today. I think a lot of people. I think what's the kid in Chicago, the one that was forced to crawl on his knees in front of the fucking pig that decided to off him with 20 rounds in his fucking chest, should be here today. But no, the cop got off, and in both these cases, the shooters got off, and I think they're bad shoots. But Alan, to Adrian's point, we're having this debate, and they were going through the particulars of the case. Adrian knows it very well, and he was citing particular points. And Alan turns around and says, "Well, this is what happens when you go into a neighborhood that's not yours. You get shot." And that was Alan's take. And then Alan, like the bitch made fucking golden girl he is, fucking dipped out of there when it wasn't Adrian, when it wasn't me, when it wasn't everybody else started coming off the mic going, wait, what the fuck do you mean by this? Does this mean we can just start shooting people in neighborhoods? Isn't this going to lead to more violence? And Alan started to try to do his stuttering fucking stumble grandpa way to get out of it. And then he booked like the fucking bitch he's always been for 800 years on his fucking planet. Throw him back into Armenia and let the fucking genocide finish his ass off.
Alan, can I ask
You
you for
realer than these
clarification?
niggas
Hold
on
on, Othello. I
stage.
just want to ask Alan for
You realer
clarification.
than these damn black moderators.
Othello, hold
Brad
on.
is a
You're on the same
real
side,
ass
bro.
nigga, and we love you, Brad.
Okay, cool. Give flowers to Brad. Alan, let me ask you for clarification. Do you not want ghetto blacks in your neighborhood, but you're okay with like good, upstanding, hardworking, successful black people? You're okay with them being in your neighborhood, right?
So I'm enjoying the fact that you all feel it's nice to pile on me now that
I'm
Brad
trying to
went
help you,
off.
Alan. I'm trying to help
No,
you.
you're not trying to help me.
Yep. He's
Do you
a
want
bitch.
good? Do you want good,
Yeah.
hardworking black people to be in your neighborhood, or just all
Stop
black
being a
people, Alan?
bitch.
So
Because
so
Brad said you're a racist and
here's
want
the
no black
thing.
people in your
Stop being a
neighborhood.
bitch and shut
Again,
up.
Brad, I understand that you feel that you playing
I
Elmer
already know,
Fudd
Alan.
and going in the woods and hunting wabbits makes you a much better person than me. I understand that. Okay? It doesn't. You will never be my equal. You will never be
Yeah, thank
morally
God, because I'm better
superior
than you in
to
every
me.
facet. You
Okay.
know,
And
when
your
people look
Alan
at
stayed
me,
on
sudden
mute the
need,
entire time.
Brad. Yeah, shut up,
when
Brad.
people look at me,
I
they go,
sat
"Damn,
in
there's a
silence
white man." When they
and
look at you, they
listened.
go, "There's a
Yep.
piece of
I
shit
Brad's
won't
pulling the
cracker,
move
typical
him,
mashed
liberal
but
shit.
potato
shut him the
goop
fuck
who
up.
wants to sit
Shut
there
him the
and
fuck
just
up.
kind of cry and
Shut
go
him
through
up.
and
I
talk
let him
like
go
this,
off.
and I
Sig,
think I
shut up.
have a
Sig,
particular
shut
thing,
him up.
even though I lived off of
Sig,
my
Can
wife's
we
Sig,
trade free for
disability.
All
Brad?
right,
So
shut
so
him up.
get
all right,
it.
so
I
we're
I
let
done. We're
am
him
not
done. We're
Trade
playing
free
done.
by
for
We're
your
speak.
Brad?
done.
I know he.
Yo, we're done. We're done. All right, we're done. Let's get back on topic, guys. This is dumb.
Shut the
This is
fuck
dumb
up,
shit.
Othello.
We at the black delegation would like to trade free for Brad.
So, just real quick. So, Alan, yeah, when I first asked you what was your stance, you did say Trayvon Martin was killed for being in the wrong neighborhood. So, I mean, yeah, I can definitely see Adrian's point where he's coming from. If that's the reasoning, yeah, it's fuck. I mean, yeah, nobody should be killed for being in the wrong neighborhood. Now, if it was, if your answer was, well, he got killed because he violently attacked someone and was bashing their head on the fucking ground, and it was a ground and pound, and he got shot because the other person was defending themselves, and that'd be a different story. But yeah, if you're gonna say being in the wrong neighborhood, then yeah, you're gonna get some shit, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. Brad doesn't need to comment on it.
The
And
fuck I don't.
like
The fuck I'll smack that fucking venture ride
Yo,
out of your
yo, yo,
mouth,
we're
man.
done. We're done,
Brad
Brad. We're
on
done.
all
We're
Brad,
his
done.
felonies
We're
hating
done.
Chicago.
We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. So yeah, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But let's move on. Let's move on, please.
Hey, Brad.
I,
Any more? Hold on. Any more
okay.
information on what's going on, Brad? With the
No, not
whole.
yet.
Okay, okay.
Other than I did sign Ellen up for what is this? The Mormon Church to revisit him and talk about God.
Shut up.
Just stop, man.
Stop
Just okay.
acting
It's
like a
old.
woman.
It's old.
Impulse
We're tired of it.
control,
Stop acting like a
Brad.
liberal.
Alan, I got it, man. Everybody chill. Go ahead, Thomas. Go ahead, man.
Nah, it's okay. I was letting grown men, hash it out. But um, getting I guess back to topic, man. About Charlie Kirk. We see if we got any new people. Yeah, Eddie. Eddie, what are your thoughts about what happened with Charlie Kirk?
Hey, it's Edie. I mean, it was, I mean, I saw the video. It was horrifying. It's horrifying to see people celebrating it. Um, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just really disgusting, the stuff I'm seeing.
So, okay, got you. So, how do you feel about the some individuals on social media dancing on his grave? He hasn't even been buried yet, dancing on his grave and to saying some vile things and so forth about he should have died, et cetera, and the fact that he was a racist and he deserved what he got and things like that. What are your thoughts?
This guy wasn't killing people, and he was saying things that some people disagreed with, like everybody says. And the thing is, if you're going to say it's okay to kill somebody because you don't like what they're saying, so what about the people that are pissing people off by saying these horrible things about Charlie, and they're glad he's dead? Is it okay if somebody doesn't like what they're saying to off them? So it's the stupidest take to even say that somebody deserves that
Or
for
to
what
off
they're
you
saying.
guys for saying bad things
But
And
on
then I would
Clubhouse.
say this: I actually like I actually am okay with violence, and I do hope that I run into some of these people just out in the wild, and Because I actually like to fight. I think it's exciting, and unlike them, I spent years fighting. So, I think people should, you do what you want to do. But I would thoroughly enjoy beating the shit out of some of these people, and they deserve it.
I don't
And
think people think through, you know what, because if any of those people who were celebrating were there next to him when that happened, they would be horrified, they would be traumatized. They just don't think, and they think they're getting points with their friends, and it's just stupidity, but it's disgusting, but largely stupidity. I don't think people are even thinking about what they're
Well,
saying.
I don't know if that's accurate. There was actually a guy that was dancing and like waving and smiling at the camera after Charlie got
well,
shot
the
in the
good,
neck.
wait, so I mean,
when you wake up
what's
with a concussion, you won't really really be able to remember much of what you did. So you'll be basically erasing their memories.
yeah,
They'll learn a new lesson. They'll start anew.
right. So what's happening right now is exactly what I said would have had Butler PA been a success, right? I made the point that all of these variables that came into play on that day and how CNN, mainstream media, was just happening to, airing his rallies. They're not known for that. But just that one day, right? They just happen to be airing, which, I find suspicious about CNN entirely because they're just always in the convenient spot being the only media outlet, like when some shit go down and you just gotta ask, why is that, right? Roger Stone, shit like that, for an example. But we live in a time where people are depraved. I don't know why y'all are people are surprised that people are dancing on Charlie's grave when we've seen countless other people who were disliked by the masses had their graves danced on. And Kevin Samuels, for once, us in the black community, saw that shit happen in real time. The day it happened, the minute it happened, there was a whole clubhouse parade
I
on that
literally
shit,
found him the night
Yeah,
right?
that he died.
So,
Will
right,
you shut the
so,
fuck up, lover, and quit
right,
Shut
like
up,
so
Pepe. Fuck.
people were dancing on his grave because they didn't like the things he had to say, right? And that speaks to the moral compass of a lot of people out here. Now, had Butler PA been a success, to this day, I guarantee you, all of us in this room and on this app would have seen people walking around with Trump's head split open on their t-shirts as a meme, parading that shit and celebrating that shit. Had it been a success, why are we shocked that they're doing this to Charlie Kirk? This shit happened in live time, okay? People got a fucking orgasm when they saw that man's blood being spilled and the way it happened. It was shock and awe to a lot of people because it was just direct and in your face and gruesome and horrific. It's a lot of people that revel in shit like that. They are desensitized. These people, I'm not even going to bring it to a spiritual thing because that's a whole nother thing. But people love this shit. We live in 2025 where nothing is off limits anymore. And we've shown that. And I just think it's universally ironic that this man, Charlie Kirk, at 31 years old, started his empire, built his empire, and named it Turning Point USA. And he died doing what he loved in the name of what the fuck he built. And I think his death is literally a turning point in the USA. And it's going to be a turning point. I just think that is universally poetic in a sense. But this is how I view this shit. There's a lot of people that will steal your fucking joy. And there's a lot of people that will revel in that shit. The point is, do not be like them. And I yield the mic, man. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I'll say this. I do think that you say do not be like them, but I'll say this. These are the same people that were more than happy to see you deplatformed, that ended up kicking Trump off of social media, ended up deplatforming the only right-wing app at the time that was available. No, and these people fucking hate you. They are literally enjoying watching him die. And they're happy about this. These people are disgusting. These people deserve to be homeless, never allowed to get another fucking job, to be shamed. they would love to see it to you. In fact, they'd love to see this man die, despite the fact that he's not a guy who's really done anything wrong. And his poor fucking kids and his wife. We cannot take it easy on these people. Every single person that makes a social media post, like if you guys have free time, seriously, make a public post. Whether to their employer, email, call their fucking employers. These people fucking hate you. Like there's no reason to let up on them. All of these people should be fucking ashamed of themselves. And I personally think that well, people can do what they want, but when these people get in your fucking face, if you have the ability to do something about it, do something about it.
Yeah.
These people are
I agree.
trash. And I would thoroughly enjoy, I first of all, I like fighting, and I would I haven't done it on the street since I was a teenager, but these people they harass you, they'll fucking try to assault you, they'll do all kinds of shit. If you have an opportunity to give them a taste of their own fucking medicine and make them the prey, then do it.
Hey, Pepe, I have a question for you. Do you think the problem with the right is that they're steady trying to play a game by its rules against an opponent who don't give a fuck about the rules? Do you think that is the problem of the right?
Yes, and I actually touched on this yesterday. I think we're playing fool's poker. They for the longest time were saying what was within the boundaries of acceptable speech, and it was anything on the right. They largely weren't allowing it. They were allowed to dehumanize us, call us Nazis, all of this horrible shit, and justify violence basically. And we're just like, oh guys, well, let's have some civil discourse. Oh, we need to come together. No, fuck that. And any attempt from the left to say like, oh well, let's let cooler heads prevail, or let's think about let's remain peaceful. Fuck them. No. Like the answer should be no. They've been playing dirty this whole fucking time.
That
They've they've been attempting to silence you guys, ruin your fucking lives. They celebrate when somebody's fucking killed. Fuck these people. These people, you don't play the. They're not going to play by the rules. Then you can't either. It's a rigged system. And first of all, these people are bullies and they hate you. There's no reason to cooperate with them.
I
You
think
have to fucking hate them.
I think dehumanization is the exact word to be used here, and that's exactly why they use labels. And because arguing against ideas is hard, right? It's hard to say why do I disagree, and conversations are nuanced. But you label somebody; they're no longer a person; they're this character, this demon, and now anything goes.
Okay, let me move to Mr. Sire Carter. What are your thoughts on the conversation, my good man?
Yeah, pussy. Go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
I got tacos for lunch.
No.
That's it.
Okay, all right. Who else we got new
Well,
on the
why do
stage?
you have all that shit to talk in the chat, sire? But then you
Because
come up
he's a
here.
bitch.
I know he's a total fucking
Hey,
pussy.
No.
why don't you come to
Oh,
Vegas? Come to Vegas and we can talk about it.
Yeah, we can talk about it. Bring your broke ass down here too if you want.
I posted at there was a vigil for Charlie, and somebody went through in a motorcycle or bicycle.
It was in Idaho.
and they whooped his ass. Yeah, they whooped his ass.
And
They beat the shit out of
that
him.
is needed. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
serious. Anytime, dude. I'm like I want violence personally. So like I hope that there's somebody celebrating. Is I'm going to I will say as much as I can to incite them to want to get physical with me, so I can pop them a few times in the fucking face. And look, they have no problem when it's 5-on-1 and they're wearing their black masks and fucking and special ed helmets, to avoid getting injured on one of their assaults on a right winger. Dude, you have zero sympathy for these people. No, I mean, literally, and a lot of these faggots have never been in a fucking fight, except for when they're hitting people with skateboards. 5-on-1. These people are pussies. They need to be ashamed.
So, I mean, I look, I hear everybody's points. And someone, made a point in the chat when they say, hey, you spread love and peace and unity, nobody will shoot you. Well, that's not true. That's definitely not true.
Martin Luther King.
I would just thank you. Thank you.
Charlie Kirk.
Max.
Yeah, I mean, so when people want to send a message and people want to wipe out something good,
Donald fucking Trump.
they will do it. There's no stopping them in doing so. So to say that, hey, everyone who spread hate and stuff like that deserve what they got, then what about the people who were spreading love? What the hell did they deserve?
Okay, I'm gonna move to Crayshaw. Crayshaw, what are your thoughts on what's being espoused here?
Yeah, just unfortunate that freedom of speech does get you killed. I think for me that's just kind of like the bigger message,
You're coming in
and
low.
it's can y'all hear me?
You're coming in a little low, but you're. I mean, it's okay for you.
Okay, my bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
That's
we can
better.
hear you. Yeah.
Yo, is that
Yeah,
Cray?
yeah. It
Oh, what's
is.
going on, man?
What's going on? Yeah. So I just think freedom of speech tends to get you killed, hated, and murdered. And you can just use this from a lot of people that's been vocal, just on any type of subject, whether they're black, white, whatever the case may be. If you stand 10 toes firmly and how you feel in your politic, whatever the case may be, that's tends to what gets you killed. Because a lot of people they don't want to stand 10 toes in their politic and how they actually feel. And that's just what he was. He was just a person that really stood and how he feel. Um, you know, there were some things that he did say I didn't agree with. There was a lot of things that he did say that I did agree with. I just think really just the bigger thing is it's just the internet. It's just a fucked up place when it comes to death because people are gonna always celebrate somebody's death, and I just think shit like that just doesn't really necessarily need to be celebrated unless he was just truly a hateful person. And I think that's the narrative that they're trying to push. It's just he was just this hateful person. He really wasn't, man. He just disagreed with certain things, but he wasn't like a hateful spewing person. But to some people, if you don't go with their politic, then you just completely hate them and their existence. So that's where I want to land.
I appreciate you, man. And yeah, I agree with you. I don't think Charlie Kirk was a hateful person at all. He may have espoused some things that people didn't agree with, but he wasn't hateful. He wasn't a hateful person. Let me ask this question to the stage, and because I can see the passion, and even vitriol for some of the things that are being espoused. Um, do the individuals on this stage think that we should, for these type of heinous acts, do you think that we should seek the death penalty? And I'm not
Yes,
talking about 20 years. I'm not talking about sitting in jail 20 years, spending up all our tax dollars.
immediately.
I'm talking about cutting this nigga's head off as
Absolutely.
soon as he's proven guilty, cut this
Fuck,
nigga's head off.
Speedy trial.
fuck
Yes.
yeah, speedy
Yep.
trial. Do it in
Absolutely.
public. If fuck that piece of shit. He had to. People had to witness him being killed in that cruel of a fashion. In front, thousands of people watched it that were there live, and then millions saw it on video. If there's ever anybody who deserves, I would say him. And I know you have to do it somewhat humanely, but do it. Basically, let that motherfucker stand on the back of a pickup truck while it slowly drives off. If there's no drop hanging. He just gets to fucking suffocate and piss and shit on himself in front of thousands of people, and of course millions can watch it all over the world. And and then that fucking tranny piece of shit walking genetic defect, they will always be remembered as that thing that was pissing and shitting on itself while it was squirming on a rope. That's what I think this piece of shit
So,
deserves.
Thomas, I agree with I think you let someone like me who will take a cheese grater and just peel his flesh off using lemon juice as a lubricant. And that's only after allowing the guy to have to listen to Alan for 3 days. By then he'll want death.
Nah.
So
Brad, shut the fuck up.
I mean,
This is
I'm
crazy.
just like constantly
Brad,
getting
Alan Will
the
Smith him. Keep my name out your
Obey.
fucking mouth.
Alan
Put him
can't
on
yeah,
talk
Guantanamo
shit.
Bay with Alan full volume for 3 days.
yeah. So, Brad, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. The
So
Yeah.
amount of
I don't live in a
evil,
glass house. I live
the
in the
yeah,
fucking
you
forest.
do. Yeah, you do.
all
Yeah,
right,
you
let's
do.
let's get away from this, guys. Let's get away from
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Yeah,
I want to hear
okay.
to hear my question answered, guys. So let me just take it
You
around.
guys, the fight between them is way more entertaining.
And relax. I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna come to you, and
Hey, but Thomas,
yeah. What's up,
Thomas,
Adrian? What's
do
up?
you agree that people who talk like cold syrup shouldn't give monologues?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't like the sound of cold
Yeah.
syrup.
Okay, cool.
But Anne, listen. I want to go to you for this first. Do you believe that the death penalty is necessary, and do you believe that we should have a speedy trial and
He's
cut this
dead.
nigga's head off? Cut this nigga's head off, or should you think we should,
She's
wait
not
20
in the
years?
room.
Oh, she done walked out. Okay, Vanessa, let's go to you then. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm cool with the speedy trial, but I don't know if I want to like a public execution.
I actually want the guy from the train that killed that white girl and the gentleman or whatever it was that killed Charlie Kirk to be facing each other. I should probably put him in a brazen bull where they're like melting on each other. I don't know, bro. I don't know what's too good for them. I really do
Do like
believe
the
that like
Japanese and dip them in a boiling pot of water like they used to do to the South Koreans.
I
oh
mean,
shit.
Listen, as
That's
a
too
Middle
quick. Skin off.
Eastern, I can say we've been doing this for like centuries and it works. It's efficient.
it's
So
a
just
What
get on with
doing
it.
what? Doing what, BB? Doing
Public
what?
executions very
Oh, okay.
swiftly. You killed someone, you are whatever, executed eye for an eye. It works. I mean,
I
look
mean,
in
BB, can
Saudi,
you go
look
back to
UAE,
Shiraz?
look at the low
BB, can you
rates
go back to
of
Shiraz?
criminal activities they.
y'all, we do have one state in the union that has brought back the firing squad. Isn't that South Carolina?
And that is
Oh.
Utah. Utah
Utah?
executes you by they just executed somebody by firing squad, I believe, in the last year.
Oh man, I don't know. I think firing squad's too
Can we
quick,
watch it?
man. Yeah, I think firing squad's too quick, bro. Some
I
of these
mean, hey,
individuals.
it's a perfect fitting death for him, though.
I mean, I don't
He
know.
should get shot in the neck.
Yeah, no, because he's gonna bleed out and die. No, I don't want that. I want.
We can't have like constitutionally we can't have any cruel like a death penalty
Cruel and
that's cruel.
unusual
Like
punishment?
the most you can do probably get
Correct.
away with is like hanging him. But that I think that would be amazing. He got hung in public, no fucking bag on his face. Everybody gets to see him. For the
Okay,
piece of shit he is.
Well,
personally, go ahead. Like
it,
I would say this. I would allow Charlie Kirk's family, not the children, or anything like that, but the like cousins, in laws, whatever, to be able to do whatever they find reasonable to the person that did this to their family member, and I think to me I think that would be fair, to allow the family to
Ooh,
get first dibs.
crucifixion.
I mean, to be like, if we're bringing up cruel and unusual punishment, I mean, we still have the lethal injection, and there has been a lot of botched lethal injections where motherfuckers have gone out in excruciating pain because that whole concoction, that cocktail that they use, is no fun.
What about just setting a nigga on fire, bro?
No,
Isn't that cruel and
That's
unusual
crucifixion.
punishment?
cruel.
They're
To me,
Christians.
that's
We should do
cruel.
crucifixion.
I
Mm.
hear you, Vanessa, but what they did was cruel. Okay,
I mean,
what they
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
honestly, if it was
disagree, but
cruel, I would
we're talking
literally
about if
just
it's legal or not.
oh no, it's not legal. That's
it
well,
not
wasn't
legal.
legal. I would literally. I think the funniest thing to do. I'm a sick person. I'm sorry, but like you literally take off his fucking limbs, like at the elbows and knees, and then you cauterize it while with no pain
uh,
medicine, and you let that faggot crawl on his limbs, which is not going to work, and then you do all kinds of cruel shit like force feed him. You fuse his butthole together with a burning rod.
Oh shit.
Just you can do the most horrible shit to these people,
uh,
and I think it would be amazing.
I mean,
Well,
yeah. I
well,
mean, if
you
we're
do
talking
the
Amazing.
about
hung,
if
drawn,
we're
and
talking about punishment
hung,
and shit, though,
drawn, and
right? I mean,
quartered.
people could just always just skin a motherfucker and just have them crawl through a goddamn pool of rubbing alcohol to
Oh
safety or
shit.
whatever, right?
Oh
They
y'all the
could
No,
get
lunatics.
you
Okay.
do
right,
what the English you do what the English
right,
did.
No,
but
you
You
throw
do
him in a
what the
pit.
English did,
You
right,
throw him
which
in a
is
pit
they
with a
hung,
bunch of
drawn,
hungry
and
rats.
quartered, but
right.
then they cut off their balls and their nuts and they stuffed it in the
Is
person's
that
mouth,
explaining why you keep talking
and
so long? Jesus
then they
Christ.
burned them alive. much like the English should have done to Brad's ancestors, but I guess they were too busy hiding in the
God, even
bushes
your
and
jokes take
being the
years to land.
It looks like
pussyfoots
Holy
those
that
dirty
shit.
micks
they
got
were.
away.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
did.
damn.
They
I like
did.
those Armenians.
Gee, yeah,
Man, they missed a couple.
All right, so
yeah, they missed a couple.
these pop
Yeah,
shots are
yeah, yeah,
crazy,
yeah.
but
Yeah, let's
but
just move away from the depravity and shit, right? Because I think someone brought up cruel and unusual punishment, and then someone talked about, well, what's legal and what's not legal.
yeah,
That right there is an interesting avenue to go down if we examine it properly, right? Now, when we talk about things that are legal, well, look at everything that they've been doing. Everything that they've been doing. These people, and I have to give them credit. I'm sorry, but I have to give them credit. These motherfuckers have been maneuvering the roads of legality through our Constitution and finding every fucking loophole and exposing it and exploiting it. And it's slowly breaking the fucking system from inside, right? Because all of the things that they are doing, guess what? Who the fuck has gone to jail for it? Who has
Nobody.
been right? So that means they know where our weakness are in the Constitution, in this country's weakness. And this is what Marxist communists do. They ingratiate themselves within the system and they move like a fucking virus, infecting and exploiting the weaknesses in the system and using it to their advantage. Prime example. Prime fucking example. Remember when all of those Antifa members was in Washington, D.C. and went around starting shit and the cops did a mass arrest? Well, why do you think they got off? Well, they got off because, for one, all of them was dressed the same, right? They weren't easily identifiable. And when a cop made it a fucking arrest, yo, I caught this one doing this. Well, then in court, you take it to court. Guess what? Their lawyer's going to argue. Are you sure this is the one that did what you said they did? Because wouldn't it be a reasonable assumption that all of these people were dressed alike and they look similar? So how do you know you have the right one, right? Boom. That puts the whole charge of whatever the fuck they were arrested for in jeopardy. So guess what? Reasonable doubt. They walked. Now, here's the fucked up part. All of them walked and they never got fucking charged because no one could identify who the fuck did what because everyone was dressed uniformly the same. On the flip side, when they got released, guess what they did? They sued them for false arrest and they won $1 million lawsuit. The ones who was causing destruction and chaos won their fucking lawsuit, y'all. That is because they exploited the holes in the fucking system and they used it to their advantage. This is why they do what they do, because legally they can get away with it. And this is why I brought up the point earlier about the right. The right keeps trying to play a game by the rules against an opponent who do not give a fuck about the rules. And they will exploit and destroy that shit to their advantage if given the opportunity, because the religion to them on their side is there is no truth but power. And they will seize power and gain power by whatever fucking means they will grab it. So I say all that to say this. These motherfuckers know what they're doing because they had help and they are using our own fucking systems against us. I'm sorry, but that is the honest fucking truth. They're exploiting America's weakness against herself.
Well, Trump is cleaning up the Justice Department and getting rid of a lot of these people. And I do. And one of the things I was saying before, and a lot of people were saying, no, you don't want to continue this. But like if you look at the political prosecutions of Trump and you also, if you look at how and all of these leftists were allowed to like get away doing whatever they want because the DOJ wasn't prosecuting them, but they were going to prosecute and throw the book at the Proud Boys and whatever right-wing group. I mean, really, not only do we have to get rid of these guys, but they need to find basically just like what they did to Trump, find any crimes that they committed. Doesn't matter, what it is. Start prosecuting these people, throwing them in prison, I mean, really, you can't play nice with these people. You got to play very dirty. And I think these people, a lot of Democrats need to be in prison. They need to feel unsafe. Um, whether they're the dipshits that are going out and doing the rioting and looting and protesting, or the politicians in power, and all of these people that are funding all of the think of all of the wealthy left wingers that were funding all of this shit. I mean, these people have to be targeted.
Well,
These people are absolute scum.
well, Pepe, you have to. I mean, we're looking at this from a 30,000 foot view, and I'll pass the mic. I really don't want to suck up all the air in the room, but this is just an honest assessment. If we look at everything that has been happening, the right, this may, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, y'all, but the right is fighting a war against tacticians. That's what they're doing. They're fighting a war against strategists that know what the fuck they're doing. They always say you never fight an alligator in the water. You never do it, right? So I don't know what the right is going to do, what their response is to whatever. Yeah, it's a lot of bright ideas floating around, but inherently the right are not tacticians, man. Y'all know they're not. They're not. They keep trying to play by the rules. A Republican is just a Democrat going the speed limit.
But you don't think the Democrats have been exposed? I mean, we all know what they do.
It doesn't matter because the end goal remains the same. Burn it down by any means necessary. It doesn't matter if they're exposed. As long as the end goal remains the same, they win. I'm just saying, man. These motherfuckers are extreme tacticians in what the fuck they're doing. Why do you think the lawfare worked the way it worked? We literally have a president that has a mugshot, y'all. Mugshot. That is because they exploited shit. They even went as far as making up a law just so they can goddamn retroactively go after a motherfucker. And it worked. Like, what are we saying here? If motherfuckers are trying to goddamn beat a motherfucker with a big ass brain, hey man, you got to get a big brain too. Why do you think it's so hard for goddamn Superman to defeat Lex Luthor? He's an evil fucking genius. Like, I'm sorry, y'all, but this is just the reality of what's happening. The right is too goddamn righteous in the way that they fucking move. And if they keep trying to cite the Lord as being their guiding light, as being their savior and being their protector, the wind is at our back. Guess what? You know what the Lord also said? Do you know what he also fucking said? I can't help you if you don't goddamn try to help yourself. And it seems like the right is not trying to help themselves. They're relying on external forces to fight their fucking battles. And they will reap the fucking rewards. I'm sorry. But if you're trying to goddamn get some shit done, you have to get on the same exact fucking level as the motherfucker you are in war with. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm telling the Republicans, quit being a bunch of pussies. Violence is okay against the the right people. And politically persecuting these people because they'll do it to you, I'm all for it. Look, Trump knows who is going after him. He realizes the game that's there. And of course, you can look at the Heritage Foundation and their Project 2025. They know what the source of the problem is. You do have people that are smart on the right. Now, when it comes to the politicians on the left, I don't look at them as any more intelligent than the ones on the right. You get some fairly intelligent intellectuals that work in academia and stuff on the left, or maybe in journalism, but that's about it.
Right. And someone asks, well, are they winning? I'm like, well, explain Trump's mugshot. The end goal wasn't to throw him in prison. It was to get a symbolic victory, and they got it. They don't give a fuck
but
how
it also helped get him the win, though, dude.
Right.
Because we could all see that this was bogus political persecution, and all of us were saying, dude, if they are that petty and they're trying that hard to stop him, then what else about the Democrats saying about him that was completely wrong and unwarranted?
Well, Pepe, yes, it ultimately got him elected. But guess what? They don't give a fuck about the right's joy. They literally just kill a man in front of his family and are bathing in his blood. They don't give a fuck about your joy, and they're showing that. They don't give a fuck about your win. They literally took the guy who was instrumental in putting him in office. You really think they give a fuck about your joy? No, they
Well,
don't.
I think what they handed was, first of all, Trump knows Charlie Kirk personally. Is very fond of him. That for the president to go out of his way to make a statement like he did, or actually twice yesterday. You saw what he did to Washington D.C. It was because of that big balls guy that with Doge. So some thugs, he thought he was going to help a woman that was getting robbed, and these thugs beat him up. And then what did he do? He said, "Fuck you, federal. It's going under federal control. Federal agents are going to start patrolling, and I'm going to bring out the National Guard. Now, you fuckers, try this shit again." They just killed Charlie Kirk, and it was incredibly violent. It was in front of all of these people. Well, now I have to imagine he's going to he wants vengeance, probably more than anybody on this stage. And look, he could start, he's going to have the FBI and the Department of Justice go after these Antifa pieces of shit and these left-wing activists that are and the people that are funding them
Hey,
and
Pepe,
promoting them, throwing these faggots in prison.
Pepe, you ever heard, you listen to 50 Cent music before, right?
Yeah.
Now check this. 50 Cent has a line in a song that is so goddamn poignant. He said, if I'm beefing with you, if I get tired of looking for you, I'ma spray your mama crib and have your ass come look for me.
Yep.
Right?
I remember that.
When a motherfucker can't get to you, they will take what you love. That hurts you more than any fucking thing. This is a military strategy. This is a tactician, right? Motherfuckers will take what you love. You're saying that, hey, Trump and Kirk was friends and you liked the guy. Well, they took his fucking life. They took what he loved because they couldn't take Trump's life. So guess what? I'm going to get the motherfuckers around you. That is what's happening. So now, in the wake of this shit, what's happening? A lot of conservative voices and a lot of conservative influencers are changing the way that they do shit. Motherfuckers are canceling shit, right? Motherfuckers are taking extra precaution, right? They're putting them on the fucking defense. These people are fucking brutal. You have to understand who the fuck you're fighting against. And if people want to take it to a spiritual level, evil don't give a fuck about your love. Don't give a fuck about your joy. We'll take that shit and we'll revel in the punishment that you give them. Motherfuckers was being burned at the fucking stakes and was steady cursing the motherfucker who did the shit to them and still espousing their fucking rage. They don't give a fuck about the punishment as long as they sent the message. Why do you think they write their messages on their instruments of war? Because the message will ring louder and longer long after they're fucking gone. These people are fucking evil, bro. And the right needs to understand who the fuck they're up against. The right keeps trying to want to go after them the right way.
No, fuck that. We don't go after them the right way. And dude, that's why I'm saying I support violence. I rarely ever say this because there's things you're not supposed to say online. And I'm not saying you should target innocent people, just, warning, but I'll just say this, I do think, all of these leftists, a lot of them, white, trans and pedophiles and basically the spiteful mutants of society that are just grotesque and ugly and they just have wicked perversions. I mean, these fucking freak shows need to be dealt with. And they hate America. They hate all of us. They hate religion. They hate seeing happy families. Quite frankly, these are people that are so miserable because, well, I don't know, because they like kids and they can't have them on their own. Um, yeah, I mean, you need to bring hell to these people. We really need to bring hell to these people. And the best we can do is like, hey, we use our vote. We talk about it. And, I would say if you can, get involved online. These people who make these sick videos, make sure you also are calling their work. Make sure you're also just trying to destroy their lives, because that is what they would do to you. They are laughing about a man who got, I couldn't imagine what was going through his head. Just thinking like, wow, the blood's coming out of my neck. This is it. This is the end.
He never thought
And they
yesterday would
laugh
be the
at
last
that.
day. He never thought yesterday would be his last wake up.
Yeah,
No.
he probably didn't even get an opportunity, Pepe, to even think that, because if you saw the way his body react when he got hit, he almost like went into cardiac. I mean, not cardiac. What's it called? The
A
type of
seizure.
shock. Yeah, he basically went into some type of shock, and he basically lost so much. He lost like ounces of blood like within seconds. And when I saw, because I remember I was in a room with Sig, I think it was yesterday, Sig and KP, and I said I saw a room where they was talking about Charlie Kirk was dead, and I was laughing. I said, oh, here go Clubhouse trolling again. I'm thinking it's some bullshit. And they said, nah, he's really dead. And I was shocked, and I immediately left the room. Like, yes, yo, what the fuck? And I'm looking, I'm like, yo, this is, and then when I saw the video, I was absolutely stunned that something like that was allowed to happen.
And like, don't get it twisted. These silly, a lot of us might think, oh, these are just weird, effeminate faggots that like to LARP as women. They're harmless. No, not really, dude. I mean, you had like that. Who is that disgusting bitch that got put out? And I think it was in Tennessee, and some real men, with long arms had to come in and dispatch her like a fucking animal. These fucking trannies, not they fuck. I mean, dude, these people are fucking sick, and the left pushed this fucking shit. I mean, just think of how crazy it was. If 30 years ago people were gonna tell you, dude, they're gonna start saying men can be women, and there's gonna be transgender surgeries, and you'll have somebody who might even look like a woman, but they don't have a deep voice. You'd just be like, what the fuck? That is disgusting. That is so ungodly. Like, that is something you picture in hell. And I'm not even like a culture war issue guy when it comes to like the LGBTQ stuff, because I really just think they're a bunch of disgusting, dysgenic faggots, and they usually die of different diseases and shit. That's God's way of sorting them out. So I don't know.
Let
Well,
this
Life's
be a
already
message
hard
to
enough
Adrian,
all
for
you.
them.
Let this be a message
Adrian,
to
I
all you white
appreciate what
supremacists.
you said, and I agree with you with especially that what you were saying about 50 cents and their lack of remorse and all of that. I'm glad you understand my viewpoint now, and perhaps I accept your apology. Thank you.
Let this be a message to all you white supremacists. Security can't save you.
Oh, I'm fine. I mean, I don't have a wife or kids or myself. Like,
Oh, I'm
personally,
fine.
I'm willing. Oh, what is that, sire? You're such a
I
like
said,
a shitty
I said,
troll.
I'm fine. Nothing. Continue on.
All right.
All you eugenicists, all you bell curve and trying to place the sub-Saharan African DNA.
I
Keep
do
getting
think that there's
it's
certain people
it's
that do I think two retarded people should have children? Not really. First of all, how are they going to raise the children? Somebody else is going to have to raise them. And then, do you want another retarded person on this planet? No. I don't think that is Nazi-esque to say like, oh, well, you guys probably shouldn't reproduce. I mean,
mm-hmm.
I think that's actually a good thing. They don't reproduce.
Out with security. What you think is gonna happen to you?
I'm not a famous person who's going to go after me.
If
You
that's
don't
the
get
case, then why have a kid with somebody with no melanin, where the sun's going to heat you up?
I don't
You know,
know. Well,
if you're going, no, if you're going with that logic, that makes no sense, son.
I
Yeah, you want
I
Yeah,
the
do. Technically, I do
like
live
my
up
white
north
grandmother,
where
she
the
could not
snow.
take the sun. So
can
Wait,
take the
wait, wait.
sun. I live
yeah,
in Arizona, you stupid fuck.
I live up in the
yeah.
north where
My
the
grandmother lived
snow
in New
and the
York, wasn't
forest.
even
So why are
Arizona,
we
and she
not
couldn't
have
take the
kids?
sun. Oh.
I don't get the point. What's the point?
No,
You're
the
trying to
point,
say the
no,
sun's
I'm
gonna
trying to
kill
say
me.
because he's talking about retarded kids. What about you? You don't have any melanin, so your body's a little weaker.
I
So
don't know, and you
you know
probably have like an
that's
85 IQ, so you just shut the fuck up.
See,
85 IQ. Okay, got
Yeah,
you.
amazing.
Yeah, a person can
I'll
recover
meet you in
from
Sun
not
City.
having enough melanin by putting on sunscreen. I don't know that a person can recover from having a low IQ.
No, that's why
So
they just
keep,
end up filling up
yeah,
prisons
so,
and working menial
yeah,
jobs and being unemployed and collecting food stamps.
so
Amazing.
keep
okay, and
And
y'all
that's
end
why
up
your
focusing,
boy
powerless.
got clapped.
so keep focusing on the melanin since that's so important to you. And yeah, maybe we should start, uh, really focus on that because that's just because a black man told us that not being able to sit in the sun is terribly important. So we always need to listen to our black kangs who tell us what is important in life and what isn't. Thank you.
Black men, sir, black men. That's
Black
what I like to
mermaid.
go
No,
by.
I'm just gonna be honest with
I'm not
you.
calling you
No,
names, so
you,
why would you call me names?
yo,
Because then you're gonna get me
I didn't call
started,
you a
and
name.
then you're
Okay,
gonna
you
go
can
Hey,
just
play
shut your
black
fucking
people,
victim.
we
mouth.
up. We up.
No, I'm
I
being
no.
totally
Oh
respectful.
yeah, okay, but you're talking over me.
Hey, Imperial,
But
you
I'm
want
not
some
gonna
answers?
lie. The problem with the
Wait, Pepe,
the
just
problem
real
with the
quick,
black, hold
Pepe.
on, let me finish this one point real quick. The problem with the black community is I would say you skim at least 10 to 20% of them, and they probably wouldn't be a troublesome people to live around. However, there are quite a few that are basically close to being retarded, then an even smaller percentage that just commit the lion's share of dysfunction and crime. I mean, I wish I could give like African Americans like 10 years in one area of the country, and their whole sole job is to, dude, you can come live with us again once you get rid of all your bad blacks
Hey guys, I'm
by
Well,
any
firing up the
means
grill. I'm
necessary.
So
firing up
there's
the
no
grill.
black, there's no
Anybody
Yeah,
wants
black
to
fire
men.
take?
up the grill, fire up the
Hold
grill,
on.
do what
Anybody
you have
wants
to
to
do.
take?
So hold on. So first, two things. One, melanin is not the same as fucking sunscreen. Again, we got to get rid of fucking the dumbest takes that have been said on the stage today. Secondly, 10-20% of every demographic has fucking problems across the country. And if you're going to go by sheer number size of the white population, we have our own problems too. Seems like we have a problem with Florida teachers, like being blonde hair, big tits, seem to be fucking 14-year-old boys on a daily basis. And apparently the 14-year-old boys these days don't fucking like it. So now we have a problem too where we have sex trafficking going on in the white community there. The Hispanic community, guys seem to be killing people with fentanyl and fucking drugs. So, like, I mean, we're just going to call that out there, along with the Asian community. You're smuggling that shit from China, opium. So, like, every community has their fucking problems. Like, we can just keep it, like, on page. Like, 20%, every demographic we'd love to all get rid of, right?
Yeah.
You're such a
Well,
good person, Brett.
the problem with Charles Kirk, right, is he was a closet eugenicist, right? He's talking about black women don't have the
I'm
brain
sure you
processing
have
power.
links for that.
Yeah,
He
he
said he
wasn't a
said that they don't have the
eugenicist.
brain processing power to take on governmental positions, right? He want to call people chinks. He wants
Oh
to
God.
talk about black people, black men being pilots and stuff like that. Listen, this is what's
No,
going
no,
on.
no.
This
Where
is
You're
the
what's going
twisting
fuck?
what
on.
he
Where the
said.
fuck
This
was
is
this
what's
at?
going
No,
on.
you're twisting what he
This
said.
is
He
no,
said
no, I'm
that
not.
no, no, no. Here's what you're not.
Alright,
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
wait.
This
Yo,
is where
I'm gonna wait.
this is where the low IQ part takes in.
No,
If
I'm
you
not.
say, hold on, when there is something like DEI that is in place, and we know for a fact is in the Supreme Court, it showed the test scores and the GPAs of the people, the black people versus the Asians and the whites that were getting into Harvard. Lower GPAs, lower test scores. And of course, when it comes to hiring, wow. Well, when it comes to hiring somebody, if you see a black person, the first question you're going to ask is that a DEI hire? Now, if there was no DEI and we knew that everybody had to meet the standards, nobody would give a fuck if it was a black
Then
person.
why
We
don't
would.
you look at the
Hey, Plato,
statistics?
hold on,
Why
hold
didn't
on.
he look at the He
Why were
looked at the
the Asians crying
statistics
about
first.
not getting in? Why were the Asians crying
They
about
had the
not
high.
getting in
They
after
had the
getting in?
highest. They
Huh?
had the high
Huh?
because they had the
Huh?
highest test scores and they had the highest GPAs and they were losing spots to blacks with low test scores and low
No,
GPAs.
yeah, but it started happening after they took away the DEI. Do you not remember that part, or are you slow?
No, that's literally the Asian. The
No,
Asian students were
look
the
it back
ones.
up and then
The
talk. Look
Asians.
it
The
back up and
Asians
then
No,
were
he's
talk.
no.
the
Shut the
Look
fuck
it
yelling.
back
up.
up.
He's not the yelling.
Shut up. The Asians are literally
You
the
shut up,
ones.
pussy.
The Asians were literally the ones that brought the lawsuit, then that made it to the Supreme Court. It wasn't white
Yes,
people; it
and they
was
got tricked
Asians.
out of their spot. And after it got ruled, they got fucking dicked over. What are you talking about?
So
I don't
he
know.
should have
You
looked
fucking
at
moron.
the statistics for airplane crashes by race. He would have saw that white people crash more airplanes, even on a per
They're
capita
the
basis.
overwhelming
Now
majority of
listen,
pilots. For
now
fuck's sake.
listen,
You're
now
gonna say
listen.
the
Course,
most
change the data
pilots
when it
Look,
are
doesn't fit
whites.
your narrative.
I'm gonna tell you where Charles Kirk messed up, just like a lot of closet white supremacists, right? I'm
I'm
gonna tell you where
sorry.
he
It's
messed
just
up.
so funny.
I'm gonna tell you where he messed up.
Monica, how many
He
times
loved.
have you saw a black
Hold on. He
motherfucker
loved
flying this
talking
plane?
about black
I've
statistics, right?
never seen this shit.
He loved talking about black statistics, but he never gave a remedy. He's just
What
like the
is wrong with
Pepes.
talking about realistic statistics that are
He
real? What
loved
is
to
wrong with that?
overblow.
Okay, so let's
He
talk
used
about
that
statistics.
Ukrainian
Let's talk
girl.
about
He
statistics. A
used
lot
that
of you
Yeah, let's
guys have
talk
Ukrainian
about
low
it.
girl.
How
Hold
many
on.
IQs.
rapists? How many
He
rapists are
used
white?
that Ukrainian girl.
Actually, blacks
Who
are
wins that?
overrepresented as
Who wins
He
that?
rapists.
used the death
Who
of
Blacks,
the
who wins that?
Ukrainian girl
Oh,
to
blacks.
wait.
push
Oh, how about white
anti-black
beaters?
agendas.
How many? How many?
He used the death of their Ukrainian girl to push anti-black agendas for the past week. Fucked around and got popped by
All
another
right, and you
white
know
man.
what? If you ended up like falling on your nigger head and a nigger car ran over your nigger
There it
head
is.
again,
I got
I
him.
think that would be a good
Got
thing.
We
him.
got him mad. Ha! Listen to him. Ha!
Othello, but you're
There it
also
is.
making
There it
Hey,
is.
you're
so
also
fellas,
And
Hey,
making a
I don't want.
Otello,
Hey,
Hey,
I
Black
don't
hey,
know
Panther,
who
we got
saw
him.
using this
Otello.
mute button on the stage. Don't you fucking do it again.
Look at
hey,
the
I don't know who's
crybaby.
doing it.
This is
hey,
what he
y'all.
does when he
um
can't articulate
Now
himself because
you
he's
sit here.
fucking slow. But we dumb.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hold
so
on a
I
second.
So
guess
You sitting
since the
here saying
room,
some aha. You sound like a fucking ghetto black chick.
Look at him. Look at him saving
hey,
Massa. Look at K
hey,
saving
so
Ah, there
Massa.
you
Otello,
You
go.
saving Massa.
There go
You
Ruth. What's
sound
his?
like a ghetto ass black chick.
hey,
Hey,
so
you
I have a
saving
question.
Your
Massa.
mama.
All right, so fellas,
You
hold on,
bitch ass
fellas.
nigga.
Hey,
Hey,
fellas, calm down,
Okay,
calm
so
down,
Uh,
guess
fellas.
what you can do?
All right,
Go
let's all
sit
act
your ass
normal,
down in the
right?
kitchen.
We got
Go
ladies
sit
in the
in the
room,
kitchen
right?
with the women.
Hey, so look, I have a question. And I think this is an honest question, right? If we're all right, we're talking
I'm
about
not
Charlie
waking up
Kirk,
to this shit.
right? We're talking about Charlie Kirk and how he cites statistics when he's talking about black crime. And I've seen a lot of people say, "Yo, he's being racist when he do shit like that." All right. Well, where did he get the stats from?
those are the unified crime reports.
Wait,
The
wait. Hold on for a
several of
second.
them.
No, like I think this question is best posed for the people who criticize Charlie Kirk for talking about black on black crime, 1350, right? And where did he get those stats from?
see, this is the thing. The stats are real. 12,000 black people die every year from black on black crime. But that's only a
and white on
point
white
Hey,
for.
crime.
wait,
Hold on, hold on.
wait,
That's
Othello,
only
Hold on,
that.
Othello,
Hold
can we
Othello,
on.
let him
No,
Othello.
land,
no,
Hold
no,
please?
Okay,
on,
no,
No,
hold
no.
one
on,
mic.
You will
hold
not speak
on,
Okay,
over me.
guys,
hold
we're
You will
gonna
on.
do
not
one
speak
mic
over
Adrian,
me.
policy.
Adrian,
One mic.
Let me
Adrian,
speak. Let
Adrian.
me
No,
speak.
I'm
no, I'm
I'm
Let
not
me speak,
speaking.
you
exercising
bitch
my
ass
mod.
niggas. Let
Hold
me speak,
on.
you closet
Otello
racist.
just
Let me
said,
speak.
Otello, hold on. You just said Charlie Kirk talked about black people for a week and he got popped and he got what he
He did.
deserved.
He did. That was a net
Amen.
positive for
Okay,
black people.
Adrian,
Another eugenist and closet
I want
Alan.
racist
to
got
hear
popped.
Adrian. I want to hear you for the next half hour go off on Otello because
I know you guys
Okay,
hear KP
w-
talking. It's
I'm
his fucking
look,
house.
exercising, and that's
guys,
right. I'm a
guys,
mod.
guys. Look, I'm just.
I'm talking
He
to him.
got
I don't care
popped.
right now.
Adrian, go off on Otello
Well,
right now.
Okay, look, guys. I just woke up, came back in the room. We're gonna have a one mic policy because I don't want to hear all this mumbo jumbo, all this pat swat shit. Motherfuckers sound like animals in here. We're not gonna do that. We're gentlemen. So one mic.
So the
okay.
stats are right.
Adrian, go
12,000
off
black
on
people
him.
died from black on
Go
black
off, or
crime.
bring the
Oh, wait,
same
Alan's still
heat
talking over me.
Alan, hold off,
because
hold off.
don't mods get to talk over stage members?
Well,
That's
Adrian's a
right.
fucking mod, you idiot.
wait,
I
hold on
am
for
a
a second.
I'm
no.
responding to Adrian.
Yeah, and I'm talking.
Otello was talking to Adrian, but I'm
Shut
talking
the
to
Somebody
fuck
gave
him.
up.
this old
So,
motherfucker something to
Adrian,
try.
let's hear it. Let's
Adrian
hear
has
it.
the
I think you have
microphone. Adrian
control.
is
Let's
speaking.
hear it.
Jesus Christ. Alan, don't make me pull the trigger. Adrian has the microphone. He's speaking.
Yeah,
So
I
please,
mean,
just relax.
right. And I'm just coming from a sensible perspective here, right? So we can categorize Charlie Kirk as being a white supremacist whenever he bring up black stats on black crime. Then, all right, what is his source on these numbers? Where did he get the numbers from?
Okay, this is where I'm responding to
FBI.
you.
Yes.
This is where I'm responding to you. So the stats are right. 12,000 people die from 12,000 black people die from black on black crime a year. But that's not even 1% of the black population. So this is what these closet racists, eugenicists, right, do. They overblow our statistics to push anti-black agendas, right? And I peeped it a long time ago. They love talking about us. They love talking about our brain power eventually so they can get to the sub-Saharan African DNA part on some Hitler shit when it comes to us, right? So this is why he got popped. I'm gonna tell you, because he only wants to overblow the statistics without giving the remedy or even caring how it got there. That's all he does. That's all he
Okay.
does is talk
Okay.
about
So
it.
Othello. Okay, you gave me the reason of why he overblows stats, in your opinion. Well, honestly, I respectfully, bro, that wasn't the question. He do it. The question was, where did he get the stats from? What source was he citing for these numbers? And if we're being honest, you came off the mic and you said the stats are right. Okay, if the stats are right, where did he get the numbers from? And a lot of people will say FBI statistics, correct?
And the
So
CDC.
if he's citing what the FBI put out, we know there's numerous reports that the FBI got in trouble for fudging their numbers. And they also was telling cities that they weren't mandated to report their crime numbers. So, right, if they were on the up and up, if all cities was on the up and up and reporting their crime stats accurately, I'm pretty sure that whatever stats they have on the books now would skyrocket. It would stand to reason, correct? So,
I
if
can't
we're
do the
citing,
conspiracy theories, brother.
well, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's just simple logic.
Conspiracy theories.
I'm not, wait, you're just going to really dismiss my point? I'm really trying to have a good faith argument here, bro.
It's not
I'm not your
because you
enemy.
telling me that there's some like outer line conspiracy that I have to acknowledge as true instead of looking at the actual numbers.
Okay, well, I didn't cite any conspiracy. Did not cite any conspiracy, brother. I'm not your enemy here.
What I'm
Just trying to
saying is
argue.
12,000 is a point. Is a it's not even 1% of what's going on, and so I'm saying that we can get that number down. And so what I'm saying is people like him, the eugenicists, they overblow it to paint black people as these inherently violent animals, right? So that they can have an end game, an end goal, in its most extreme, a Holocaust. In its less extreme, maybe like an ICE situation with deportation. So when people act like this, and when people do things like this, and they're not genuine with it, you create a lot of fucking enemies. And he
Okay.
created enemies with the trans community. He laughed at Palestinian kids and babies that's getting killed every day. He made enemies with the black community. Of course, he made enemies with the leftists, and they found out that he was anti-Semitic before 2023 when he got
O-
on the politician track.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. I'm not going to bash you for your opinion on that. Not going to do that.
Yeah, so he
So now,
said some bad
Alan, hold
things.
on for a second. Hold on for a second. I'm going somewhere with this. So you're saying that he's a eugenicist and all of that. All right, cool, fine. And you have your stance. I think, to be fair, shouldn't you keep that same energy for when our community participate in abortion, knowing what we know about the origins of Planned Parenthood
For
and the
sure.
person who started that, who was literally a eugenicist. And we know on the left that is heavily
Oh
pushed.
shit!
Yeah, for sure.
Shouldn't you keep the same energy for our community for participating in the eugenics movement
Oh yeah,
of Planned
and let
Parenthood?
me tell you something. We will have the remedy because we actually care, and we need to go out here and put in programs and talk to the people and let them know life is precious. Yes, we should have the same energy. But I'm telling you why the white boy got clapped yesterday.
Okay, so now, you know the correlation between black on black crime and the point that I just brought up and how we talked about how we tied it to eugenesis? Because both issues still result in black death, do they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can't the same sentiment be applied across the board if we're being morally consistent?
I mean, yeah. I mean, what you want me to do? You want me to go up to Planned Parenthood and do something? No, I mean, we can only do so much, but we actually care, is why I'm saying we could talk about this and actually come up with something. These closet racists and eugenicists only want to overblow and highlight the shit to as like a PR smear campaign on African Americans.
Do you
Period.
want to know why the? I'm just curious. Do
Wait,
you know what
wait,
the mo? Hold
Polito,
on, hold on,
Polito. No, I was
Alan. Hold on a
waiting for
second.
Adrian. Thank you. And I
We got him
Do
started
you
to
early.
know?
speak.
We got a
I
Hitler.
started to
We got
speak.
Hitler early. We got Hitler early.
Yeah, Otello. So you, as a black man, are telling the white community why Charlie Kirk got clipped, right?
Yes, he
And
got
that
early in the game.
and that he should have expected. We all should have expected this. Can you accept a white man telling the black community why a black man happened to have gotten clipped?
Yeah, I do all the time.
No, I'm talking to Otello.
I'm going to listen to you, and you give the reasonage.
And I just, okay. And if I give the reasonage, would that seem reasonable?
It would seem reasonable, but it's already happened.
Well, both have already happened. What I'm talking
Yeah,
about has happened.
Can't cry over
And
spilt milk.
yeah,
yeah, that both have already happened. No, but they can be instructive, as in, okay, well, if one wants to continue in these activities, maybe one should take precautions so mistakes aren't made. Would
right.
that seem,
Well, we talking
yeah,
about the individual.
Whoever said
yeah,
this?
yeah, yeah.
We're talking
Whoever
about
Yeah,
said
an
this
yeah,
about
individual.
milk?
Brad,
You're talking
I
about a
don't need
community.
you to interrupt, Brad.
Oh,
We're
I'll
Thank
talking.
you
interrupt
very
anytime I
much.
want to.
Thank you. Well,
The
then,
spilt milk
well,
comment,
sorry you
you went.
don't get
I'm going
to.
to give you that. That one was pretty good. I'm going to give you out of
Yeah,
all the memes,
Brad,
that
but I
one was
don't need
fucking
to
good.
hear it. I
Hey,
don't
dude,
need to
why don't you
hear
go
it.
back to telling people how they shouldn't walk in their own neighborhoods because if
Yeah,
you're black and
Brad,
caught in the wrong
Brad,
Boca Raton
Brad.
neighborhood, you'll get
Oh,
killed
thank
because
you,
you're dumb
Brad,
fucking
for
Geritol
going
Estes.
off.
Yo,
I'm not. I
can
told
you
you I
guys
wasn't
please
gonna.
stop?
Yeah,
Can you
Brad
guys stop?
Calm down.
interrupted me.
Can you guys please stop? Yeah, please stop.
Uh, yeah,
Just
Sig,
stop.
So
I
this is
was
going to be
telling.
one mic. We're not going to do that different language speaking in cursive on the microphone. No, just have one mic. You guys, if you have a disagreement, okay, cool. You can go back and forth. But we're
I
not
Amir,
was
going to
just
mute
Yeah,
up.
complimenting the speaker who said spilt milk. I thought that that was a funny interjection, and
yeah,
he deserved to have that plays. I wish it would have
yeah.
pertained to certain
And
Armenians on
this is
stage.
gonna see, and now he's throwing the insults. Please
Brad,
reel
chill the fuck
Brad
out right
in.
now.
All
Yeah.
right, I
So,
will go
anyways,
easy on the
Chill, brother.
elderly
Chill,
abuse. I'm
chill.
going to go have
Hey,
some
did
okay,
someone
tapioca.
mention me?
Brad, Brad,
Chill.
Sig, I sent you a back channel message. Please.
How
Anyways,
fixated are you? Are you
Otello.
crying to
And
Sig? I
so
can't
in
do
any
it. So
event,
mean.
in any
Did you say
event,
that Brad is mean
Brad,
speech to
you are
Sig?
not
Oh
contributing to
my
the
God. Are
discussion.
you that big a baby? You want people to live on stage? I
Alan,
broke
you
you?
snitching out here? Don't be out here snitching
Ah,
now.
Uh,
damn. Fuck.
Hey, both you guys, you know what? I'm going to send both you guys to the kitchen in one quick second because you
s-
guys need to chill. You
okay,
heard what Sig said. Chill
KP.
out.
Yeah, KP, I'm trying to have a conversation with Otello.
No, you're
So,
not.
yeah, I am.
No, you're
So,
not. You're
should
going on and bumbling
yo,
Otello,
around in your
stop. Oh
fucking
my
Brad,
fucking
throne.
god,
Otello,
you two. Yo,
Otello, should I
Jesus Christ.
interpret, should I interpret your message that, hey, be careful, should I interpret that as racism? Or should I interpret it as goodwill? Should I decide? Should I try and qualify it by saying, well, Otello is genuine in his concern? Should I do all of those things, or should I just take it for what it is and see what value there may be in it, and not try and figure out the motivations of what you said? Because a part of me, you know what, I agree with you. Other people have said it on other stages, and yeah, people get offended. Oh, well, that is, I mean, I agree. We shouldn't be killing each other just because we say things we don't like.
Is there a
But
point to this
if,
sometime soon,
yeah, the
like this
point
year?
is you don't need to interrupt. So
I'm asking for literally
if I
everyone in
can
the room.
accept that from you as a black man, don't you think that that you as
Any
a
year
black
now,
man can accept it
sometime
from
this
a
month.
white man? Is
Fucking
that
Christmas already.
reasonable to
And
expect?
Dean, go
I'm
find
not opposed.
a newspaper to read, but be productive.
Alan, I'm not opposed to hearing your perspective. That's the difference. I'm not going to move you down. I'm not going to mute you. I'm not going to
Okay.
push any hidden agendas, right? I'm telling you, if you go around
But
making
you can
enemies with,
shoot them.
hold
That's
on, hold on.
Alan's logic.
If
If
you
you
go
are not the
around
right
making,
skin color in the wrong neighborhood, you can shoot
hold
them.
on, hold on. I'm saying if you go around making enemies with Israel, Palestine, black people, trans people, BIPOC people, and liberal leftists, you know what I'm saying? Don't be surprised when you end up with
Yeah.
a t-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. And I think there are other situations where white people can say that to black people and actually be concerned about black people as kind of a, hey, I understand how some white people are. Don't do that shit. And could you see how that could be misinterpreted?
No,
I
because
need some
see, Dean.
examples.
See, here's the thing: if you actually watched, I don't know, like maybe a few of his
Yeah,
dissertations
there you
to,
go. When you end
um,
up on a t-shirt.
his the
No, it's
colleges and whatnot. And let me first off, when we talk about Turning Point USA and
no,
a debate is one person going up against another person, right? It's not a forum where you just speak, to a crowd of people. They get one talking point. You basically just, shuck it off and just say these socialist things, and then you just keep it pushing. See, the thing, Dean, is like people have asked them and said, hey, well, not asked them, but they've said, like, look, when we talk about black communities, right, and in economics and being kind of, somewhat deprived of that, you're going to see an influx of crime. You see the same metric in every community across America. But when someone brings that up, right, he, again, he would do that thing he would do and basically just blow it off. But he would still keep the focus on what black people are doing as far as killing each other and whatnot. But I've never heard him say anything about the influx of fentanyl and things like that happening
Exactly.
in his
Exactly.
communities.
so you're
That
saying,
would be my priority
yeah,
if I was
so
black.
Or the sex trafficking
Otello,
or the
so you're
pedophilia.
saying, no, I'll close with this. So Otello, you're
Declining
saying
birth
black
rates,
people aren't capable of making that, aren't capable of making that leap of logic and understanding that is that what you're saying? Because you just said, I just said, look, I can accept what you were saying about what happened to him, that his behavior led to a predictable or foreseeable result
Outcome.
outcome.
possibly
But are black people capable of doing that too?
You're talking about a
doing
whole
what?
community. Hold
What
on,
is
hold
the
on, hold
What
what
on,
is
I
the
hold on,
that?
mister.
just
Hold
said,
on, mister. Hold
the
on, hold on.
words I just said.
You're talking about a whole community of people that are not a monolith, different tax brackets, right? They live in different parts of the country that are doing very different things, right? I'm talking about a specific individual, not the white community. The reason why I said this man was not genuine, because of like what Mister said. You never hear him talking about the white community and their problems, drugs in the community, pedophilia, sex trafficking, right? If he was
Okay,
He
genuine,
why
has.
if
is
He
that
listen,
a
listen,
has.
listen,
requirement?
listen, listen.
Why
If he
is
was
that a
genuine,
requirement? I
if he was,
remember Black Lives Matter saying when people said all lives matter, they said, yeah, they do, but right now we are focusing on this.
listen,
So
if
the
I
he,
like how you're doing that.
requirement that he also talk about fentanyl or anything else is a false metric by that you're judging him by.
this is
But
what I'm saying.
Othello,
Oh,
Othello, let me
Okay.
say this. Let me say this. When you speak about fentanyl, blacks know that's not our issue. They know that it's a white issue. And when he speak about it, we know that he's talking to white people.
he doesn't, is
We
what
don't
I'm
fuck
saying.
around like with that shit.
This is what I'm
So
saying.
he's calling out the white community.
He
He hadn't
never
spoke
calls
on it
out the
though.
white community as a specific monolith. And this is also what I'm saying. For him to be a true American hero, he should have addressed American crime. For him to be a true American hero, he should have addressed sex
Okay.
trafficking as a whole. For him to be a true American hero, he should have tackled American problems. We never say white pedophilia. We never say white sex trafficking. We don't even say
Okay.
white violence.
Okay.
That's
I see where
all
you're
you
going. I
ever
see.
say.
All the
You
way
know what I'm
through.
saying? Even
I
though
see where you're going with
even
this.
though they
But
lead, even though they lead in
isn't
pedophilia,
black people American?
Wait,
If I
even
call out your community as black or white or Hispanic,
It
are you
depends.
no, we
American?
gotta it, this had if you want to unify the black people, the white people, and the Mexicans and all the Asian citizens, it's gotta be America right now in this motherfucking time right now, period.
hey, so
Othello,
Address
if I may,
American
Othello,
Othello,
crime,
if I
Othello,
may.
address
hey, Othello,
American
as a
drug
fellow, as,
usage, address American sexual trafficking,
Mhm.
address American pedophilia, address American online
Sure.
No, you're
pedophilia,
putting a big
address
old blanket.
American
You
gun
putting a
Yeah.
big
trafficking.
Okay,
blanket.
well,
right.
let me push back on Othello a little bit. I know I've been listening for a while, good men, and women. Question for you. So, and let me make sure I'm following your logic here, Othello. If our good brother Umar Johnson was having a rally, he was talking. He was at a
Promise
college.
you taking my point.
Great minds, Adrian, great minds.
Yeah, you always do this point. We did this morning.
So our good brother, and to credit to Adrian, if our good brother Umar Johnson was at a HBCU or whatever he was, had given a speech, and someone walked in and blew his fucking brains out all over the stage, right? And people were saying, you know what? He deserved that because of his rhetoric. Some of the things he said about white people, we didn't like. He made enemies with white people. He made enemies with some other ethnicities as well.
Right.
So if a giant conclave of white Americans came out and said, "Hey, Umar Johnson deserved that shit because he was talking greasy about white folks. And even some black folks came out and said, "Hey, man, he was trying to take away my snow bunnies, bro. He had to go. He deserved it." Would you feel that was justified, my dear brother Othello?
I think if you
Of
put your,
course not,
I
because
think
he's
listen.
black.
This is the difference. I'm gonna tell you the difference. Umar Johnson let it know from the doorstep, right? I am a black Pan Africanist. I am for black people. I am a black leader. This guy, this white boy from yesterday, said, America return, America first. I am for America. That's why I say he's a closet eugenicist, a closet white supremacist, a closet racist. He says he's for America, right? He didn't say I'm for
Mhm.
whites.
Well,
Wait,
look,
But
wait,
let's
wait,
aren't
wait,
let's
wait,
make
black
wait.
it
people
this.
in
Othello,
America?
what?
What the
Hey,
fuck?
wait, wait,
Shit.
wait. Hold on, y'all.
What
Wait,
if
wait,
he
wait.
actually really does
Hey,
believe
hey,
that?
hold on, y'all.
Othello, I have a question. Alan or Charlie Kirk? If I give you one, which one would you
Brad,
want to
Brad
continue
can't
with?
stop. Brad
Brad,
can't
no,
stop.
Right.
because
So
Brad needs a
Othello,
a
what if he
mental
really
health.
meant that? What if he really wasn't a closeted
What
racist?
I'm
And what if
saying,
he
what I'm
really
saying
thought that it
is,
was abhorrent what black people were doing to their babies through abortion and through inner city gang violence, and he wanted to see black people prosper? What if he really just actually believed that? And you're just a fucking idiot and misinterpreting it.
so I'm gonna tell you
Oh,
something. What did he do? What did he do for
talked
what did he
about
do?
Okay,
talked
can I
about
can
No,
I
no,
issues
no,
in
no.
speak?
What
America
work did he
and
put
gave
in?
solutions and told people what they
What
shouldn't
work
be
did he
doing,
put
like
in?
killing their
Yeah.
What work did he
babies,
Indian
put
soldiers.
in the
uh,
Yes.
neighborhood?
talking
What
about
work?
how we need to get black people to champion black excellence and stop murdering each other and
What
stuff
work
like
did he
that.
put
I
in?
mean, this is all
Yeah.
Uh,
I
That sounds good, but what work did he put in
Lover.
the
Well,
neighborhood?
I
I
every
got a
mean,
one of
I
question
was
them,
gonna
for
say
him,
something.
Lover.
What work
every
did he
hey,
put
fucking
there's a
in?
Lover, I
lady
time.
have a
trying to
question
get in,
for you.
y'all. There's a lady trying to get in,
Oh
and
yeah.
I really
Okay,
want to
I'll
hear
get
her
her in
words.
next.
Yeah.
Lover, am I fucking
Yeah.
retarded?
I
No,
kind
we
of
couldn't
Hold
agree
Hold
hear
on,
on,
with
you.
young
him.
Miracle.
lady.
Wait,
Hold on a
wait,
second.
Miracle,
Miss
Miracle. One
Miracle, I
second. Let
got you
KP
next.
speak.
You're
Go
right
ahead.
after me. Am I fucking retarded? We're
No, you don't
not
have Allen
Americans,
disease.
are blacks?
You don't.
Yeah,
He
You
just
black
he
you
blacks
just
are
don't have
talking
Americans. Yeah,
Down
about the
syndrome.
issues in the black community.
yeah, he's talking
Am
So
I
about
fucking
what
all
K,
retarded?
Americans and
KP is
issues
saying that
within
Black
different
American
communities:
issues
Okay,
white
okay,
affect
issues, black
okay,
Americans.
issues,
okay. What?
Hispanic
You're
issues,
talking about the
LGBT issues.
white issues. You talk about every single issue.
Yeah, he talks
What?
about them
What
all.
white issues did he
Talks
highlight?
Okay,
about
I'm sorry.
Islam,
Miss Miracle, you got the
Islamists coming
microphone.
into America through
What white
immigration.
issues did he talk
Let
about?
Miss Miracle get in there.
Let's go
Has the
through them.
microphone now.
Yeah,
Then I'm gonna come to
Yeah.
you, Mr. Shade.
talk about
Yeah. Okay. First and foremost, I do want to
You
say
name the issue.
I agree with the
white
brother as far
pedophilia.
as
Hey, man, y'all stop.
Let her speak. Let
Kirk.
her speak. Go
Kirk
ahead,
did not
Miracle.
treat. Kirk did not preach hate at all, and I do agree with him on women should stop having abortions, and I feel like that is murder. When you sit up here and take a child's life, that is murder. No matter what you guys agree with him on, what you disagree on, and actually, he never discredited black people. Did you know that? Everybody that stepped up to that mic, they never defeated this guy, and it took for them to try to unalive this guy because guess what? They couldn't defeat him. And
Miracle,
it
we're
was,
not on TikTok. You can say murder.
Hey,
Amen,
stop.
sister.
Stop
Yes.
cutting off her point, y'all. What
oh
the
my
fuck?
gosh, look at the hate. But anyways, my point is that nobody should has to get unalive because they had a personal opinion. And when it comes down to political stuff, bro, I agree with him because for one, he's a man of God, he's a spokesman of God, and a lot of things that he was having politics on, even with like transgenders and all of that, I agree. God made men and women. You
Oh,
should
here we
not have
go.
to change yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm going there. Yeah,
Right.
you can have it
Hey,
now.
Sig,
Hey,
I
Okay.
love this
hey,
lady.
Okay.
I'm
hey,
following
Hold
you.
on. One
Hey,
second,
hey,
Kitty.
Miracle,
Kitty.
following you.
One second, Kitty. I'm gonna let you get in there. One second. I just want to
yeah.
say this to my dear brother Othello. Um, like I was going back to the point that I think I made earlier. I think Brad was in the room when I said this. My good man. I don't want to see uh Umar Johnson eradicated for his views. Okay.
Me
I think, and
neither.
I'm laying here. I think that Umar Johnson has caused far more harm to the black community than Charlie Kirk ever has by giving his opinion or giving statistics that you may believe have been warped. Umar Johnson has literally taken money from the communities that were vulnerable and has scammed them and not produced anything.
Okay,
Again,
let
he
me
has
ask
done
you a
far
question.
more damage to the black community, including Brother Polite, including, I won't say Tariq Nasheed per se, because he's at least done what he said he was going to do.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
ask you a question, Thomas.
Mm.
Do you want to see the leader of the KKK killed for his views?
No.
Okay,
No, I don't either.
What,
okay.
right.
And I
So,
don't want to see
Othello.
Umar Johnson killed either.
Right.
So
So, Othello, I think I
I
can.
hate Obama, but I don't want him dead.
I think I can probably articulate the Dr. Umar point for you to understand. Um, okay, since we're talking about the talking points of Charlie Kirk,
and Adrian, once you get done, I want to pass it to Mr. Shade because he's been trying to get in.
of course. I think when we're talking about the talking points of Charlie Kirk and how people have views, an opinion that he espoused white racist views. I think when we bring up Dr. Umar Johnson, he does the exact same thing, right? We really do the exact same thing. When motherfuckers listen to his points and they espouse his points, they're on the same type of time. Well, what are the points of Dr. Umar Johnson? Well, he's on Pan Africanism, and we know Pan Africanism is about building a black ethno state in the continent of Africa, completely absent of all white people. Right? If we know that that's his point, and we can call that racist, then what is the white? What is the white equivalent to what Dr. Umar Johnson says? Right? Y'all would say that hell, Charlie Kirk was espousing views that America should be white. Right? Make America great again. Right? They're talking about making America white again. All right, cool.
Dr. Umar Johnson advocates for anti-miscegenation. He don't want black men fucking with white women. He don't want black women fucking with white men. He also don't want us making babies with motherfuckers like that. Let Dr. Umar Johnson, tell it. He also,
Outrageous,
I,
Adrian.
right? He
Yeah,
also,
that's a real racist right there.
right?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
he
I
he
definitely
unfortunately.
also
disagree
think
Yeah.
because he
he
was a
also
Christian.
says that any black person who race mixes with white people should be punished. 10,000 lashes, 50,000
Mm,
lashes, and stuff like
mm.
that.
I guess
He
I got to
always
get lashed.
he always advocate for punishing race traitors. We call them race traitors. Now, if we can say that about Charlie Kirk, and that's what he does for white people, being a closeted racist or overt racist, then the same could be said about Umar Johnson through the white lens. They can say the same
Yeah.
thing. So
But,
now,
but he's not a
That's a
racist
so
though.
hold
ridiculous
on,
false.
wait.
It's called a
So
false
wait, hold on.
equivalency.
So
Hold on,
hold on.
Kitty. We'll come to you. We'll come to
Yes,
you. I promise.
yes. So hold on. So Dr. Umar Johnson got his brains blown out at a conference or something by a black person. How do you think that would go over with America? It would be a lot of people that would be celebrating his goddamn death. Really would. It would be a lot of black people celebrating his death, just
A
like
whole facts.
it's a lot of white people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Okay? How much of a white supremacist is Charlie Kirk when his fellow white people are celebrating his death?
These are
Right?
sick individuals. These
This
are
is
people that are like they're mentally inept. And
Right, and we
along with
know
that,
that.
oh
We
my
covered
lord.
that. We've
no, no, no.
already
I'm not
agreed
Adrian,
that
saying
that's what
just
it
Adrian,
is.
white. I'm
Hold on,
saying
hold
white,
on,
black,
guys,
Christian,
guys,
everybody.
guys.
But he never
Kitty,
said
kitty,
that
kitty.
though. He
Guys,
made
go.
it seem like he
I
he just
said I
said it
want
though.
Mr.
He didn't
Shea to
say
go
that.
because he's been waiting so patiently.
I
Thank you,
think
brother,
I
Mr.
think the
Shea.
different Adrian
Thank you, Othello.
the quick
Othello,
20
please.
seconds 20 seconds the
No, no,
difference
no seconds. 0 seconds.
No,
wait
no,
Thank
just
the
you. You,
let
difference
Mr.
you,
Shea go real quick, please.
okay
okay.
He's been waiting.
Thank you, KP. So, so here's the thing. Look, I didn't, I thought what happened yesterday was egregious. I don't have a hatred towards white people. Um, but, let's just keep everything consistent, right? To the Umar example, let's just say Umar did do something similar and he were to get offed, in front of everybody. I honestly, if I'm being real, I'm not gonna say he deserved it, but damn, when you piss off a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, and shit comes your way, it is what it is. So y'all think, okay, so what world do y'all think y'all in? Because I'm getting a lot of, what world do y'all think y'all live in where y'all could just say things that can be a little bit vitriolic, and that some people may not be extremists or take it to the next level? We we
I
Vitriolic
mean,
don't
like
we
that's
don't we
what?
his
don't.
It's called a
opinion.
misconstituted
Yeah, I
Hold
know, I
right.
on.
know,
Let
I
him.
know.
Yo,
Yeah,
How
guys,
yeah,
guys,
people
guys,
would
guys.
say
I
Wait.
that
know,
to
I
I'm
you?
know,
wait.
Sid,
Let him
have you
finish.
lost your
Guys,
mind?
I
let
know.
him finish. Let
Once
him
again, guys,
He
we're
finish.
not
asked. He
gonna.
asked a
We're not.
question,
Hold on a
I
second.
Thomas.
know.
I know. Let him finish. It was, it was rhetorical. Let him finish.
Once
Let him
again,
finish his
we're
point.
not
I'm gonna
gonna
get you in
Thomas,
do
there,
I thought he
Walter.
those.
landed, Thomas. I thought he landed,
Hold
to
on a
be
No.
honest
second,
with
Okay,
you.
I'm still
guys.
going.
Guys, hold on a second. We're not gonna do those hood rat stages, them ghetto ass stages. We're not gonna do that. Not in this fucking house. When you
That's
come in the
racist,
house, take
KP.
your fucking shoes off and act like you have some sense.
Yeah. So
KP,
y'all.
you're
So, okay.
racist.
So because I know on
I got you,
Clubhouse
Anthony.
we have this freedom to speak, but I know a lot of you, right? Y'all go to y'all's jobs, company policies, right? They tell you to move and act a certain way, and y'all do it. When y'all step outside with y'all's families, right, and y'all going out in y'all's outings and whatnot, y'all know how to act, right? And the people who don't know how to act might run into somebody who might course correct them, and that's exactly what this is. Now, specifically to Charlie Kirk, he said this. He said if he were to get on a plane and he saw a black pilot, a black male pilot, the first thing that's coming up in his mind is, why is it because he actually earned it, or was this another DEI hire? That's number one. Number two, to black women, the same thing. If he saw a black woman in management, his first thought is, does she even have the credentials to be? Yeah, I know, Miracle. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Does she
because
even
he
have
was
the
defending
credibility to
black
even be in
women.
that room?
Let him
So
finish.
so so when we talk about
Yo,
the
Shade, are you going to
rhetoric
land
and things,
today?
yeah, I'm a land. So again, right? and this is just to the black community. He's came at the Palestinians. He's came at immigrants. He's came at LGBT, right? And again, this administration has done their hardest, their best work to come at all these groups currently. So America's not as mentally stable as y'all make it seem to be talking like this. And if I'm him, I'm going to be walking around with a fucking bulletproof vest, bubble, the 6'5" motherfucker who could take a shot in front of me. I'm not gonna be a married man saying this shit. I'm a land.
Woohoo!
Okay, can
Okay,
I
we
go?
have
Okay,
Okay,
hang
Kitty
on
wait,
one
wait, wait.
Ball.
Hold
second.
on,
Okay,
hold on,
Kitty,
hold on.
take
One
the
second,
your
guys.
trig.
Guys,
I'm
one
on stage.
second. Hold on. I said Kitty was next. Okay, then I'm gonna go to Monica, and then I'm gonna go to whoever's after that. Okay, go ahead,
Thank,
Kitty.
thank you. Hey, and I do want to keep it short, just in case if there's any few seconds, I'd like to throw it to my new friend Miracle, who spoke beautifully, a black female next to me, opposite to me, that said quite literally the most probably intelligent thing that I've heard in any room about Charlie Kirk. And no offense, shade, I believe it is. Half the things you were saying were just wrong. Okay, so when he brought that up, he wasn't saying that as a slight or a diss to black people. He was saying because DEI, because of the formation after like the Civil Rights Act, actually our government has only held people back. If you look at like the family unit, and he talked about this, if you want to make it a white issue, sure. He talked about feminism and how toxic feminism is, this toxic masculinity bullcrap. And I don't care if in the listening lounge you guys want to throw at me a shade and say that I'm a what's it called, a pick me. I don't give a shit. The truth of the matter is there are wonderful black, white, black, Asian, Muslim, all different colors and creeds, Americans in America. And he was saying, he was trying to be on the right side of history. And instead, we look at this as though we should just kowtow to criminals, to thugs, to not use our freedom of speech. Look, you've got men on this stage that have literally risked life and limb for us to have these constitutional rights, for us to have these very conversations, and to say that we're not going to do it or be in fear just because he's pissed off the shittier parts of society. Screw that. He was a legend, man. He was a good
A legend?
Christian father. Yeah, I think so. I mean, like when I
Amen,
look at somebody
sister.
that I look up to in
Amen.
America, I don't care if they're white or black. For me personally, I'm a Christian. He stood up for his faith. He stood up for his country. He stood up for like things that like you think it's common sense, quite literally common sense things. And Monica's here on stage. She's the one who first told me about him a couple of years ago. I was like, I wonder who she's talking to. Then I looked into the dude, and he was awesome. I mean, there's nothing that he did that should have warranted something like him getting shot. And for anybody to think that otherwise, you probably should check yourself. You
He
know?
wasn't shit.
Amen,
He wasn't
sister.
shit.
Amen, sister. And I
Okay,
have to
hold
say
on.
this.
Hold on. We're going to
Thanks, new
Monica.
best
No,
friend.
1 second. We're going to Monica.
Hold
Monica
on,
has.
Master. The mic
Hold on.
is on Monica now.
Yep. Go ahead, Monica.
Well, hello everyone. Hello,
What's up,
Masculinity
Monica?
Mansion. I
What's
hope
going
you
on?
What's
guys
going on?
having a good evening. I was wondering about all the inflammatory things that Charlie Kirk said, and if those words were equal to him being killed. Th-
No,
There, there are people in our society who have met unfortunate deaths, and when they've died with questionable circumstances, I personally don't say they deserve to die, even if some of their actions contributed to their death. So there's some nuances I
Right.
think we should talk about. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Okay, thank
Monica,
you
do
so
you
Hey,
think
much.
that not only
comment.
that,
Go
just
ahead.
a quick
Can I
follow-up question
go?
to Monica, should we look
Hey,
at that
Kitty,
Wait,
person
hold
and
on.
then
one
say
second,
we should
Kitty. Kitty, hold
riot in
on.
the
I'm sorry,
street, we
Kitty.
should loot
Kitty,
Kitty,
and
Kitty.
riot and
hold
have a
on.
movement?
Hold on,
No,
Kitty.
obviously not.
Kitty, hold on. I'm trying to see someone because there's other people that want to speak. Anthony, you trying to say something, bro? You trying
Hey,
to say
that's
how's
something
it
to me?
going,
my
brother? It's good to see
anytime.
you, man.
Good to see you,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, man. So, just really quick, man. Like, to shade his rhetorical or, the question he asked. The idea, like, that Martin Luther King should have died because of his ideas. the thought that Malcolm X should have died because of his ideas, the thought that Charlie Kirk should be dead, 31-year-old young man, father of two young children, husband,
Mega
should be
Evers.
dead because of his ideas. This is reprehensible. This is evil incarnate. This is like, I don't have the words. I don't have the vocabulary. This is beyond the pale. And listen, y'all, I get it. Some of you guys think you're badasses, and you're ready for them to set it off, and y'all ready for it to really, really go down. Be careful what you wish for. Keep barking up the wrong tree. That tree's gonna fall down on you. Like like people really think it's sweet out here. People really think that it's like this. Like when you wake up a sleeping giant and there's consequences for it. I don't want to hear anybody crying because you guys were okay. You guys were complicit. You guys were okay with this shit. You guys were all like, oh, who cares? He said stuff that I didn't agree with. It's okay. But you guys, you're just as bad as the dude that pulled the goddamn trigger. Piece of shit.
Like
All right, so
Man,
Anthony,
hey
can
Hey,
I
man,
get
yo.
can
so
I
we're
get in
gonna
the
I'd like
queue?
to
go.
jump in if
Hold
I
on,
can.
hold on,
Can I
guys.
get in the queue?
Yeah, we're gonna get you. Is that Rin Man? I got you. We got you. I got you. So yeah, we're gonna get this party moving. I appreciate the submission, my good brother. I will say I'm gonna say something really quickly. I'm gonna hand it off to Rin Man. First of all, one of the most vile people that I know, in my opinion, is Mehdi Hassan. I don't know if y'all know who that is, but Mehdi
Yep, I
Hassan,
know who it is.
that motherfucker annoys the fuck out of me. Okay, if somebody hit him with an RPG, I would not be okay. All right. I do not even though I despise his takes, okay? And I wish someone, like I'm gonna say that. I said I would not I want to say I wouldn't be too upset if someone slapped the shit out of him. I still would not want to see him executed in front of his fucking family or executed at all. I don't think I think, and to Anthony's point about the whole Civil War thing happening, yeah, we don't want that smoke. If people really got that upset, where people start taking matters into their own hands and say, all right, you know what, we coming for you next. I'm telling you, they will be crying and gnashing if these niggas can be on Clubhouse, kikiing it up, saying, oh, it's not, whatever, fuck them niggas, I'm gonna be me. Yo, when motherfuckers' heads start popping because motherfuckers are snapping, and again, some of these individuals will be targeting black folks because they're going to use this as an opportunity to get at black folks that some of them they already don't even like. Okay, and we don't want to see that tragedy take place. You're not invincible. You all can be touched. Let's not do that. All right, let me go to Renman.
Hold on a second
Uh,
before you go, Ren. For everyone else that wants to speak, it's going to be an open stage. Put a one in the chat so we can get a queue going, so we're not over talking each other, please. And we're going to follow that, mods, please. Ren, you have the mic.
okay. I'm just wanting curious from a crime standpoint of this criminal act of taking somebody's life. Who's in the military? I know Brad is in the military. Or was in the military, and Sig was in the military.
I
But
was too.
was this? And you were too. Was this a professional sniper type? I don't know much about firearms and things like this. Was this
No,
a professional?
no, not even close. Not even on the best day. The only time it was professional is if you were listening to Ellen recount some Hollywood fucking script that
Here
bombed
you
out.
go.
Outside of that, or some fucking incel fucking red tube gamer who thinks Call of Duty is real. But no, not even close. It's a 200-yard shot from the top of a roof, exposed. No sniper would ever do that. Secondly, if you were just going out to assassinate somebody, there's much better ways. I would do it in your home, usually around between the twilight hours, the peak hours between 3 and 5, when you're most likely asleep or you're really groggy. I would come in and just quietly like put my knife right between your third and fourth ribs, slicing your lung into your heart and your diaphragm, cutting you out, exposing you, make it look like a burglary, or do a fatal carjacking where somehow your car was attempted to be carjacked and I just put two in the back of your head and keep it moving. Talk
That's
that
how
You
I
shit,
would
Brad.
can't
assess.
do that to Charlie Kirk, though. I mean,
Okay, gotcha. Appreciate that. We're gonna go to and listen, guys. I'm going by the list in the chat as much as I can keep up with. But if you've spoken already, I'm gonna get to people that haven't spoken. Then I'll come back around. All right, Cloud of Christ. Can I get a can Cloud of Christ please come to the stage?
Hello, can you hear me?
Shipwreck was one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Um,
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Carry on.
oh,
Oh, and just
awesome.
one more thing,
Hi,
real
hi.
quick. One,
Yeah.
hold
Good
on one
evening, good
second.
morning, good
It
afternoon.
wasn't a black man that
I'm a
killed.
British man, so I'm
Hold
here
on,
to
Cloud.
speak
One
the
sec,
King's
Cloud. Cloud. One
English.
second. One second. Pause. 1 second, Cloud. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Brad.
hold on. Yeah, hold on. This wasn't a black man. Like I am encouraging you, try to remove it from race. It is not about race. This is about at the best, and we're going to find out which ideology. But it had nothing to do with race, and no one's going to
We
blame the
really don't
black community.
we really don't care about the ideology. It just gets to a point like stop pushing the hate. He was a man of God and he was a human being. And stop pushing the hate. Like, bro, nobody deserves to get on the law because I had a personal
Yes.
opinion. But
Yes.
anyways,
Yes.
like,
Okay.
golly.
Yeah. Let's go to Cloud of Christ. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. As I was saying, hi, I'm here to annoy you with the King's English, everyone. I'm gonna give you my 2 cents on the situation as someone across the pond. I think anyone who buys into this idea of F the left, F the right, yeah, you're part of the problem. Um, it's this is just black and white. This is clear, just murder of someone having a differing opinion. It's truly sad. It's horrible how anyone can celebrate, especially such a, you know, like widely broadcasted thing, especially to the youth for his children to be there and to see that, and now to, you know, uh, forever on the archive of the internet that these children can never avoid this. Yeah,
It's
it's truly a
horrible.
tragedy. He was a great man, Charlie. Again, he was just persistent in being a pioneer of freedom of speech, and I think anyone like that deserves admiration. God bless.
We appreciate
I
your
think this.
condolences wait, hold on behalf of America, but we're still glad Izzy's in the boxing. God fuck the queen, the king.
No,
As
no,
an
no, no, no.
Irish
I
Yeah,
follow
American,
you,
well,
I
Cloud.
respect
What
that.
the
I
All right.
mean, I
fuck?
don't wish death
That's
on
right.
people. It's kind of like,
Okay.
That's right.
oxymoron. It was kind of contradictory of me, but yeah.
So
I
let's go.
follow two
Let's
people today.
let's
Fred's
let's let's let's
asshole.
let's move on. Let's move
uh,
So we
on.
gonna go to
hey,
shipwreck.
mind
Yeah,
if
Shipwreck,
I
you
yeah,
get
have
in
the
yeah.
there?
Good.
microphone.
Good.
Hey, can I get in there
Mhm.
when I get a chance?
Yeah, we'll get you in there, bro. We got a queue
Just
in the
just
chat.
put it just put a one in the chat if you want to speak so we can stay on topic.
Cool, thanks.
Hey, hope y'all having a great evening. I just want to say that people need to take a step back and not look at this vitriol. Being somebody who has spent a good amount of time in parts of the world where the thin veil of civility has fallen away, America does not want that. We don't have the infrastructure in place for guerrilla warfare to take place where we don't assess massive casualties. You don't want roadside bombs here. You don't want people just popping out of windows. So everyone needs to back up, take a look, realize that we're all Americans and that we may have differing opinions and we may not like what certain people say, but ideas are
Amen,
just
brother.
that. They're ideas. You know what I mean? I mean, it's
Amen.
people don't realize how thin the veil is and how bad things can go very quickly. But that's it. Leave it there. God bless.
Shipwreck,
I
Baba
you're
appreciate.
not
Yaga,
allowed.
you're up
Shipwreck, you're
next.
not allowed to tell any more of our plans. I am not including you in the conversations going forward.
Hey, I'm Alpha Team, bud. You want me on there?
I
Of
know who
course.
you are, yeah, but stop fucking talking, man. Loose lips sink ships, man. Come on.
Yo, your loose lips get guys up, Brad. Shut up.
All right, we got Baba Yaga. Looks like Baba Yaga is next.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the room and the topic. I find it this is nothing new from my perspective. It's nothing new at all when it comes to people and the American society. At the moment, we don't know the motive. I've stated that multiple times, but yet there seems to be these extremes outlook. And there is a lot of room for speculation, which I do accept. There's nothing wrong with that. People can give their opinions. But here and I don't want to just say America, but around the world, when it comes to just like human beings, we tend to, when we hear speech, when we hear things, we get emotional. Our behavior change with each other. We then react off of that, right? And for me, this is a cycle, right? You people touched on it, ML King, um, and so forth. I'll just leave it there. Assassinations has been happening, right? People have been in uproar, right, after the assassination, but never a solution, right? Ideas, words are powerful. They can change, they can shift people's behavior. There's no doubt about that. But for me, when it comes to American society, how do Americans adjust to the situation, right? In ways that we kind of find a solution. Because at this moment in time, right, there is no solution. It's a finger pointing back and forth from nothing, right? Well, it is from something, right? And that is something that already has been pent up, right? It's a part of the game, right? We're stuck in this game, right? Of ideology, right? Rather than sitting back, actually taking a deep breath and really scoping out the situation and really tapping into who we are as human beings and finding a solution. Right now, a lot of bickering and pointing fingers and fighting. No solutions. Reality of the situation, we don't know the reason why the person killed the other person. I can say, yeah, politically, it can be politically there, right? I mean, it's fair to say that, right? But I think that no one knows. But right now, we can come up with all the ideas, right, as to the reasons why. Also, as we do that, I think we should also go down this path of finding a solution. I said also twice, but I'll just leave it there.
Didn't they have
You
LGBT shit
know,
on the shell
Appreciate the
casings?
submission.
You have LGBT shit on the shell casings.
well, I mean, I think to Baba, to your sentiment, right? I would love for all of us to be a unified American front, whether you're black, white, Asian, Latino. It doesn't matter to me. If you got American citizenship, then I'm with you. But see, the problem is this: we got people who make it a point, right? Charlie Kirk to specifically point out um, the issues that certain groups have in this country. Black crime, black on black crime. I mean, he's very poignant about
Is
saying
there
that
anything wrong with that, really, though?
yeah, there is
And Denny is right
because
after.
if
Denny, I
you're
want
if
you to
you're
have a
truly
voice. Welcome to the
American,
stage, brother.
right, you're trying to fix American issues, right? And you may see something that may be particular to a certain demographic, but you would do things if you have the means to actually solve it outside of just pointing out someone else's bullshit. I've never seen it. I don't know if he has a
What's wrong with
foundation.
raising awareness for
I don't
communities?
know
Yes,
if
there
Okay.
you
Wait,
go,
wait, no,
Cloud.
wait. Let him no. Let him loud.
Denny,
Let him
go.
land, please. Let him
I'll
land.
be
Let him.
quick. I'll be quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've never seen. I don't know if he has a foundation or some type of charity to impoverish black neighborhoods to ensure that they have the supplies they need. But until that comes out, I guess we don't know. But I don't think the particular jabbing at certain demographics helps the whole unified American front objective y'all claim to care
Mm.
so much about.
All
Okay,
righty. So,
I'll get back to you.
well,
Wait,
okay,
I'll get back
hold
to you
on,
Now,
really,
hold
really
on.
quick.
what we're
Just
gonna
2 seconds.
do?
2 seconds.
Yes, yeah, okay,
No, hold on.
Thank you,
okay.
thank you, thank
Hold,
you, thank you, thank
Wait,
you.
wait, but wait a minute.
Thank
Hold
you.
on. KP's trying to hold on. KP's trying to
Oh.
speak. Hold on. KP's trying to speak first. Go ahead,
jeez,
KP.
baby girl, I got you. I got you. Because the last speaker left the room, we just gonna open up popcorn.
Okay. All righty. So we're gonna let Kitty get in there. Before Kitty jump, well, actually, you guys say you want to do 20 seconds. Kitty, go ahead and shoot your 20 seconds. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
What are the
KP,
mountains
let
supposed
that
to be
good,
in
clean
Yep,
white
that's
boy
all it'll
talk.
be.
What are the
Oh,
mountains supposed to
whatever.
be in there?
Hey, if you can be weird and racist if you want, that's fine. No, I think the shade's probably coming from a place of, I think, in good faith. I think it's wrong and I don't agree with it, but I think he's being honest and in good faith. But what I'm saying to that, and I'll get with probably Monica has a better understanding of the missionaries or different groups and foundations that actually Turning Point we're active in. But because I can't give you that right now, and I will get back to you. But what I will say is that if we look at let's look at the white and black issue of where from slavery to 1965, what was done to black people, and then from 1965 until current, and what issues were brought up and what was actually accomplished. So we had the civil rights movement, right? And we started like, and this is all purely not just my own speculation. It was really brought to light because of Charlie Kirk. He's saying you have all of these single moms, single black moms that are trying to raise these kids, and you have all of these black men that are incarcerated. You've got systematic racism, and instead of it being addressed, like let's look at culture and let's see what's happening with the lack of two-parent household and Jesus in the house. Like he brought these issues up when nobody else was talking about it, and they wanted black women to marry the government and be so enthralled and wrapped up in it that they literally were suffering left and right, not to mention killing each other, and nobody else was bringing this up. You didn't just have, the silent majority of black people and white people saying, "Yeah, isn't that crap? Isn't that bad? Maybe we'll throw a little extra affirmative action at it and see if that fixes the problem. A little DEI at it." No, 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 no. You had Charlie Kirk saying this is not addressing the problem. This is the real animal, and this is what needs to be fixed if we want to fix all Americans, not white Americans, not black Americans, but all Americans. And the last thing that I'll say is I'd really like for people to read what I really respect Joe Hero put in the chat, because he said that he was killed. Where was it? Where's Joe? He said he was killed for being a Christian conservative with an opinion. That's why he was killed. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Hey,
And
Okay,
Anyway,
Kenny,
thank
I
you,
don't
thank you
know
for your.
you. I don't
Okay,
know
go ahead,
you
Kimberly.
like that, but I just want to say I love your energy. I love it.
I love you,
I
KP.
told you
I
to
love
let that
listening to
good. I
you.
told you,
Yeah,
KP, to let that
yeah.
good, clean white woman talk.
So I was saying, I
Oh,
was.
it was you. Oh, it was you that said that.
Oh,
I'm
Kitty just
sorry. Okay,
realized who it was. Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah.
you
So
know
what
okay,
I
I
was
love
saying.
my white
I'm
women. You know I
sorry.
love my white women.
Let
It's
me
his little snow bunnies.
let me say this to Shade's point really quickly. I'm gonna throw it to the floor. Shade, I mean to our dear brother and our good brother Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson has made he's made it very clear that white Americans or white people in general have a biological imperative, all right, or propensity, if you will, to murder people. That is the thought process that he espouses. That is the rhetoric that he espouses.
Wow, that sounds
So
awfully racist.
yeah. So again, I, I hear what people say about Charlie Kirk and things like that and so forth. But especially when it comes to my community, because I'm in the trenches with my community, I hear what is said, especially on the Hotep side and the pro-black side. I'm there. I've been there for 15 years, deep within it with Brother Sinetta, with Young Pharaoh, with the rest of these individuals. I know what's being espoused. Okay, so when I hear these things, and then I hear black people getting on, especially on my side of on my side of the river, get up in arms about what some white person is saying, I'm like, bro, it's wild over here too. Let's not play
Well,
like it's
well,
not. I'll
Thomas,
land there. Go
Thomas,
ahead.
Thomas, real quick. I was just going to say, Charlie Kirk has addressed this multiple times, where people come up and say, "Do you say that there's something inherently wrong with black people, or that they have a propensity for violence, or that there's something ingrained in black people that makes them, the highest rates of like murder and stuff?" And he denounces it 100% and says, "I reject that, Nazi
Yes.
propaganda and
Thank
white
you.
supremacist propaganda." And he's like, no, he's like, everything has to do with fucking culture. He talks about, that he's a big proponent of, Dr. Thomas Sowell, and that he agrees 100% with Dr. Sowell,
And
and
L,
like
I would
he
tell you
talks
that
about it.
question
Now,
There's
came from.
nothing
Thomas Souls is shit, man.
inherent in
Absolutely.
black
Hold on a
people. That's
second.
what he said.
That's my
And
lover.
L, that question came from black conservatives was saying that for years. If you know, you know. We came out with that shit and Sig was around years ago, probably 2014, that we have an issue. Is this shit true? That we just have this innate violent
Yeah,
tendency.
KP's the only one that says that there's an inherent, proclivity
I
for
question
violence
that
among
shit all the
black
time.
people.
Are you niggas crazy?
hey,
KP's
so
like,
so
yeah, it's because they're
so can I
monkeys.
split
It's
the
because they're
hairs?
black.
And now you have Kevin and Keith. They call them sub-Saharan now.
Hey,
It's you fucking knuckle draggers. What the fuck is going on?
hey,
That's from
KP.
Mr. Right Mind.
Thank you.
Hey,
Yeah,
KP.
people
So
are like
for
What's
Charlie
up?
everybody
Kirk.
in the room, right? I think this is how we can how we can unite the room. All of those people who are making this a race thing, right? And to all of the people that are making it a political thing. Guess what? I know how we can unite both of the points, and y'all both are right, right? When we talk about who is the real threat to America right now, right? And I think all of y'all are going to
Satan.
agree with me. The real threat to a fucking America, and this speaks to both of y'all's point, both sides' point,
Satan.
race and politics. The real threat to
Yep.
America right now are liberal white women.
I thought you
Democratic
go.
Yes.
Party.
I thought you.
Liberal
I'm a
fucking
conservative.
Yeah.
hold on, stop. Liberal fucking white women. To all of the people that's on one side that say, hey, it's a black and white thing, right? This is a white supremacy thing. I think the biggest fucking white supremacists in this goddamn country are liberal white women.
Oh shit.
Okay?
Amen.
But
To the
there's
people,
men
hold
that
on, stop,
identify as
stop,
women.
stop. To the people that are the
Get
fucking
it.
most racist are the liberal white women, and to the people that are the most